It's a brand new day. Hey. Wake up every morning and say, it's a brand new day. Hey. Take a good day, make it great, okay? Cause if you got some lemons, make some lemonade. Yeah, taste those clouds away. It's a brand new day. Hey. It's a brand new day. It's a brand new day. Okay, okay. My whole life got them hand-me-downs, but what that meant was I had my family round. And sometimes I can't help but frown. Then I remember what I meant for. It's so simple, I just say, gotta just celebrate. It's gonna be A-okay. Life's too short to waste away. One step at a time's all it takes, okay. It's a brand new day. Hey. Wake up every morning and say, it's a brand new day. Hey. Take a good day, make it great, okay? Cause if you got some lemons, make some lemonade. Yeah, taste those clouds away. It's a brand new day. Hey. It's a brand new day. It's a brand new day. I'm acting brand new. You can tell that bad news. It can go in van moves. I'ma be like, I chew. I'm allergic to a bad mood, ayy. Okay, let me ask you, if you got a smile on your face, raise your hands up, ayy. It's a brand new day. That's the mantra. So get up off your feet, go ahead, stand up. Okay, what's the plan, huh? Woke up every day like this. It's a brand new day, hey. Wake up every morning and say, it's a brand new day, hey. Take a good day, make it great, okay? Cause if you got some lemons, make some lemonade. Yeah, taste those clouds away. It's a brand new day, hey. It's a brand new day, it's a brand new day, okay, okay. This is my time. I'm on the rise. Can't hold me down, I'm too fly. This is my time. Ready to shine. Brighter than all of the lights. That's when it's game time. Seconds away and the game's on the line. There ain't no doubt in my mind. Beating the buzzer like, this is my time. This is my moment. You better bet that I'm on it. Ready and set, I'ma own it. Blasted to 10, then keep going. There ain't no coasting. I never settled on play. Putting the kettle to flame. I go 100 all day. Foot on the pedal, no brakes. 10, 9, paid on my dues, waited in line. 8, 7, now it's about time that I take mine. 6, 5, king of the jungle, heart of a lion. 4, 3, 2, 1, watch out, here I come. This is my time. I'm on the rise, can't hold me down, I'm too fly. This is my time, ready to shine, brighter than other.
We are trying to build the definitive amateur ecosystem for esports here in the United States and beyond. Our mission is to create transformative personal growth opportunities through competitive gaming.
It's important to make Scholastic Esports available to students because it gives them an opportunity to build their skill sets beyond just what's available in school. And so, traditionally you can build those skill sets through after-school programs or traditional sports, and there's a lot of folks that don't kind of align with what's available today. And in reality, like, everybody's a gamer, and so we give everybody the opportunity to build those skills.
For schools that are looking to add an esports program, you're opening a chance for students to really be part of a new culture and to really build something positive for your school. Our team is really focused on building this support system and really having a wraparound service for schools. You're not in it alone when you come to the PlayVS platform.
Our role in the space is to break this stereotype and basically show that there is actually a legitimate career path. You can turn your passion into a career and be successful.
I'd say this is the most excited I've been about PlayVS. Gaming is one of the few things that you can actually compete against other people across the country without having to have the resources to jump on a plane, and people's worlds are going to be expanded.
One of the most important things is not about changing the world, it's about changing one person's world.
We are incredibly excited about unlocking more opportunities for more individuals to compete in competitive gaming across the PlayVS network going forward.
Folks, welcome back to the 2024 PlayVS Cup Finals, day number 2. Across 2 days of actions, we got plenty of games coming. My name is Jorby. This is James Bont. We've been hosting throughout the tournament so far, James, and it's been a fun one.
Oh, it has. I mean, looking back on yesterday, how crazy. Things started out with the Game 5 Hearthstone match. That was unreal. East Mountain going up against La Cueva, and East Mountain, we were thinking they were going to, I had predicted La Cueva just looking at the history of the program, but and also the warrior deck that East Mountain had was losing, and in the final match they pulled through. And then there were so many close, crazy moments throughout the entire day.
Yeah, we had
pick which one.
I mean, we had the 0-second fourth quarter touchdown to win the game in Madden in game number 1 there.
Game 5 in Splatoon as well, the goal line stand.
Map 3 overtime in Valorant. It had a little bit of everything. Now, some of you may be joining us for the first time and you're wondering, what the heck are you guys talking about? What is PlayVS? James, why don't you tell them what PlayVS is all about?
Okay, so what today is and what PlayVS is. Well, first, PlayVS is all about providing those transformative opportunities for students to, utilizing gaming and esports to help students grow and have awesome competitive experience and community experiences. But today, this is the final day of the PlayVS Cup, which is the culmination of a lot of these students' journeys. You'll see state champions competing, regional champions as well from Canada, and they're all coming together to try to claim total victory here in the PlayVS Cup. And there was a lot of participation from schools all over North America.
Yeah, over 1,000 students. That's pretty crazy. And I mean, the crazier part is you're not just playing for the glory, the glam, and saying that we're the best school around. You're also playing for scholarship money. And you can see those prize totals across the board. We've already completed 4 of these games, but we still got some more to go.
Yes, we do. And I will say, for students, a lot of times just winning titles, even a lot of the state titles, you'll get a medal, but you won't get scholarship support, at least for in Michigan, from what I've seen. So not only but students cherish that.
It's fairly unique.
That title to say I'm the best in the state.
Yeah.
And so for PlayVS to not only give students an opportunity to say that I'm the best in North America, or I'm the best in my area, they're actually doling out sponsorship or not sponsorship, scholarship support, meaningful scholarship support that those students can use as they try to continue their educational journeys.
It's pretty crazy. I mean, I don't even think sports programs across the country and Canada even offer that kind of opportunity. So esports continues to deliver unique opportunities across the board. And we have a lot of teams, like you said, a lot of high schools that participated in this, 245 teams total, but we had to whittle them down somehow. So we had them all play. And let's take a look at all of our grand finalists across all of our games. We had four games yesterday. We played some Madden, some Splatoon, we played some Hearthstone and Valorant, and now we got the rest of these games up here, but you can see all the different high schools and the states that they're representing. And James, the games that we have lined up for today.
Yeah, starting out with Rocket League, a game both of us are very familiar with, and then moving on to Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, both the East region and the West region, before capping off our main stream with Overwatch 2, and then we'll send it over to another stream for NBA 2K, but I'm really excited to see all these games. Obviously I love Rocket League, but Smash is always so fun to watch. The one-on-one gameplay, maybe the most famous fighting game that there's ever been. And then Overwatch 2 as well. It's kind of similar to Valorant in the sense that, Valorant has all those agents with different abilities. Overwatch 2 has all those different heroes. They're a little bit more it's a little more structured because you'll have the tank and the healer and the DPS, whereas with Valorant you can kind of go with whatever kind of format that you want. Yeah. But it's going to be a lot of fun today.
It is. Well, let's run through a couple of these brackets because these teams had to play through the playoffs. There was a league play portion into that top 8 that you see here, and we start with that Rocket League bracket. Our Detroit Catholic went in a 7-game series there against Benjamin Franklin in the quarterfinals. Not an easy path for them to get the grants.
Yeah, and pretty much the exact opposite path that Putnam Science Academy has had. They've swept both of their series leading into this final. So it'll be interesting to see how those two match up.
And looking at the Smash brackets next, we're looking at the East Coast bracket. We got DuPont versus Flagler Palm going up against each other. But we got the East Coast and the West Coast for Smash Ultimate. So those will be 2 separate grand finals. Miliani, Hawaii being represented in this tournament. I believe they're the only school from Hawaii to represent, and Harriman will be playing against them.
Yeah, that's going to be really cool. I wonder what the ping will be for someone from Hawaii, but excited to see that one. Melee not Melee, but Smash Ultimate can go fast, as can Melee. Those sets can go very quickly depending on what characters people select. I know sometimes if you pick Sonic, the game can go on for quite some time in Ultimate.
That's what I've heard as well. Well, I mean, Overwatch 2 as well, their youth league got to the grand finals. We got Huntington Beach representing California, and then Brooklyn Technical representing New York. And those games will be on this stream in particular. In our last game of the day, NBA 2K, which won't be on this stream in particular, but we will be going and rating the NBA 2K channel at the end of this stream to watch the end and the conclusion of the Play versus Cup in 2024. I'm really excited to get these teams going and really watch more action. Can they live up to the day we had yesterday? The bar's pretty high.
The bar from yesterday is extremely high. If you were watching at home, maybe you have some teams that you're following yesterday as well as today. The games were crazy. The series were crazy. It's the type of series that you hope for. And after witnessing so many different esports events myself, it's not a given that you're going to have close series. A lot of you will have even world championships with professionals where it's very one-sided. So we were given a treat yesterday. It'll be really tough to match that. I'm hoping we do, but I'm not going to hold my breath, Jordy, because a lot of times it's lightning in a bottle that you catch to have days like yesterday.
We'll see if we can do it twice. But with everything that's going on in the Play versus ecosystem, you might be sitting at home and you might be a high school student yourself, and you're wondering, wait, this is really cool. I'm really good at Overwatch. I'm great at Rocket League. How do I get involved? Well, look, if you haven't heard, Play Versus, it's now free to compete. Middle and high school students, that's right, not just high school students, but middle school students in the fall now have the opportunity to participate in the highest tier of scholastic competition. You can type !fall in the chat and check out the schedule for the upcoming season. And the reason you're going to want to do that, guys, is because we're adding a new game to the list. That's right, baby. We got chess. The digital chessboard has hit PlayVS in fall. Gather your classmates and get the chance to compete for free across the country in both middle and high school leagues. Again, enrollment for the fall season is now open. !fall. Get yourself enrolled. And if you don't have an esports program at your school, you talk to a faculty member who you know loves video games, or at least has that proclivity to video games.
You really
can set that up.
And honestly, I would say, Jordan, you don't even have to know much about video games.
Yeah.
I think it's more about having people that are passionate about providing students an outlet to do what they love and to build community, and that person having the time to do it. Because I've seen great coaches that don't play games. Through going to, we had a tournament at Grand Valley, and one of the coaches there was like, I don't really play games, but I just showed up and I helped them get jerseys and I helped make practices happen. And it was a great program and the students had a great time. So, you could be completely ignorant to how video games work, but if you got the time and you're willing to give it, that's all it takes really to set up an esports program.
It really just takes someone passionate about getting kids involved in those extracurricular activities. You could say you just need someone who is ready to ignite. And there are a lot of individuals throughout the PlayVS ecosystem who do exactly what you said, James, just helping to set up that environment for these students to be successful. And we've been handing out some awards to recognize some of those people. We handed out 3 awards yesterday, and we've got 2 awards to hand out today. We'll be handing them out over the course of the day before some of the games begin today. And we've got the 2 awards we are delivering today are Esports Team of the Year, as well as the Community Trailblazer Award for PlayVS.
And I think we're going to be giving out that first award before Rocket League begins as well, or we'll at least be announcing who's the recipient of that award. So it's coming up soon.
It is coming up soon. And guys, we're going to have Rocket League ready for you soon. And, we would love to see you guys pop off on socials as the day is going on. If you're a fellow student or a parent or a faculty member that's hanging out and watching, we'd love to see you sound off on the socials, on Instagram, on X. Make sure you use that hashtag PlayVSCup. And then your tweet might show up on the stream. Who knows? We might put it up there. We might not. It depends. But put it out there. I wanted to see a dance. Maybe someone will post a dance. I don't know why.
I just want to see a simple.
Fun.
If there's a parent out there that has a jersey for the esports program and they're supporting a student, that would be cool too. That would just seeing a simple "Let's Go" hashtag PlayVSCup with the jersey or anything really would be good. I'd take it.
Well, guys, we are about to get started. We're starting with Rocket League today. But we're going to go to a short break before we begin, so do not go anywhere. We'll be back to start the action. Folks, we're about to get started with the 2024 Play vs. Cup Finals for Rocket League. But before we do that, James, we talked about some awards. We've handed out 3 already, and we have a 4th to hand out. Because in the first year of the Play vs. Awards, over 130 teams across the country were nominated for Team of the Year. From that, the field was dwindled down to 6 team finalists. The finalists showcased a diverse array of qualities, including resilience, teamwork, dedication, and excellence. Each team demonstrated exceptional skill and sportsmanship in their respective games, overcoming challenges and achieving remarkable success throughout their seasons. From undefeated records to championship victories, these teams have not only excelled in competition, but have also contributed positively to their school communities, inspiring others with their passion for esports. Collectively, they represent the pinnacle of teamwork, sportsmanship, and achievement in high school esports. Of those finalists, 1 maintained a commanding lead throughout the entire voting process. And here is the winner, our Team of the Year.
Our Play vs. Team of the Year winners exemplify resilience, teamwork, and determination in the pursuit of excellence. After facing setbacks in previous seasons, including falling short of their championship goals and losing a starter to graduation, through hard work and dedication, they achieved an undefeated record in the fall 2023 Play vs. Oklahoma season, securing their program's first title. In a defining moment during their championship match, the team displayed remarkable teamwork and composure, with a 3rd starter delivering a crucial goal in overtime to clinch victory. I am proud to present the members of Heritage Hall Rocket League team from Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, Landon, Seb, Bo, Will, and Coach Steelman, the 2024 Play vs. Team of the Year Award.
Officially announced that you guys are our official Team of the Year.
Awesome. Let's go. Thank you, guys.
Well, I'm going to hand it over to actually our CEO, John Chapman, who will say a few words to you all.
Hey, everybody. Congratulations on an awesome, well-deserved recognition as a Team of the Year. We wouldn't have the company and the community that we're building without great teams like yours, really proving that esports can be as significant an accomplishment and experience that any other traditional sport would have. So I just wanted to sincerely, from my personal perspective, give you my most heartfelt congratulations, and look forward to you all continuing to do great things in the future. Like you said, hopefully a Play vs. Cup is in the future for you all, but sincerely, congratulations. Very well done, and it's quite an accomplishment to be the Team of the Year.
Well, we just want to thank Play vs. One for supporting high school esports across the nation, across the world even, and making this a possibility for our students to be a part of a team similar to what they would on an athletic field, coming together with a common goal and working hard to achieve that. I want to say I'm really proud of these guys, not just for winning this award, but for all the hard work that they put in the season, the success that they've had, and even sometimes the failure that they've embraced and found a way to continue fighting to get better and overcome things. And next year the goal is back-to-back state championship and a Play vs. Cup. So
shout out to everybody that's been with us the whole way, like through all of our seasons and stuff. I know I've personally got a lot of people close to me that have watched every single game we played, been there for every single event, or seen every post online. It's really like crazy to see the support that we get for esports here at Heritage.
Congratulations to Heritage Hall, the Heritage Hall Chargers, for winning Team of the Year. And I gotta say, that's one of the coolest little facilities we've seen so far. They got the gamer aesthetic down in that room.
I mean, when you have the support from all levels, you can have some really great spaces come together. I'm a little bit envious, I'm not gonna lie, seeing schools that have the district support from the coaches, players, everybody, and also the families and parents in the school district. Really cool to see. Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, absolutely cool stuff. But now we've handed out an award, and that means it's time to start some games. James, this is our bread and butter, Rocket League. and I'm excited to watch these teams take on each other. So let's take a look at the bracket, and let's talk about these teams a little bit more. We got Detroit Catholic versus Putnam Science Academy. And James, you're a little familiar with this Detroit Catholic squad.
Yeah, yep. This is a team from Michigan. They played in MHSCL along with my team, the Byron Center Bulldogs. And I know firsthand how stiff the competition is in Michigan. So I'm expecting a lot from Detroit Catholic Central here.
And as you can see, obviously, you do not get to the grand finals in the PlayVS Cup without having an outstanding look at your win-loss record. And they're about even here. I mean, pretty much across the board, except for the playoff games record. You see Detroit Catholic, we did see their side of the bracket. It was a tough battle, having a 7-game series in the quarterfinals and a 6-game series in the semifinals. For Putnam, though, they've kind of ran through that bracket a little easier.
They didn't lose a game in the PlayVS Cup bracket. So they are, I think, they're a team that I'm wondering what kind of form they're going to bring it to, because you're playing other champions. You're playing regional champions from the spring and fall in the PlayVS Cup. So to not drop a game is incredibly impressive, especially in a game like Rocket League.
Absolutely. Well, James, I think it's time for us to pick our sides. I don't know how the predictions have gone. I stopped keeping track after I got my first one wrong. But I will say this. I think this one just may be an insane one. It's been great so far. Who do you got?
I'm going to have to back the team from MHSCL. I'm going to go with Detroit Catholic Central. I just because I have experience in how good the teams in Michigan are. But Putnam, they are undefeated right now.
You know, they
haven't dropped a game, rather.
Yeah, I mean, they absolutely went through that playoff bracket, and that's why I got Putnam for this match. They're going to take on Detroit Catholic, and they're going to take them down. But chat, you guys in the Twitch chat, you can also let your voice be heard in the Twitch poll at the very top of Twitch chat. Be sure you're clicking the button on who you think is going to win, and make sure you hit vote. Otherwise, it won't submit. But hey, that's enough of us waffling around here. We have a colleague of ours, Subi Smash, along with Hail Monkey Man to bring you guys the action. Let's send it to him.
Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, wherever you're joining us from. And we're almost down to the pitch, and this long, arduous journey that these two teams have been on is almost coming to its culmination. They are battling for $7,500 in scholarship money, which is huge for high schoolers. As I said, I'm Subi Smash, and joining me today is Hail Monkey Man, and welcome to the booth with me. I'm so excited to go on this journey with you.
It's honestly going to be a fantastic one, a difference of ideals and pathways, one that's been an unstoppable force cruising through as fast as they can, but it has been a galvanized group out of the side of DCC. I got the pleasure and the privilege to actually see them in their semifinal last week, Subi, and they were able to take down Bob Jones, who was that big favorite coming out of Alabama. The fact that simply we're going to be going into this and both these teams are just ready to go, haymaker for haymaker, it's going to be a fight to the very end. I actually got to talk to the coach out of the side of DCC. He said, we're going to leave nothing to question as we get on the pitch.
I mean, you got to lay it all out on the line. It all boils down to this. 7 possible games separate us from a champion, and you know that these players' nerves are just shattering right now in game number 1. But things are going to start to settle down through the midway point of this game, and we'll finally see some great Rocket League.
As we go into it, Detroit Catholic Central, they have a huge supporting force, and they support one another in a big way. Aliotic, they'll find the first cruising bullet as we get the first on the board.
And a great carry through the corner here from Kachow, and just finds Aliotic top of the box. I love the confusion that they're creating at the front of the goal, and just right out of the gates making a statement with the first goal.
They want to do this early and often because PSA, this Putnam Science Academy Mustangs group, I mean, they've had to change it up from the previous year to this one. A lot of experience having to go hand over hand, fist over fist between the seniors and now the juniors that bring it in. Marcus is going to be the X factor as well, but they have a lot of patience on their side to really let this one stabilize. It's just game number 1. Oh, but Swaz, they get sexy with it.
And Swaz marching all the way down the field, capitalizing on the aggression from DCC, and just carries it all the way to the net, gets a flick over Marcus, and Kachow a little too late to catch up on that one. And just like that, the Mustangs equalize us in game number 1. And I got to tell you, Monkey Man, we can already see this is going to be a close-knit battle. I can see why James Bott and Jorby were split on the desk with their picks.
Oh yeah, these two teams have gone through and up and down this bracket. This is an open net though. Has finds basically an open opportunity. Of course they're going to take these.
Yeah, you got to be able to take these. If you miss these ones, you're not going to find yourself a champion. And the defense, nowhere to be found, seemingly just struggling for boost and all bailing out of the defensive half in the waning first moments of this game. And a good kickoff yet again from the Mustangs. And a good demo from Swaz on Kachow. I love to see the back passes, love to see the gameplay so far that we're seeing from Putnam Science Academy, as they've really had a stranglehold over midfield after that first goal.
Yeah, well, all of a first goal in a first minute, not defining the entirety of a game nor series, as they will bonk this one to the backboard. Something that really does elucidate us is DCC, they can be taken advantage of from midfield. A lot of open field dribbling. That's why they've been really coached up to cut down on space. Not allow those overly mechanical plays to evolve. That's going to be a big clear, though, out of Swaz and Marcus as they do get that demo. It really won't come out of it as they end up in a neutral space right now. Just end over end, trying to vie for at least some upfield pressure.
Yeah, I'm really enjoying the spacing that we're seeing from Putnam Science Academy. Really just allowing the ball to come to them. They're not trying to overextend. They're not getting overly aggressive. They saw what happened to Detroit Catholic Central High School for that first goal. They don't want that to happen to them as Marcus goes up high off the crossbar. He's looking for a bump, can't quite find it, and Aliotic gonna finish off this goal to tie us up.
Look at this 1-2-3 play. Marcus found the initial dime as it was dropped from the ceiling in Kachow. I don't know if that was supposed to be a direct online, but Aliotic said, yo, I got you on the perimeter, and comes flying into that top corner. No boost left. Get it done. Tying us up at 2 just before the midway mark, and that's a great response after you were wilting for the last couple shots.
Absolutely, and I love to see the play that they had off the backboard and all three members going forward. It wasn't too aggressive in my opinion. It was smart gameplay there, not putting themselves out of position as Kachow trying to slow this one down. Recognizing the field, reading his opponents, but here comes Swaz. He has, and that's off the crossbar and down and out. Dangerous ball, but Kachow gonna clean it up and push it back towards midfield.
That's fortune's favor right there because the defender that was left over in Aliotic had no boost. They were dead to rights, but ends up dropping into the front face of the crossbar. So they're going to take what they can. That's going to be an attempt by Haz to get a bump. They need to get rid of the X factor. That is Marcus because he's going to be that midfielder that really can open up individual chances. Kachow going to be overran by Aliotic as they call them down. And really, this is PSA now finally being put through their repetitions as Marcus again finds a demo, tries to thin him out.
Yeah, and again, the over-aggression from DCC almost came back to bite him in the back end. But thankfully, still all knotted up. Swaz through the air, runs out of boost, can't finish that one. It's off the post and out. And here comes DCC off to the races, and Kachow a little wide on that. Love the passing play, but the accuracy not quite there.
Yeah, they were waiting on the outside for kind of basically a fadeaway to anything that would escape that midline, but ended up not being able to adjust in time. Bit of micro ball play. 80 seconds to go. Swaz just wants to kick it upfield, force Marcus to have to burn through their reserves as they steal their corner boosters. That's going to at least make them a little bit weaker, but Kachow, the captain, the senior, the squad, is trying to be able to get galvanized and revitalized alongside them. We may be seeing a minute remaining, and OT could be in our very near future.
Yeah, it's definitely looking like it. Things have really settled down once we pass the midway point here in game number 1. Here comes Haz. Can't get the 50 on that one. And Swaz smartly just backs off. Torrential going to come in, but pushes that one right to Kachow. And Kachow keeping the aggression. 45 seconds remain here in game number 1. We're getting into golden goal territory. And Marcus, very aggressive there, trying to keep things alive.
Aliotic had to stay at the midfield line, and now this is just Haz taking over space, looking for a 50 with 30 seconds to go. You don't want to give up that back line. Torrentel, they came in as kind of basically a fill-in, and now the squad at PSA have really been able to run behind them, as well as Swaz, who's been consistently jabbing from the front. Aliotic wants to be able to get it from Kachow. Now it becomes a 2v2 race in this corner. Oh, Marcus takes that easily in stride with 10 seconds to go.
Yeah, great soft touch there, but a 50 in favor of PSA. 5 seconds to go. Can they steal game number 1? Ball still in the air. It's got to touch the ground, and it's still up. It's going to be a fast break for Kachow. He's got to keep it up, and here comes Marcus with the shot, but Aliotic, the comms off point, and the ball gonna hit the ground. In overtime we go.
Subi, the what could have been. We saw two go in and maybe a pinch in a different, distant dimensional drift, but instead we see this one go into OT regardless. Kachow had lights in their eyes and they couldn't quite thrive on that catch at midfield. Now they're going to retreat all the way back. Swaz looking to guide this team here in this deep OT. That could be a foot race. Has to get there in time, and they do.
Great heads-up play, and Marcus not going to be able to get the double tap off the backboard there as Swaz and Has combined to keep that ball out. Little miscommunication, but it works out. And Swaz, no more boost. Kachow easily going to hit that one back down to Aliotic. Great team play there to get this ball out of their half, and Aliotic just marches all the way down the field. Ball sitting at the top of the box, and finally, PSA Mustangs able to get this one out of their half, but they're not quite out of the woods just yet as Swaz, big-time save, and Torrential can't catch up, and Kachow takes game number 1.
They hit him every which way here, Subi. Marcus went for the dunk, then they came out and got the bump, slinging away Torrentel, and Kachow just has to put a zinger at the low side corner. DCC, the Shamrocks. It doesn't take luck, just skill, and they're able to out-persist the Mustangs in game 1.
And great job, especially getting that early lead and then the over-aggression a few times to just really find themselves in a hole, but they were able to tie it back up. And interesting game there as DCC only 2 saves throughout the entirety of that game and overtime, almost 6 minutes of gameplay. But they're just showing you they are just ready to break out of their own half and get those shots on target, and that's what they do best.
Oh, they definitely do. And they know that they got to be able to cut down on floor space that they're giving up. I believe that they're going to be targeting Swaz. They did this last week whenever they went in against Bob Jones. They know how to isolate, especially an ace-type player. And Swaz, you can tell that their shoulders are going to be burdened with some weight to make sure that they can get out of the back half cleanly. 13 shots to just 6, Subi. You had 8 of those get saved, and then the rest plinked around the outside. But just like you said, DCC didn't really have to rely too much on definitely being to the goal line for that defense. There was a bit of errant accuracy, but that was also just game number 1. Everything should calm down soon.
Yeah, and just my early initial thoughts from Putnam Science Academy. Great gameplay throughout there, but what I'd like to see is a little more team play, especially in that offensive half. When you've got 2 goals against your opponents, but neither one of those are assisted, just means you're kind of taking advantage of some mispositioning, which obviously you got to do, especially if you want to take home a championship. But if you really want to be able to pull this one through, you got to come out with those team plays. I'd like to see some infield passes, maybe some set and design plays.
Feels like they're going to have to get in sync very quickly. Aliotic is not going to let them settle. They find the first very fast.
Yeah, and he is just all over the pitch. Great touch here from Marcus, and Swaz, you can't carry that right in front of your net. It's just an awkward place and an awkward ball, and Aliotic gets his 3rd goal of the series.
They're setting the standard early because Swaz, again, we talk about him, he's going to have to really pick up the pace entirely. It can't just be on them. You got to have both Has and Tortel. But Swaz, you know what? Sometimes an outside shot will do just fine.
Well, and such an awkward angle to come from. He's coming from that inside angle, and then he's got to be able to touch the ball ever so gently on that outside and tuck it under the crossbar. Great shot placement, and Has credited with an assist there. Already 15 seconds into game number 2. And we're shooting lights out.
I'm down for it. Let's see this speed up. I love a good old Big 12 style offense. I know everyone else wants to see it be a grinder, but nah. Give me the non-technicals. Just run downhill. Swaz wants to try and extend this one over Marcus, who's looking for an extra touch, and that does bait up Torrentel, but wants to keep this in the forward half and allow Swaz to maybe come up later. Torrentel off timing on the corner, and so that means Swaz will have to take over. But you see how they're looming. It's less about team play and just about how many times they can drop it into that back zone.
Yeah, it's all about sharking at that midfield. They're playing almost like a spy on all of the defenders, just waiting to see who touches it, and then they'll go forward. Great positioning so far from Putnam Science Academy as has an open net, and he's able to capitalize on that one. Again, the over-aggression from Detroit Catholic Central on full display.
Yeah, instead of rotating just a bit more back into that deeper 3rd zone, they wanted to go directly for that challenge. But if you lose that and you can't get the angle, then you're basically done in dirt. So the first minute, we go 1 second over here, so we've got 3 goals. Feeling kind of deja vu right now.
Absolutely, and I love these shootouts early on in the series. Give it to me. But once we start getting closer to that Game 7, that's when I love those 0-0 score lines. Really put you on the front of your seat, sitting on pins and needles, as Marcus launches that one on target and gets a demo as well. Man advantage, but they can't quite capitalize as great rotations come in from Putnam Science. But Detroit Catholic not quite done, just keeping this ball looming in the orange half and just trying to create awkward timing for PSA.
Marcus was actually sitting on PSA's own corner boost, just waiting to steal it, to not let them go up and have a counterplay. And now they're responsible for this back corner defense, which they've done before pretty cleanly, but they have to use the majority of their boost to be able to get upfield. So Torrentel is going to be responsible against them as well. 3:03 on the clock. It did take a while the last time around for this to become an even venture. Torrentel in a 1v1. He lets it drop. Okay. Gets it around. They extend their lead.
You love to see that from Torrentel. You go up, and your first goal is off of a fake. Marcus has to respect the fact that he might touch that. He might come in for the bump. And that one just falls into the net. The Mustangs with the 2-goal lead.
Finally running forward with some authority and purpose. Kachow, they're just going to go for a zinger right here. Working for maybe the 50-50. And you know, when you're talking about team play, individual play can still pop off, Subi. And even then, they've been able to really just kind of force the Shamrocks to have elongated saves in their defensive half. And they've been playing together. They have these that kick out to the top of the box, and they'll find a fourth.
And again, 4th goal in game number 2. 4th assist behind it, and great communication to call Swaz off of that ball. He had the shot lined up. And just like that, Detroit Catholic find themselves in a big hole. They've got half of a game to pull themselves out.
Maybe one extra, but Swaz already the early threat dissuaded and diluted, and they find an immediate punchback. All right, 5-1. We're at the halfway mark. This one's just kind of going a bit nuts.
It's getting out of hand for sure. 4-goal lead, and sometimes that's just the way it goes in Rocket League. You find yourself down 1 goal, you blink, and all of a sudden you're down 4. It's exactly what's happened to Detroit Catholic Central High School. But still, I have always had the mantra, whatever a team does to you in the first half, you can do to them in the second. But they've got to get to work now. And my oh my, it would be so nice to get one of those goals right now to cut down that lead, but not looking like it's going to happen.
And Mantra saved a couple of my twos matches before, and Kachow will at least get one. They've been on the lesser side of this, and you know DCC wants to run behind the leadership of Kachow.
Absolutely. You love to see it. He's almost poaching upfield. Nice little cherry pick to cut the lead down by 3. Definitely doable now, but they have to keep up that aggression, but they have to do it smartly. They can't put themselves out of position to immediately get scored upon.
DCC has actually had the majority of shots, only lane by 1, but they've had a stellar defense in the name of literally one person, Swaz. 6 saves to meet the 9 or the 8 shots that have been posted up, and they have been able to be a menace on both sides of the pitch. 100 seconds approaching, and the Mustangs let one through, and you see how they've now been able to tighten up this rotation. Swaz actually does come up. Kachow takes that mid boost. It becomes a 2v2, looking for the power flick, but Haz will shut it down.
And 90 seconds remain here in game number 2. Detroit Catholic Central still trying to cut this lead down, but a good 50 there. Puts them out of position, actually. The Mustangs rushing back to the back line, and Kachow just going to push this one off the back wall, and Marcus swoops in. Communication was good, but he couldn't quite find that angle. It was a tough one to try and get it on target.
Yeah, they wanted more power. They definitely were trying to scoop it from right to left, and then they were unable to feed it the entire distance. A minute remaining. Big demo by Marcus. If you can't get around them, get through them. This one's going to hit the ceiling. Aliotic will send it full, but they actually don't have any extra boost. Flip reset in the back pocket of Marcus, but because everyone is pressed up over the midfield line, it is basically an open back third. Haz with a put away, and this one might be able to just ice it out.
Yeah, just a little gimme on the back half here. Great pass from Torrentel. Awkward one at that. Pinches it off the back wall, and Haz just focuses up. He's hit plenty of those in training. And just like that, the Mustangs all have 2 goals each. Riding high here in game number 2. Not too worrisome on that one. Still 3-goal lead, but you don't want to allow those once you get into game number 3.
Yeah, this one's going to be, oh, whoops, with slip through. You start challenging and you start going for a couple of these two-man rushes, especially on the kickoff, and see what can work, what can't. This is kind of that pseudo garbage time, just at least experiment a little bit, but don't let it multiply. I said don't let it multiply because Kachao now brings it within 2.
Okay. I mean, 36 seconds. Yeah, it's a long time, but it's not that long. But when you're giving up kickoff goals, that lead starts to dwindle quickly, and we're seeing that right before our very eyes. Let's see if they can clean this one up, as Aliotic just going to push this one back. 30 seconds to go. They need 2 goals. The goal's wide open, and oh my goodness, we have a ball game on our hands.
You wouldn't have thought this if you looked at what it was just about 30 seconds ago. Marcus letting all of the traffic simply narrate itself, and then they come in to put their name at the end of the paper. With 28 seconds to go, Subi, this is now doable, and Mustangs have got to be shaken.
Oh, absolutely. All the pressure is on the Mustangs. If you're DCC, you're feeling fine. I mean, yeah, you don't want to lose the game, obviously, but you are down and out in this one. As 12 seconds to go, not the greatest touch there on the back pass. Aliotic just has to put that one up to Kachao and rips that one away. Here comes Marcus. 3 seconds to go. This ball just has to hit the ground, and it does. And PSA Mustangs skate away from this one, stealing game number 2.
All for content, right? Always for content. 15 shots to 10 out of the Mustangs, and it got a bit hairy, it got a bit scary, and DCC, they at least get to walk away thinking, you know what? We could have had that one. I like what we got seeing set up, especially Marcus and Kachao. Kachao was at like 70 points, by the way, for at least 2.5 to 3 minutes. They come in with a hat trick at the end of it, maybe call a little bit of extra time, but otherwise, that's something that you actually have momentum now built up for the Shamrocks. But the Mustangs did get a win. I can't take that away from them.
No, I mean, it was a great victory, but you got to just keep your pedal to the metal, and that there is the proof in the pudding that you need to see. Like, okay, we can't just give up, basically, with 1 minute still left on the clock. But one thing that I do like to see from Detroit Catholic Central is the fact that Aliotic had 100% goal participation. And in game number 1, he almost had 100%. He had 2 goals in game number 1, and this one, 1 goal, 4 assists. So he is just doing whatever he can to try and will his team to victory. And in between these games, we're just going to have a little technical pause, try and figure some things out for one of these teams. But this one has been so close. And I told you in game 1, hey, we're going to see some nerves on the line in the first couple minutes. But once we hit that midway point, these teams are going to lock in. And they have absolutely locked in for game number 3. I can't wait to see which one of these teams is going to start to climb their way to be the king of the hill. The championship, that cup is within reach. Both these teams have won a game. They know that feeling. Both have lost a game as well. They know that feeling. They know what they're doing right. They know what they're doing wrong. But for you, what's the key to victory for both sides of the pitch?
Ooh, see, I rest upon highlight players. That maybe that's the easiest thing to do, especially as a caster. But I see both Swaz, and then I see kind of a change of the chemistry that is DCC, because Swaz obviously was up and down the pitch doing what they could to enable both Torrentel as well as Haz. You can see the confidence really brew. Even more of that. They're going to be the sweatiest player in the lobby, and that's going to end up putting a lot of stress on them. But when Haz and Torrentel can find that level of confidence in their leader, then they're going to be able to do just fine. Same thing's going to come out of Kachao. When they came alive, the rest of that team did too. But
the kickoff goal goes the other way this time, as Detroit Catholic, great 50 there on the ball. But unfortunately, the Mustangs capitalize on this one to take the lead early on. And I feel like every single game we've had a goal within the first 30 seconds.
It's something like that. I think it was like 9 on the other on game number 2. Swaz was put under pressure, and you know what? They want to strike early. Both teams, well, seeing what they can do with that first lead. And this is going to go over the head of Torrentel, and Aliotic looking for their own 50, but it's the follow-ups, man, on that demo. Still looking for the putback, and no one can get back on that attack.
Ooh, Marcus got bailed out here because it was a great play with that demo. Thankfully, Aliotic heads up, top of the box, able to quickly pull that E-brake, slide, get behind the ball, and put the shot on target to tie us right back up. I mean, these games just feel like they are a mold of one another. One team scores early, and immediately there's an answer. This series has just gone back and forth, and these high schoolers showing you, I mean, not only are they best in the Play versus Cup, but they are some of the best in the country right now. This gameplay has been incredible.
They want to be able to showcase what that next level is missing and that they want to be part of it. Aliotic obviously has been a big part of this squad, the glue I like to call him, to really fit between both Marcus as well as their teammate. And you know what? Kachow, as that leader, they know that they can find some of that energy coming through. Kachow's going to actually just have no boost, no extra energy, but Marcus is on that outside perimeter. It becomes a Swaz with a 1v1. Aliotic has to find it, and that will scream across the goal line.
That was almost in. That was incredible, but on that play, you saw Marcus, kind of hesitate. He showed that he was going to challenge, then he backed off and just gave so much room. And on that play, I'd like to see him just put his head down and just challenge that ball. He had plenty of boost, plenty of time. His teammates were behind him. So just a little decision-making that we'd like to see from Detroit Catholic Central. But still, all knotted up. Big game here in game number 3. As DCC pushing the pace, pushing the ball forward, top of the box. The 50 is there, and Marcus can't quite connect.
Everyone becomes a field goal post, and Swaz is just trying to score whenever no one has boost. It was a weak moment, a vulnerable moment there for DCC, but the Shamrocks get back in time and put some bodies on the ball. Has massive flick. It's going to have a ton of height, and Torrentel is trying to be able to center up again. A big demo buy has onto Aliotic, but even with very little energy as well as boost left, everyone is able to at least advance onto the orange hat.
Whoa, Marcus, big swing and a miss. Love the bait there to pull him off the ball. He thought the touch was coming, thought he was going for a huge challenge, but it wasn't there for him as Marcus goes up again. Here comes Kachow to try and keep things in. Aliotic going to do it well. All 3 players of DCC bunched up in that corner. Thankfully, didn't get punished on that one, but here comes Haz. Just pushes this one up to the side wall, gets the bump as well, and going to get things going for the Mustangs.
Something that I was going to mention that was missing for the Mustangs for a while was physicality. Well, they've really ramped it up into this game, but it's been omnipresent for the Shamrocks. Flip reset, Aliotic looking to set up to the backboard. Who they got? It's Kachow. Slow floater! He put some extra English on that one. They found a lead from it.
Sometimes you just got to pull out the changeup and hit the fadeaway. Kachow slows this one up. Swaz not able to get there and has too slow to jump up high. And DCC take the lead. 2 minutes and 2 seconds to go here in game number 3, but they're in the driver's seat.
Been able to find that momentum since game 2 now into here. And you really feel like the Mustangs being put through their paces and changing up their roster a little bit, having to constantly evolve and adapt in real time. That's tough to do. You got to keep those comms open, and you got to keep swinging and sliding. Aliotic is going to boom this one away. Finds it from the backboard, but that's Kachow.
Oh yeah.
Immediately gives to Aliotic. What a passing play.
Infield and in on this play. Good heads-up play from DCC. Kachow recognizes the defense had pulled all the way out of the net. No one's far post, so he just hands it off to his teammate. And Aliotic with his second goal here in game number 2.
DCC never goes away. They get into your back half, and you think, okay, all right, everyone's gone through the rotation, right? We're free. No. They're going to constantly rotate at least twice, maybe even thrice. Torrentel tries to swing it to the outside, and there's less than 90 seconds to go. Shamrocks looking like the much more authoritative game piece right now. Swaz has been nothing but echoes and memories. Kachow hoping for 50-50, but seems that the Shamrocks are able to escape again.
And 70 seconds remain here. Get that one out, and they do, but the Mustangs need to get to work now. You're down 2 goals. You want plenty of time to try and equalize. And Torrentel not going to be able to catch up to that one. Here comes Haz. Good 50, but no one there. 55 seconds to go. Again, urgency starting to set in. They need to get this goal. They need to try and tie this up. But they are keeping the ball in the half and doing things well right now.
A very trusting rotation there by DCC. Trying to stay very tight-knit even when they're on low boost. 35 seconds approaching, and again, Kachao, they're going to try and thin out any kind of counterplay, and that's been making it so difficult for PSA to even get one single foot of advancement. Aliotic will just simply wait this out, and they can really play a longer rotation and just wait to win 150 after another. This one may be completely shut down.
Yeah, and I love the idea there from Aliotic. He slowed things up, got the boost steal to really slow up the Mustangs, and all they're doing now is playing keep away. They can bolster up the defenses, put another shot on target. Why not? Marcus put it in and secure game number 3. And they are officially in the driver's seat for this series.
Just, when you just trap your opponent for so long and it feels like you can't win any touch, a single touch, to just move forward, it eventually wears on both your car as well as the player. And that one will wear this one out. Game number 3 will be in the books. And DCC Shamrocks, they'll take the lead back in the series.
They are just playing lights out right now. The confidence at an all-time high for these players. And if we're giving out MVP medals, which I don't think we are, but I'm going to do it anyway. So far, it's Aliotic. He is doing everything for DCC. He is just willing this team to victory, getting involved everywhere. Goals, assists, the saves. But the most impressive part of this team is the fact that every single goal they have scored so far in this series, throughout 3 games, has been assisted. They are working as a team, man. They don't care. They don't care about that individual gameplay. They don't care about the individual accolades. They just want to win.
These players work as a team. This program works as a team. DCC has been doing it top to bottom, from the players to the school to the coaches, and it really kind of shows in their gameplay. PSA, they're a bit dumbstruck, awestruck for what they have to deal with throughout all of these games. When we go to game number 4, the biggest thing that you got to find is that they cannot allow this one to get out of control early on. They've got to find themselves at least in a more just even press going late stage into game number 4. You don't want to go down 3-1.
No.
That one's, look, 0-3 is already tough. 3-1, it's just about the same, especially with how these games have been played.
No, absolutely. This one, you got to come out and make a statement. And from what I've seen, it just seems like DCC is the quicker team. Seems like they're quicker to the ball, quicker in the air, a little better reaction time. Maybe I'm just, old man and not seeing things correctly. That's definitely possible. But from what I'm seeing on the pitch, I'd really like to see PSA kind of bait them into their own half. Say, okay, yeah, you guys are on offense. Yeah, keep getting aggressive, and then capitalize on those big booming clears downfield. Because so far, from what we've seen from DCC, all 3 members are pushing into the offensive half. No one is past midfield line. So those big booming clears, if you put them on target, you're going to score those. I'd love to see that from PSA if they can kind of work that into their game plan.
Yeah, the most difficult part about being able to accomplish that as well is that because everyone is upfield, you have the tiniest window to accomplish that level of counterplay immediately. They did it a couple of times, and it really did catch them off guard. We got to see that in games 1 and 2, but they cannot allow themselves to just be put under the thumb of the Shamrocks, which was happening way more often, especially we could give it to garbage time, but a 6-5 ender was a bit sweaty. 4-1 is just a carryover from that previous game. I want to see how Torrentel could be able to get a lot more comfortable, especially into the rotation where Swaz wants to be able to swing something upfield and has had amazing drop zone play. They were able to bring it into that back third, and they were just basically putting them in a pressure cooker against the Shamrocks. So the Mustangs have found those moments, but they haven't found them in surplus lately.
Well, like you were talking about earlier for the Mustang, it's tough when you're changing up the roster. You're used to playing with certain guys. You almost know where they are without even coming. Like, hey, this guy's going to be here. And then you turn and, oh, wait, it's a different guy. He's in a different place. So that's where communication is more important than ever in a series like this. You've got to be able to call out where you are, call out where your opponents are. But you got to be able to keep it quick. You can't be just a chatterbox chatting things up, not allowing your teammates to speak. So I'd love to see, like I said, those big booming clears downfield on target just to keep the DCC varsity squad a little more honest. Let them pull back a little bit, and it'll give you more separation so you can break out of your defensive half later on in the game. But I'd also like to see a little more game sense. If you have opponents that are more mechanical than you, faster than you, that's where, okay, they might be better on the sticks than me, but I can play smarter than they can. I can try and fake them out. I can go for the infield passes. There's so many things that you can kind of add to your repertoire. And we'd like to see that from PSA. I would love to see this go to a Game 7. Obviously, I think everyone would. But for that to happen, we need to see that game sense just heightened just a little bit.
Yeah, that's very true. And, you know, you only get one of these that come around once a year, and we got to give a lot of credit over to PlayVS, be able to get that all moving together. It's a lot of teams. I mean, we had 48 teams in this bracket. Yeah, I think of contiguous United States at least, but fall and spring champions, and these teams have not been complacent at all. You actually see the PSA roster as it exists, even changing to the exact last moment before this grand final. They were a completely different beast, and they got 0-4 against Divine Child Falcons in the last time that they were in the finals. So you know that there's unfinished business for this group as well. And I mean, Detroit Catholic Central, they have an entire, basically, family behind them to be able to find and just be able to promote this wave. If the players can't do it, they will be revitalized from their coaching staff and from everyone that's surrounding them. So you're in a big moment, and luckily for us and for them, they also have a kind of a timeout to really talk it out. And you probably had a little bit more talks with like general coaches, even like a much higher level, Subi. What even like comes into mind to keep your team in this moment and staying competitive now when you're down?
You know, I have talked to a few coaches, and you know, it almost seems like the best coaches in the world have the same kind of mindset when they're going into timeouts. Yeah, you definitely talk strategy, but a coach's job is more about keeping your players calm and keeping their confidence high. You can't just sit there and say, okay, we're going to do X, Y, Z, because it's not always going to translate onto the field. It might not present itself in that game at all. So it's all about, okay, hey, you're doing this super well, keep doing that. Whether it's challenging the ball, whether it's getting those boost steals, whether it's getting those bumps, the little tiny things. But you can't sit there and pull out a whiteboard and draw up plays. That'll never work. But the best coaches in the world, I mean, it always comes down to, okay, I'm going to boost my players' confidence and just make sure that they're cool, calm, and collected going into this game. You got to control those nerves, especially in these big moments, because we've seen so many players where, yeah, they're better players, but they can't keep the composure. And that's what these big moments are all about. And that's what these coaches are there for. Just kind of, hey, guys, we're all good. You're the best player in the world for a reason. You're in a championship. We've got to lock in. And I guarantee you that's what those coaches were telling their players right now going into game number 4.
Sometimes a good set of jumping jacks just gets you going right. And sometimes one good lofted shot by Kachow lands in the right spot.
Absolutely. And looks like he was doing some jumping jacks in the air there. And just the slightest touch with his wheels to just gently tap that one under the crossbar. Great team play all the way down the field from DCC. And you can tell their confidence at an all-time high right now.
Now, those timeouts work both ways, but still, the one that calls it ends up being the one that blinks. And that means that some extra boost to the morale is on the side of the Shamrocks, looking to run it down. Oh my! Aliotic, you called him the MVP. He's trying to keep that status up.
Yeah, he was a little jealous there on that first goal, not getting involved as Kachow comes in. Great 50, great aggression to just keep Swaz confused. And that ball pops out. Aliotic able to capitalize. And you just blinked, and now it's 0-2 if you're on the Mustangs.
Oh, flip reset. Kachow waiting patiently, trying to dive it in. He and Marcus, you're going to see a lot more of that. But this is actually that overt aggression you were talking about. Hoping that they get something. A full attack by all three. It's on both ends of the pitch. You try to be able to see him swing. Marcus wants to do the same thing. Swaz will elevate and finally cuts down on that space that basically DCC had for free.
Oh, almost squirted through on that one. But if you're on the Mustangs, you like to see that. Now you go, oh, okay, now I know what we can do. Yeah, they are pushing up. Yeah, Subi has played this game a little bit. He might know what he's talking about. And Swaz going to push that one to the corner. Low boost. Elects to go for that midfield. Ends up getting it. Does he have the double? No, he's bumped off by Kachow, and Marcus pushes that one all the way down the pitch. Torrentel able to push that one to the corner, and Marcus misses big time on that one. And an awkward ball at midfield, and finally the Mustangs able to clean things up and push it into the blue half.
It feels like DCC is playing with, Aliotic and Kachow on a set rotation, and they said, Marcus, okay, we want you, since we have the leniency, go crazy. Just go a little bit nuts. And they've been a few double commits here and there, but it's now keying up even some of those that you just cannot really find a better read. And it's because of stuff like this. Marcus, literally the same spot where his teammate drops, and they find a third.
Hey, sometimes you've got a crazy player on your team, and you got to just say, hey, take off the straitjacket and go to work. And that's exactly what Marcus is doing here, just running amok all up and down the field. DCC, 3 goals, and all 3 members have 1 apiece, just showing you the team play alive and well.
Absolute shell shock. Looking for another one. Look how close Kachow is. Close proximity. And this offense just literally cannot stop thriving.
Oh my goodness. They have just fully pushed the accelerator to the mat and haven't let up. And PSA are just starstruck right now. They have no idea what's hit them in the jaw. They've got to wake up. They've got to show some composure, and they can't put their head down. You can't quit just yet. Still plenty of series to be played. Still plenty of game to be played. We're not even halfway through game number 4, and Aliotic puts them up by 5.
We are on a record to probably get to 12 if this keeps up. I doubt PSA will let it happen, but if you have Aliotic already queued in, especially from the read from his teammate, they have been winning at that back third, not allowing the Mustangs to even get out of the stable. Wow. With the way that they're just on that goal line, you could swear these horses became glue.
Absolutely. This is incredible so far throughout this series for DCC. I don't know if I've ever seen anything like this. They have about 17 goals so far in a championship, mind you, and all of those have been assisted. Absolutely incredible. It is just showing you that every time they are pushing into offense, it's not just one guy. It's all of them, and you better be able to stop the double barrel, and here comes Kachow. Swaz wins that 50. Has available to his right, but again, the offense just a little too spread out. That one gets over to Rentel, and Swaz gets that full boost pad, and they've got to start from square one.
If Full Send was a Rocket League team, it would be DCC. Kachow, want them to be able to win this off the 50-50. There's 100 seconds left, and that may be a mercy here for the PSA Mustangs, just hoping to be able to get themselves something to run upfield and maybe into the next game with, because as it currently stands, Subi, there won't be much for them to garner at the end of this game. Kachow, maybe a 50-50. Marcus still just running amok, and they have to find something to promote going into the late term of this series.
Yeah, you're not going to tie this game up. I think that's apparent. You know, we almost saw it in game number 2, but that was DCC that made that run. But for the Mustangs, if anything, just get one to go in. There we go. Yeah, I spoke it into existence. That's just what I do. But you get one to go into game number 5 with, just to say, hey, they're not unbeatable. They're not unbreakable. And look at that. The long clear downfield over their heads on target works. It gets them on target, and it's going to start to spread them out. And that's what you need to do. When they're super aggressive and they're scoring like they are, you got to do something.
Oh, when you have 5 against you, you start playing a little bit differently on both ends. Desperate to find anything to work on the side of PSA. For DCC, well, it's just all parties and all play and confetti. Aliotic with a back pass is both Kachow and Marcus were at that midfield line, and it feels like this one just needs to be put on ice for later. PSA wants to write it off as a bad nightmare. Marcus, trying to look for something of a ground drop as Swaz on the pickup. That's a great air dribble from ground, but still nothing extra to be found. They've been able to get one, but was that all of a fluke?
I don't think it was a fluke. It's obviously, you know, DCC up by 5, feeling extra confident in that final minute. Yeah, they're not going to be playing as serious, but still, you get one to take into game 5 with you, but what are you going to do with it? You put yourself against the wall. You almost got one there as well, but DCC, 3 games in this series. They're on match point, 1 win away from being champions.
11 shots to 4, and that's what I was looking for. We had a timeout just a little bit ago, and you guys don't see it just yet, but there is, in fact, a sub that's coming through. We had talked about how PSA were adapting, evolving, and changing up their roster to the very last moments, and right now, they deem it necessary. You're in a 3-1 bind. You have to win 3 in a row if you want to play this Play versus National High School Championship. And this is the moment, I guess. Don't let anything be left up to question.
I mean, it's going to be a tough one, and especially with a sub coming in this late in the series. But, hey, crazier things have happened, and I like the call. It's not working out. Change things up, whatever it can be. And this is a huge change and can completely change the way this series is being played.
Well, we get to see this one come in just a bit. Obviously, you have just an overtly dominant offense. DCC has been promoting from the midline. They don't even really have to worry too often about how the backline's been happening, and we get to see if PSA can stabilize. So we do see Kazu coming in. They don't have Oxy, they're bringing in Kaz. So can this be just enough? Subi, we have to go to the distance. The champion might be crowned right after this.
Yeah, it's going to be crazy. You're coming in cold. How much have you warmed up? Were you even in the batter's box? We'll find that one out. I mean, I haven't seen something like this in a long time in my career. And Kazu, you know, a lot of pressure put on him. You got to win 3 games in a row. And goes up. Can't quite challenge that one, but this is going to be an opportunity as Kazu pushes this one up. Here comes Swaz. Plenty of boost in the tank, but uses it all to try and get there, and that was a great shot on target, but a better save from Kachow.
Ooh, and already a different revolution that we get out of this side of PSA. Kaz is able to actually get that early stop as they tried for the counterplay. Kaz has a Swaz, by the way. That is a snazzy way to have your team all lined up. This is actually one of the first times here that we don't have an early goal. I'm trying to both bless and curse it, see what the Mustangs can do from their back half.
Yeah, first time this entire series that we haven't had a goal in the first 30 seconds. So already things changing for the better for the Mustangs as Swaz goes up. Great defense there from Marcus to read that shot that Swaz put on. And here comes Haz trying to split the defense with that shot downfield. It looks like Kazu have the shot there as Marcus takes away that pass and slows down that offense from the Mustangs.
Chow just looking for positioning. They see the same kind of little double commit status, that aggression that you've gotten out of DCC upfield, but it does let the third man linger a bit longer. Kachow wants to get a demo, at least thin out this defense that they've not been able to muscle their way through this time, but Kachow, they found it as they worked it from the corner.
The go-ahead goal is in for DCC, and you saw the bunch up there in the corner from Haz and Swaz, kind of leaving the third defender ready to be cooked on the goal line. Gotta have those comms on point, especially on defense, especially with the firepower that we've seen from DCC, and Kachow gonna put them up by 2 off the kickoff.
I want to see where this was missing. It does just feel like a kickoff rotation, and they were trying for so much power to give it over to Swaz, but there was just not enough on the loft, and that ends up being a thievery by DCC as they just take advantage of that one floating right in front of the box.
And like we've said, plenty of time to get to work for the Mustangs, but it just seems like that is so much easier said than done. So hard to break through. They had that just shootout in game number 2, but ever since then, they've just been held to 1 goal per game. Got to break that mold here, and Swaz trying to do so right here, right now. Great challenge there from Haz, and Kazu just keeps it alive as that one's off target.
A slow grind this one on this back third. That's been an issue right now. You talk about kind of a missing offense. There's been on average about 6 shots, and they've had a couple of nice ones, especially from the perimeter, but they've often not had secondary and tertiary efforts allowing them to be upfield. Aliotic, we're going to lose on this 50 as Kazu is able to get at least a body too, and Swaz was hoping that one would be a starter kit, but a couple of big misses puts Kazu on an island.
Yeah, that was a tough one as well. He was very low boost. Able to catch up to that one. You don't want to find yourself in a 3-goal hole as Haz gets up, and he's actually bumped into that one from Aliotic. Helped him out as here comes Swaz. He's got the boost, gets the reset, gets the shot, as that one's saved by Aliotic. But now you have DCC awkward on that back line. Can they capitalize?
Swaz trying to do it with his outside fender, but you're basically turning yourself into a big fat target, and that one's going to bounce back in. The Kazu seems to have at least some confidence. If they've not had the majority of it, looking for a negative angle. Aliotic was just pinned on their backboard and nearly found themselves the third goal.
Oh, and Swaz almost had the bump. That one would have just rolled in. 90 seconds to go here. Game number 5. DCC on match point. The Mustangs have to get to work if they want to send this one to game number 6.
Kachow with some aerial antics, and then they still drop down with it, even with Kaz lurking in front of them. Swaz, they may be outplayed. They do have their teammate able to get it, but no power. That forces Haz to advance out, looking for a chance. They see Swaz. They're going to try and connect with them. They do! Oh, but look at the defense standing strong.
Standing firm on that back line. That was such a great opportunity for the Mustangs. They've got to get this ball all the way back down the field. It's been so tough to rip it away from DCC. In comes Marcus. Great challenge on target. This one just going to fall down, but he can't put it in. Still hope for the Mustangs.
One from distance. Swaz has to beat literally everyone. Flip reset. Can they get back to it? Kaz? No, it's Haz. Everyone lurking. They're going full send, and they're able to get one. They cut this lead in half with just enough time.
33 seconds to go on the clock, and they have a pulse. They have a heartbeat. There is hope for the Mustangs. 1 goal to go to tie us up, and this kickoff ever important for PSA.
You go for possession, or do you go for default? They win it over. Swaz, can they isolate everyone? They go over the top. What a find. Kazu on the outside wall. 25 seconds remaining. That's a handoff and a strike. What a takeaway.
You can't let this ball get out of the half. The goal's wide open, and Swaz ties us up, clutching up at the last moment.
Haz with the demo. He turns immediately. You had one man to beat if you're Kaz, and Swaz with the pickup. Oh, wow. The entire identity of this game has just flipped on its head.
Still not out of the woods yet. We've seen kickoff goals come out from DCC, and this one gonna be awkward for Haz. Gotta keep that one away, and he does from Kachow. But still, this ball working right to left, left to right, and DCC still on the offensive forefront. Here comes Swaz. He's got to get another touch. Let this ball hit the ground, or better yet, not going to send us with the giveaway goal as we go into overtime. PSA Mustangs clutching up at the most important moment, and that one almost getting away from them.
Got to stabilize. That's on both sides. Big demos are happening across the entire pitch. It's a Michael Bay movie, and it could end with one. 15 seconds, now more than that, as they try to connect upfield. Swaz is going to be behind both Haz and Kazu. And Kazu is just forcing them to be honest about it, as Kachow and Marcus will link up. You cannot let a free ball go wandering into the perimeter. Haz and Swaz, they at least find one. Kalionic looking for the kill shot. So is Marcus. Everyone's shooting.
Oh, and a great bump there from Marcus to keep the offense alive. In comes Kachow to just keep the defense honest as Marcus pushes this one up. He has Kachow lurking at midfield. And again, DCC just doing a great job at maintaining the offensive pressure. You just got to boom this ball downfield, get it out of their clutches, and they can't quite do it as Aliotic just got that boost. This one awkward, top of the box. Can they do it? No, the Mustangs hold on.
Oh, barely! By their fingertips. Fingernails are being ripped off with how hard the grip is right now. Haz and the rest of the gang looking for something to escape rip. There's no escape rope at all. 80 seconds burned, and it feels like we've lived it here in this orange half. Mustangs praying for some level of space, and they found just enough.
How has that only been in a minute and a half? It's felt like an eternity for both of these teams, as Kazu gonna try and get the offense started for the first time here in overtime. Let's see what they can work with, as already the ball back in the orange half. DCC doing a great job of controlling the pitch, controlling Swaz as this ball goes out. And my, oh my, Marcus just so confident to rotate in, and here comes Kaz. Plenty of time, plenty of space. 1v1, can't get past the defender. The ball at the top of the box, and Swaz has an opportunity.
If we're looking for the hook shot. Oh, they just diamond past both. Oh, 2 minutes, and it feels like our heartbeats are going 90 miles an hour as everything tries to just go a little bit slower, looking for some neutral zone play. Has rotates away, and Kazu will give his life for a touch to his teammate, looking for that redirect offside wall. Swaz will see it scream on in and scream on out, and now the Shamrocks
that's nice.
trying to find a little bit of good ball luck.
That inadvertent touch was actually perfect for what the Mustangs needed to get this ball back into the blue half. They've got to get some semblance of offense going. So far, it's just been chaos trying to just shoot that one on target, and this is going to be a free play here for Haz. Just launches it up off the ceiling, gets the boost steal, and allows Swaz to slow things up. He has Kaz waiting midfield, but not going to utilize him just yet, as DCC doing a great job of keeping this ball in the corner and get a demo to slow things up as well.
They were trying to run with it in stride, but it's been so difficult to do so because when they catch it, it's when they were initially on the way out. Swaz gets challenged by Marcus, and that will fall away as you see a demo by Aliotic trying to force the reset of this rotation out of the Mustangs. That's going to drop into open waters, looking for a dunk. Swaz always on this backboard. Great defense, and they get that nice takeaway.
Wow. Talk about confidence right there. Going off your back wall straight down the barrel of center field as Kaz and Swaz bump on that one. Little miscommunication, and things are starting to chip away. Here comes DCC, and Aliotic actually hits it away from Marcus and turns this ball over.
Chow will boom it to the opposite corner. Not quite safe enough as Haz sticks with it, and Kaz doesn't want to misplay it. They, at the very last second, let Swaz have a much better look. Marcus on target, baby, no! It'll be denied again, and we're at 4 minutes in OT.
Swaz with the fly swatter on the goal line, keeps that one on as Aliotic has the boost. Gonna hand this one off to Marcus, and that one's off target, but a demo for Kazu to slow things up. Upper 90, can't quite rattle in, and again, the varsity squad from DCC has been so close, yet so far away. But can Marcus do it? He does, and punches DCC, the champions of the PlayVS Cup.
Wow, Aliotic waiting it out, turning in, and Kazu left a Carling too far. Marcus ends up being the one who finds the dish, and that is going to be Detroit Catholic Central will be your PlayVS national champions.
Wow. I cannot believe this one. Incredible showing from both teams coming down to the wire. It felt like we were in Game 7 right there, but the Mustangs did such a good job of really giving it a fight in their last breath. That overtime was so tense the entire time. But again, congratulations to Detroit Catholic Central High School, your PlayVS Cup national champions. It was a long road, a long journey, and a hard-fought victory here. You got to say, you know, the Mustangs didn't lay down there when their backs were completely against the wall.
No, heroic moments, everyone coming together in those final seconds, a score with, 30 some odd seconds to go, and they're able to turn it in. That was beautiful, but it ended up being the elongated OT, and the Mustangs simply couldn't get the job done and run away from Marcus. It was the full composite. How many goals were there that were completely assisted? That team is ridiculous.
I can count for you.
Yeah,
Was the overtime goal
high
assisted?
percentages? Ooh, was it?
I don't know. They left so early, so the scoreboard wasn't accurate. But there was, let's see, 3 in Game 1, 5 in Game 2, 4 in Game 3, 5 in Game 4, 3 in Game 5. I mean, it's just these guys were just showing what true offense is. And when you've got a team and a squad that you can play with, and you're just gelling and vibing, things just work out. Even if you're overly aggressive, there was a reason behind that. They just couldn't be stopped.
Oh, yeah, that's 20 goals, by the way. That's fast caster math, and thanks, Subi, for being able to collect all those together. That is amazing. I got to see them in the semis, and I knew something special was brewing, and then they deliver one of the only big losses that this Mustang squad's had, and sadly for them, it's right at the doorstep. But something not to be sad about, they're still able to walk away from second place with $3,000. That is great tuition money to be able to have. On the other end, $4,500 for the side of DCC. That is fantastic of what they've been able to get, and as well as some hardware to walk home and away with. Subi, this was a special match. It felt like we had at least pseudo 6 games with that extra OT, and I'm glad we got to see that.
It definitely was, and what an honor to be here with you, Hail Monkey Man, to get to call this championship. It was such a hard-fought victory for DCC. But, you know, at the end of the day, I can't wait to see what James Bott has to say for Jorby because, you know, he dominated him in that prediction there. So let's just go ahead and go back to James Bott and Jorby on the desk.
Well, James, you might have dominated me in the prediction, but I gotta tell you, man, it just goes to show you, no matter what level of Rocket League is played, and overtime, where one goal is all that separates you from a championship, is some of the most exciting gameplay that you'll ever see.
Yeah, and I mean, already I think the day is off to a good start. To have the Play versus Cup Championship for Rocket League finish in overtime is pretty special. Love overtime. I think it's one of the greatest features of any game out there. The golden goal experience, so cool. But I think also it just goes to show you how good MHSEL was as a league, that Detroit Catholic Central came out here and played so well.
I mean, I was impressed with Kachao. Kachao had that sick redirect at the start of Game 5, just on the dime, on the nose, and to the top shelf. Love plays like that. And you could definitely see that what pressure does in a game like Rocket League, where literal single degrees can be the difference between you winning a 50, scoring a goal, or maybe even own goaling. But you see the pressure being something that is such a difference maker there, and for Detroit Catholic to overcome those problems. And even though every shot wasn't working out for them, some of them off the bar, some off the post, and some great defense from the Mustangs, but eventually they were able to close it out. So I believe we have Detroit Catholic's coach for an interview, Jun Cash. Is Jun Cash with us yet? I don't believe he's here with us yet. Yes, Coach Jun Cash, how are you doing? You guys just won the Play versus Cup Finals. You got to tell me, what are the emotions you're feeling right now?
Hello. Can you hear us?
That's awesome. You know, what has that been for you guys, like not just this season, but also for the esports program at Detroit Catholic? You said the whole school just came over to celebrate with you. Has it been like that for the community, for the esports program?
Wow. Well, Coach, maybe you can give us a little bit of a glimpse inside your program. How were you guys able to drum up so much support for esports at DCC?
What do you think your guys' biggest challenge was this season and in the lead up to this grand final? And what was that thing you kind of were telling your boys in the back, keeping in the back of their minds as they got ready and prepped for today? Wow. Well, that's absolutely awesome, Coach. Love hearing that. I want to give you a chance to give any shout outs to the school, or really anybody you want to here as you guys take the championship. All right. Appreciate that, Coach. Thank you so much. Go celebrate with the team and the school. Have a great day. That is Coach Jun Cash for Detroit Catholic, and congratulations to them for taking that championship. Love hearing all of that commotion in the background. He's like, they all rushed over.
You can tell it's a special place. If for anybody at home who isn't aware, there was a video that made the rounds on social media about Detroit Catholic Central, how they hosted that Rocket League match against another school, and everyone was losing their minds. And so that clip of the assembly going crazy for a high school Rocket League match, it blew up on social media, and a lot of people were like, look at this, this is crazy, this is what high school esports can provide for students. So really cool getting an inside look, or at least a little bit of an inside look from Coach June Cash in that interview.
Well, PlayVS helped create this ecosystem and helped create this atmosphere, to facilitate this. And this isn't the only thing that they've done. They've done a lot of different partnerships with different high schools and across the country. But the big thing for them with Unified, Unified and PlayVS, it's the Special Olympics Unified Esports, gives players an opportunity to develop sportsmanship, build team bonds, and create a community. In partnership, Special Olympics North America and PlayVS are focused on growing Special Olympics in North America and Canada. The PlayVS are focused on growing Special Olympics Unified Esports, which combines students with intellectual disabilities and without intellectual disabilities on inclusive esports teams. Through strategic and innovative collaboration, PlayVS serves as the official operator for the Special Olympics Unified Champion Schools National High School Esports League in the United States. During the break, hear from athletes and coaches on what Unified Esports meant to them.
Special Olympics Unified Sports gives an opportunity for students both with and without intellectual disabilities to play on the same teams and to compete as teammates, as equals. What we've noticed through esports is that we've seen a tremendous boost in attendance, academic achievement, even just social interactions amongst our students. They know that they need to come to school to be able to participate on the esports team, so that's been a big motivator for them to do well in school, show up every day, and even just the friendships that are made on the team is just like any other team. We have teammates that are playing their teams together. It would be great to get more schools here in New York City involved with unified esports.
What makes esports unique, and our school students get to show and practice the skills that they are learning, skills like leadership skills, teamwork, problem solving, multitasking, and they can take these skills into the classroom and outside world when they can practice it every day to enrich their lives.
Unified Champion Schools provide schools pre-K through university with intentional opportunities to show inclusion within the schools.
Welcome back to the Play vs. Cup. I'm James Bott, joined by Jorby, and we just finished out our first Play vs. Championship for Rocket League, or the first championship of the day, and it was for Rocket League. And it was an exciting one, Jorby. Ended on overtime.
Yeah, ended in a 3-minute plus overtime, and those are rarely boring, and that one certainly was not a very exciting way to finish that one.
Well, Jorby, it was cool seeing me being a coach in MHSEL. It was awesome seeing an MHSEL team take the whole Play vs. Cup for Rocket League. So congratulations to them. Really awesome to see. But now we are going to shift our focus to another award. This time it's the Community Trailblazer Award. The Play vs. Community Trailblazer Award is a Play vs. designated honor that seeks to recognize an individual in the Play vs. community who has gone above and beyond, not just for their own program, but for the overall Scholastics esports program. A trailblazer is someone who has left their mark in the esports world as a whole and has improved the experience for everyone. Check out this video that the Play vs. team put out to announce the award winner for the first ever Play vs. Community Trailblazer recipient.
It is my honor to introduce the Community Trailblazer Award, a recognition to an individual who's led the way in progress for scholastic esports at their school, in their community and state, and for Play vs. She pioneered the Arkansas Coach Council, which has helped countless esports programs within the state flourish. She has also led the charge in legitimizing esports within the Arkansas Activities Association and transformed the lives of many students and coaches, making her a cornerstone of our community. As she finishes her 5th and final year as a coach at Northside High School in Fort Smith, Arkansas, she now hands the torch over to her assistant coaches. But something tells me she won't be a stranger to the program. It is with great pride that we present the Community Trailblazer Award to the extraordinary April Coates. Congratulations, April.
April, you are our first inaugural Community Trailblazer Award winner.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. I had this program and I had a group of kids that I knew we could be more, so I had to be vocal. And then I just got to be really pushy and like really get people to like help me grow esports in Arkansas. And yeah, I think we have a pretty tight-knit group of coaches now, and we want it to move to the next level. And I feel like I reached a point where I had enough people that were on that same agenda that I could walk away. But it will be hard for me because the last 5 years really has been like a lot of my life dedicated to this. But so when I say I'll never fully walk away from it, I won't. Everybody knows I'm involved in esports and they know I'm a super coach and they know that I'm proud of that. So thank you for allowing me to do this.
Your words and your passion truly inspire us. I think this is an amazing boost for all of us to see the passion that you bring, how many lives you've indelibly impacted, and we champion you, we applaud you, and can't frankly get enough of this. So this means so much to us, and we want you part of our community forever.
April, you've played such an instrumental part in shaping the experience of our products and just the experience for kids across the nation.
Your impact has spread far, far beyond just the immediate area that you worked with. It's you're a very known person in the entire state of Arkansas, and for all the right reasons.
Hey, this is Wes, the ex-esports coach from Van Buren High School. We've been stiff competition against each other for the last 5 years. She was the president of the esports board. Without her leadership, we would have never got anything done. And she was the perfect person for that position. We competed against each other many, many times, and there's nothing negative to say about April. She's an amazing person. My congrats to you, April. This is well deserved, and good luck with the rest of everything you do.
Congratulations, April, on that Trailblazer Award. Really cool to hear that story, Jorby.
Yeah, it's cool to hear that, like sometimes it takes a person just constantly going to bat to set up these programs and hearing everybody around her say how instrumental that she was in helping to set up things, not just in her high school, but also in the
state.
greater
Yeah.
Arkansas area. I mean, that's absolutely special. So congratulations for sure. Well earned.
Awesome. I love these awards.
It's
I feel
so
like
great.
The
This-
recognition and getting to hear the stories, I think, is the most fun part.
It's my favorite part. Like, this is where, like, the people are what make everything, are what make esports so fun, is the people, the players, the coaches, the people involved, the parents. Like, the parents are a lot of times my favorite people to talk to, and just how much they support their kids doing this, because they see that value that the community brings to their school, but also to their personal lives. And I just think that's incredible.
Really is awesome. But now we have to focus on the games once more. Super Smash Bros. Ultimate is the game we're talking about, and the Eastern region is the one that we will be viewing first. DuPont High School versus Flangler Palm. And Jorby, this is going to be, I think, the first time we've seen Super Smash Bros. On the stream.
It is the first time we've seen it. We got some Ultimate, James. We've been talking about it off stream. We are excited for this one. And DuPont, Flagler, both of them have excellent records, of course. And I believe the format is a crew, I'm not going to say straight crew battle format, but it is much like the Hearthstone format we had, where 3 players are going to be playing on each team. So you'll see each of them go up against each other.
Kind of like the Hearthstone.
Yeah, exactly. So,
well, Jorby, we've got to look at the records. Now we are going to make the predictions. Who do you have in this matchup?
all right, look, give me Flagler Palm. I think they got it in the bag. Throw that up on that lower third. That's right. Thank you, Blasky. What about you, James?
Well, I think we'll stick with the adversary picks. I'm going to go with DuPont. I'm excited.
No caster cursing on this desk.
We're giving everybody an equal chance to win here, at least with the predictions. So we've got the picks, but now it's time to watch the match. So we're going to send it on over to the casters to cover the action.
All right. Thank you so much once again to James Bott and Jordy. It is very nice seeing your faces once again. And listen, Jordy, you had all the confidence in the world saying that Flagler would be taking out this tournament, and we have some stats to share out for you. But ladies and gentlemen, welcome on into the desk. My name is Upmind, joined here by the one, the only, beautiful Crow. Because, guys, we are ready and raring to go for what is the core of play versus action, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. And again, talking about this matchup coming up, it is going to be Flagler Palm Coast High School facing up against DuPont Manual High School. And again, we saw both sides kind of split up a little bit, but just to help you guys out, Flagler at the very end here, when they do have that anchor in their lineup, that man has been undefeated in play versus play. You can't exactly say the same about the boys over at the Crimson Carried DuPont Manual. But, Beautiful Crow, listen, you kind of take me into your little analytical brain, little mind in there. Kind of tell me, what do you think?
This is going to be so dope. I mean, 24 teams all the way down to these last 2. It's just Crimson Carried, man. Look. We got to talk about it. We got to talk about it. They're doing really well as we are. Actually, we're just going to jump straight into it. We're straight into game number 1.
Yo, you got to be.
Get right onto it. Okay.
Yeah, no, this is... Hey, we are trying to see if this is even the game at this point. It should be warm-up because, listen, it should be warm-up because Kirby, we just haven't seen Kirby, period, from either one of these teams. And Kirby being pulled out as a counter pick in grand finals. I mean, folks, if anybody has ever played Smash in their life, I played Kirby. I played Kirby so much in Melee. I played Kirby in Smash 4. But there's, I mean, even a little bit in Ultimate as for fun. But listen, he's just a cute little puffball. He can only do so much.
Hey, no, you cannot sleep on the Kirby. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I've been to some locals where we've had top 8 Kirby finishes, and it's actually quite scary.
Did they win though? They can only do so much, dang it.
They can only do so much, yeah. I mean, hey, it could be the sleeper counter pick, but no, like, really looking at it, especially on this Crimson Carry lineup, right? Like, Dante, if he's rocking this Luigi, I mean, he's been pretty consistent with it all year long, and also in this playoff. So would not be too, disappointed to see him just be like, all right, let's just go and throw it out. I mean, Luigi's one of my favorite characters in Smash to play because of how much versatility he provides in general.
Right.
Plunger Demon, absolutely 100% 80 all the time. But looking at FBC, like Flagler Palm Coast, they're actually kind of scary. I'm not gonna lie.
That's why, Jordy, he came up, chest out. You saw the confidence emanating from that man, the electricity coming out from that man whenever he said that Flagler was going to win this one. Because listen, I believe it too. Again, at the very end, in terms of their anchor, their quote-unquote anchor, he could be coming out at any point. David, he has a little bit of an unorthodox character lineup. He mostly plays Bowser Jr. Now, if people have been catching up with the recent Super Smash Bros. Competitive play, we've been seeing a little bit of that resurgence of Bowser Jr. Yeah. It's been taken. It's a pretty raw character. It's a relatively honest character, but it has a couple pieces of utility in terms of just literally projectiles that they honestly they catch up a lot. They are able to kind of manipulate space a little bit and manipulate that neutral. You can also play a little bit of that getaway type of play style. So again, can't exactly blame that Bowser Jr. being that 100% win rate, but he also has a Rob in his pocket that he has also maintained a 100% win rate. So in terms of just pure Super Smash Brothers play, you already have a player in terms of David that is just there to fundamentally drag this team in really no matter what situation they're in.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the whole thing, right? When we talk about, you know, the Scholastic level Smash, most of it's played online, most of it's played online rather than in person, but like you see any Rob player in general, you're on my list. I'm not gonna lie, you are on my list. But he's a powerhouse in person, but online Rob is just like so ridiculous to play up against. But the thing is, Crimson carried. I think that DuPont Manual can fight up against this, right? This is the most interesting thing about it. Both Henry and Thurston piloting the Banjo-Kazooie to a very high win rate for both of them. And Banjo,
it's just crazy that we have two of them on the same team.
Two of them on the same team, right? And that's the thing, right? So it's like both of them have plus 60% win rate, 100% on Thurston, 80% on Henry, and you're just like, right. Oh wow, that's actually terrifying because not that many people know how to play against the Banjo and Kazooie. I mean, it's not necessarily a super rare secret locked away pick, but
if you're playing a sortie, then I guess it's just easy for you to manipulate purely because you're just swinging, you're just doing that the whole time. And Banjo and Kazooie, they do have some pretty disjointed hitboxes, and at some point when you do this, it's gonna hit right at some point.
At some point.
But in all reality, we're not looking at those types of matchups here in the hands of FPC. Yes, we do have a Byleth, but it is a heavy pocket in the hands of Albert. We have Sora, and that is... Yeah, he has a Keyblade, but it's not exactly considered like a traditional sortie, or at least in terms of the mid-air options. But still, at the end of the day, Crimson carried. They do have a couple of those strengths, like you mentioned with the Banjo and Kazooie, but also Thurston. Thurston is coming in with a Game & Watch pick.
Very divisive pick there.
Divisive. I laugh so I don't cry. Is what I'm doing here, because yes, Game & Watch is just that sort of kind of that spur in the wrench. It's a little bit more of that. If you understand Super Smash Brothers, if you understand your opponent, Game & Watch feels so easy to play. It feels like a plug-and play whenever you're just looking at your core 3 or 4 favorite characters to play in the game. You could easily slot in Game & Watch right there, because again, it's a relatively easy character for you to not only pick up, for you to kind of master. So them having a solid Game & Watch at the very end, that just gives them kind of that automatic, that at least an iron anchor type comparison to David on the other side, who again has that 100% win rate. But as we look over to the other side of Crimson carried, again, like you mentioned, the Luigi, it's not exactly super like out of this realm for someone to pick Luigi. It's just that, first of all, I just see this trend. Whoever picks Luigi, they pick Luigi for life. They do not give up that character by any means. And you can kind of see it in the fact that we have an 86% win rate with Luigi under the belt of Dante.
That's insane. I mean,
and he only plays Luigi.
Only plays Luigi. Solo Luigi. One of the things that's really making me root for this Crimson carried is DuPont Manual High School squad is the fact that they're coming in as the underdogs, basically, right? 20th seed in the entirety of the playoffs. But the thing is, everyone they've taken out has been significantly higher seed. Like in semifinals, we just saw them get the 3-1 over DCC Varsity, right? they were seeded 8. You see them in quarters in round 3, match 2. They took out Smashers in Swampscott High School. They were the 5th ranked seed. Like, and then in round 2 they took out Massachusetts rather. And it's just like they keep punching up. And now here in the finals against FPC, against this Flagler Palm Coast, like they're poised to do it again, right? And that's one of these things that's really making me root for this lineup, along with the fact that the picks that they are playing are just like it's crazy enough for it to work, right?
Right.
Like it's gonna be so dope.
Right, and I mean, you could kind of say more or less the same for Flagler. It's just the fact that Flagler, they already came into this with the 6th seed, and at a certain point, you kind of need to just throw seeding out the window for these types of tournaments, because at the end of the day, it is fighting games. It is about the individual, and yes, you can have the sum of your parts. You could always, have that raw mentality in terms of, just the crew battle, in terms of just, encouraging your teammates to do better. And of course, the work outside of the actual play itself, whenever people are practicing, whenever people are looking at film, that's really where that team aspect comes in. However, when we're just looking at the tournaments themselves, it still just comes down to that individual, and it really just depends on that day to day, who really wants to step up, who really is ready for either their individual matchup or who is ready simply to take the most advantage of their characters. And that's something that we can say for Flagler, because they made it through this tournament clean at a 6 seed. They still did have to face the 3rd seed, and they 3-0'd them clean. So Flagler, they've already proven themselves that, yes, just because they're in grand finals, that means that they already have a top 2 finish, right? But they have already proven themselves to be a top 3 caliber team in terms of that high school scene.
Man, this is gonna be dope.
It is.
So excited. I'm so excited to get into it. We're almost there. Just a few more before we can get down to the nitty gritty, down to the business in this wonderful finals here. Play versus Up Mine, man. The stories are there. We got the backgrounds.
They are there.
We have the rosters locked.
Listen,
what else there to say?
The unfortunate thing, and we dealt with this with Valorant yesterday. For those who are watching, listen, we're dealing with electronics. We're dealing with technology. Things are simply gonna happen, right? Things are gonna break. Things are gonna do a little explodey thing, right? Rob isn't gonna be working all the time, man. There's a reason why it was discontinued, okay? Like for a very good reason, ladies and gentlemen. We need to move on here to a break. We are going to have to wait a little bit for some technical difficulties, but please do not go away. This is only the beginning of our Super Smash Brothers portion of the show. The East region is right now. We still have a full best of 5 crew battle for the West region coming up right after that. It's going to be a jam-packed 2 to 3 hours. Stay tuned, folks.
Today's been an incredibly exciting day. We're here today at the CHSA State Championships in Colorado. It all comes down to today. Students competing across the state in a number of different Nintendo titles. The governor was just here. Really, really exciting to see the teamwork, the collaboration, and everything that goes into esports fully on display today.
Well, it's great to see the state e-gaming championship right here in Lakewood, and really there's high schools from across the state sending teams here to compete in esports. Gets kids engaged, builds collaboration, teamwork, problem solving, and somebody's going to go home with the trophy.
Today has been an amazing day. Me and my team have been doing this for a few years, and it's all of our senior years, so this is kind of like a big finale for us. Being able to hear everybody in the crowd cheer after getting a stock or winning a round, it's a lot of fun.
This is a culmination of a lot of years of hard work in helping us at the CHSA office really close the gap on belonging in high schools.
This is a way for them to get recognized, to bring trophies to your school, to give recognition to your school. There's scholarships.
I really like the opportunity of getting to come compete for Grandview High School. I feel like people grab these new opportunities for things like esports and things that might be more less known around the world, and get to show your skills in them. I enjoyed the team format because it requires not just one person to be good at the game, but multiple people.
This year, we're going to work harder, and we're going to get better, and they got better. And I'm so incredibly proud of these young men for winning the state championship today. CHSAA, PlayVS, and everybody working together to make this real for the students is everything to me.
Today we are at the Boeing Tech Port Center in San Antonio, celebrating esports in San Antonio community with schools around the area, league professionals, colleges, all coming together with a common purpose. We've been very, very excited to announce that we've had 2 college scholarships, 2 different students that each got over $90,000 in scholarship offers just by playing on their team through PlayVS.
PlayVS is hosting an event today, and it's just a great way to see teammates sitting together. They roll up on the big yellow school bus, and just having a chance to compete and be along your friends and family while you do something you love, I think is one of the neatest things that are happening here.
I've seen so many students in gaming find that passion and find that, oh, I do love to talk to people, or I do love to go on panels to tell people about my experience. There's just so many different pathways that esports and gaming open up for students. It's great that we align with PlayVS because with our partnership with NASEF and PlayVS, they support students on a tournament level. They give that competitive space to all of the students.
I am here as a panelist, hanging out with parents and kids, talking about what it's like being in gaming, being a content creator. I think esports and gaming are important for students because it's a way for them to build a community. It's a way for them to learn skills like team building. PlayVS is something for kids to actually be a part of a team, be a part of a group, of a community. It's something that can keep them motivated, can keep them focused, can make them feel less isolated, less alone. Have this group of like-minded students and teachers that they can learn from and that they can play with.
Today we're here at HyperX Arena in Las Vegas, one of the world's coolest and most exciting esports arena, to allow 100 kids from Clark County Parks and Rec to compete in a Madden tournament. We're calling it PlayVS Live Gridiron Showdown. Today's event is a really important one, and we're really excited about it. It's the inaugural PlayVS Live event. It was important for us to establish PlayVS Live to create opportunities for more kids to experience the excitement and benefits of esports and competitive gaming.
The city of Las Vegas has a true commitment to esports and embracing everything that goes along with the workforce development components of esports. So this was a great opportunity to not only look at the gaming aspect of it, but just for them to see on a larger scale what they could do down the road.
Currently we serve thousands of schools across the country, but we're always looking to impact more. While kids are on our teams today and they're competing across fall and spring seasons, it was also important for us to establish PlayVS Live to create experiences in between that season, on one day or on one afternoon like today.
My favorite thing about today has been, getting to meet the kids, also meeting some, incredible athletes on the panel.
Everybody's path is different, and enjoy your path and take it for what it is, and don't try to compete with your neighbor or, compare yourself to everybody else all the time, because your perspective is the one that matters, and you have to keep that paramount in your life.
I thought it was important to be a part of today's festivities because just as many of these young people might have seen me play, I'm here to watch them play. We have to support each other. Now, I may not be the best Madden player, but I was pretty good when I was on the football field. And I think if we're able to trade stories, maybe they'll be able to take some of the excitement, the enthusiasm, and the lessons that I learned on the field and apply it to the way that they play the game. And they might be able to give me some advice in terms of how I'm living my life now. And I think that when I think about the world of esports, you know, it's not a zero-sum game. It's everybody being able to learn from one another.
One of the things we talk a lot with our friends at the NFL who've been partnering with us on this event is unique ways in which they can make connections to fans in different ways.
I think gaming is important because it's a way to, like, de-stress yourself.
It was actually really cool because it's a game that I've never played before, and it was actually really fun.
It's okay to take your grades serious. It's okay to take your training serious.
You should try it because it's a good way to spend your free time and meet new people.
The opportunity of this event and what we can do potentially across the league and getting more and more teenagers to compete in Scholastic Madden tournaments is a really exciting way for them to make new and unique connections with fans that they otherwise wouldn't be able to do. So we're really excited to support that.
And one of the things I talk about a lot is self-talk, right? Self-talk in terms of being able to motivate yourself. You might be able to be motivated by your friends, your family, or you know, your teachers or somebody else, but the most important person that motivates you is yourself.
For today's event, we are super excited. I almost couldn't believe it when I found out that the big trophies of European soccer are going to make their way across the pond and into our little school down here in Lower Manhattan. So it's really unbelievable.
We're here with Manchester City, one of the greatest soccer clubs in the entire world.
It was very exciting. It was like a great experience. Like I like soccer is like very good, and I've been practicing a lot and getting better at it. It was really fun. It was really fun today. Cause I had fun. It was had fun today because I was playing against this Sean. I was playing with Sean. I got excited to see him and play against him.
For our students, having these trophies here is phenomenal. You know, for our unified soccer team, we've kind of been at the pinnacle of Special Olympics unified sports, competing at the highest level, and they really look up to the players of world football as you know, their idols or their role models. So to have the trophies that they've won that symbolize the best of world football coming to our school is just an unbelievable.
It's pretty fun. I have fun all the time. You know, I'm the type of guy to hustle on the field, you know, be on defense. Play like defense and offense a little bit both, but mostly on defense because, you know, that's what I like to play defense. So.
We're definitely Manchester City fans. Manchester City is definitely the team that we root for over in Europe. They really are undoubtedly the best team in the world. For today, I definitely want to give a shout out to PlayVS for...
That is enough waiting for y'all, okay? Enough. We had 20 seconds left of the clock. Strike that out, even though, of course, we've had a little bit more time to wait here. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome on back in. We have, Kirby time. I got a Togepi right here. Why not? But ladies and gentlemen, we are... I just dropped the bat. But hey, we are ready and raring to go because, ladies and gentlemen, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, along with the East and West region, is about to kick off. And listen, we've been talking a whole lot about this East region, but we just have the action to show you guys in just a couple seconds. Listen, we already got the desk for some quick predictions. Crow, what do you think?
Look, I still think that it's Crimson Carried squad, man. Like, I gotta go with it. I gotta stick with them. It's just,
alright,
the
alright.
lineup is too crazy for me not to enjoy this combat, and we're going straight into the game. Finally, we are here.
You go for Crimson Carried. I'll be... I guess I could just have to be the contrarian. I don't have as much confidence as Jordy, but hey, listen, I gotta go for Flagler. If we do deal with that iron anchor in just a little bit, my goodness, we should be having a little bit of a whack here from Flagler. All I want to see is David by the very end of things. But here in our hands, we are looking. I mean, no, this is David. Excuse me now. David is on.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. David is already on our screen. So instead of David potentially being an anchor for this team, just to kind of secure the win, instead, we're looking at David at the very beginning, alongside, of course, one of the two Banjo and Kazooies. It should be Thurston, but we'll get that confirmation in a little bit.
It's gonna be Henry on Banjo. So yeah, we have Henry on Banjo and David and Bowser Jr. starting things off. They're at each other's necks, and I just love how literal just up in each other's grill they have been so far. 85 to 112, not a stock taken just yet, but his jab combo is going to launch pretty far, but I believe, yeah, Henry's going to spin a Wonder Wing to get back safely.
Still fine for now. Striking back, Wonder Wing coming in. Okay, it's just a stall at this point. I'm liking this. I'm liking this. This is two characters who, again, you wouldn't expect to have such control of range, to have such control in terms of the projectile play, but they're both kind of acting on it. Instead, now, though, the Bowser Jr. finally closes up the space and finally picks up the first stock.
Yep. First stock going to go the way for Flagler Palm. Oh, looks like you're going to go and get the second one, too, as he starts the air juggle combo. Oh, my goodness. David is actually nasty, but finally that first stock does go the way for Henry. I mean, he didn't have to expect, the 0 to death, losing that second stock automatically
just
to put him in this position.
Now, you love to see that. Love to see that immediately. It's an electric start already to our tournament. But listen, we still have, I say tournament, to our grand finals. This is only the very climax of our tournament. We had, I think it was a 32-team tournament. It might have been even more than that. But listen, it was a couple weeks of competition. At this point, though, Flagler alongside DuPont, we're looking at what is already a big start for the boys over on Flagler. Again, it isn't exactly unexpected. We knew for a fact that this Bowser Jr. had that potential, and there's no way this kills. On the edge, but listen, look at the gap. 103 versus 33 on the second stock. There's so much work that needs to be done.
Oh man, I thought the cannonball was going to trail and tag him there towards the end, but no. Henry will survive for a moment longer. Spinning Wonder Wing, I believe he has 3 left, trying to take this stock away. Now remember, this series is the best of 5, but each match is a BO3, so there are still opportunities to come back for this, as it does look like, yes, David's going to go ahead and finish off this first game. Pretty solid work all around. That first stock was very, very conscious back and forth, but after that, I mean, David kind of ran away with it.
A little bit, but that is exactly what we expected. David continues the streak. I think no, Togepi's still here. Well, listen, I turn my back to you because, ladies and gentlemen, if you didn't believe me, this is how I feel. I feel disappointed in you. I can't even look you in the face right now. I told you that Flagler has that iron anchor in terms of David, and indeed that pops up immediately. 100% win rate continues here, especially on the Bowser Jr. that has been played throughout the very large majority of this run so far, even though he still has a perfect Rob in his pocket. But now we get to focus up on what is potentially the rest of our matchups here, because we still have a Banjo and Kazooie laying around. We still have the Game & Watch in that Banjo's pocket, or it's the other way around. But considering the win record, actually the Banjo has been doing most of the hitting. If anything, it has almost as many wins as the Game & Watch pick. But that's Thurston over for Crimson Carried. You also have Dante at the moment still on that Luigi. I expected the Luigi to just come out immediately, though. I did, in crew battles, you do kind of expect the player that has the most, potential to come out, at the very end just to kind of sweep things up. But with this sort of format, you are just kind of throwing a shot out in the dark and maybe hoping that, you are kind of going tit for tat with the other team's best player. And I don't think that necessarily happened again. You can't beat you can't deny a 100% win record in the hands of David, but I think Dante might need to do something about it already in this second game to kind of turn things around and make sure that that momentum doesn't go in FPC's way.
Well, I believe it does stick to Henry and David for now in this best of 3 set. Yes. And
yeah,
Vince,
for that
which is
third,
players,
yeah, for that second set. But again, this is a
Right.
best of 3.
Yeah, so-
It's a best of 5 of best of 3s. We didn't really explain the format that much. It is not a traditional crew battle, and also kind of combobulated me for a second. But exactly that. We are looking at a best of 3. It's okay. It's okay. As like, look how relaxed Kirby is. Like, come on, everything's
he's chilling.
okay.
He's chilling.
Everything's okay. Yeah, but yeah, again, we are going through stage selection right now for that second map, or for that second game. But again, just to establish that format again, we're looking at best of 5 of best of 3. So we're gonna have, not randomly, the first 3 sets are gonna be between whichever players are available on the lineup, and for the last 2 sets, it is whoever you choose. So at this point, again, is the lead right now. Floor, Flagler on your left, DuPont on your right. Bowser Jr. already starting off. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Yes.
Okay.
Going for that back here. But that was it. That was already it.
That would have been it.
That was the sweet spot.
That would have been it. Yeah. That literally forced Henry to have to do the be there to get out of range for that finisher from David here. But he's already at 66. That's crazy that Bowser Jr. can KO from this point, right? Like, he can take a stock so easily from here. Just one combo is all they need. And now Henry has to fight back consecutively, like legit fight back to get into this.
It's not too deep of a gap though, and of course you're still looking at the Wonder Wing in the hands of Banjo Kazooie. It is always kind of that get out of jail free option, especially when it just comes to that damage. You're getting a free almost 30% just off of one input. However, we already have the Bowser Jr. Just so much pressure, and there you go. There is that Wonder Wing coming out, cutting things down by a little bit. But this is one thing that I just regretted to kind of mention here. It isn't just the projectile play that has made Bowser Jr. special. It is the fact that they have so many quick aerial options that they can chain, that they can go so saucy with. I mean, you can see how slick this Bowser Jr. looks right now.
Slick indeed, and it's just controlling so much of PS2 right now. Being able to, play the neutral, play the sides as well. Just projectiles, the duck bombs are just so great, and the little Bowser bombs are so great. And you have to predict the landing, right? That's the biggest thing that Henry has to be able to do. But the forward air actually will cleave and hit the great spot to take him off that top left black zone. So the first stock actually goes the way of Henry. I do like that. Will be equalized immediately, but that does establish a bit of tempo.
Oh, that is such a ridiculous combo. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Bowser Jr. gets a taste, but can't exactly complete the whole bite. But you still have 63% getting taken out immediately.
That's actually insane. Oh man, already at 63. Much like the first stock in this exchange for game number 2 here from Flagler's palm. It's just, David is just so good at, getting those efficient combos off and putting Henry at that high percentage off rip to force Henry to play in such a defensive version. And he's gonna get he's gonna get a second stock. Just pure raw charge. Absolutely insane.
Yeah, but the smash attacks too for Bowser Jr. are so ridiculous.
So good.
They take up so much space. They cover they cover plenty of options, or at least the ones that you're looking for. Even the up smash is a little bit of a scoop, right? We always talk about the characters that are able to kind of just give you a little scoop, such as a Snake. But with this one though, it is just brutal in the fact that the F smash, it covers up. It almost looks like a wall. You just can't surpass it. But we are still looking at this neutral battle here. We are still looking at 50% for Banjo and Kazooie, as it is a little bit tough here. We haven't gotten a lot of damage in a decent bit from the Bowser Jr., but it is mostly, I mean, it's actually some beautiful play right now. It is some beautiful patience coming out from the Bowser Jr.
Very much so, and like I said, it's that control. It's that ability that Henry has to control the center stage. Oh no! He whiffed the combo! Oh, that actually would have been so good for Henry. Been there, done that for sure. But
yeah,
it's just,
but did
like
he
I
need
said,
it?
Yeah, he definitely need it. Okay,
We'll
there
see.
it is.
We'll see. 131 right now. Still a lot more work to do, but my goodness. Escapes the pod, bangs in the hammer, and just like that, Flagler Palm takes away the first game.
I genuinely was opening my water and just like at the same time that forward air came out, and I just did not expect it to just straight up take him to the blast zone like that. I did not expect that stock to be taken like that. Hey, that's Bowser Jr. for you, so yeah.
Yeah, exactly. No, Bowser Jr. is a low key heavy hitter. Again, that kind of archetype early on in the game was put on a character like Yoshi more than anything. But no, Bowser Jr. We also have another pretty strong little dinosaur. Is Bowser considered a dinosaur? Is that no? It's a dragon. That's the thing.
He's a dragon.
He's a dragon. Yeah, but yeah, let's look at the replays real quick, right? Ignore the fact that I don't know basic Nintendo lore, okay? Hey, my bad. But listen.
He's a Koopa.
He is a Koopa. That's That's the whole bit. But again, this is just the examples that you it was consistent throughout the whole game. We didn't really have that back and forth that we really wanted to kind of bite on in terms of that information between Henry and David here, but you can see still a couple of those instances of being able to cook up in terms of Henry. But again, the Bowser Jr., David, really actually probably some of the cleanest play that you're going to see today. Any sort of action, any sort of small hit that we ended up getting from David was chained into something else, or at least at the lower percents. That sort of conversion is something that is very important in Super Smash Brothers, because again, those solo hits, yes, Bowser Jr. can whack a little bit, but so can Banjo and Kazooie. You need to take advantage of the fact that you're just a little guy and you got a couple of little hits. Combine those little hits, million paper cuts, it works out.
I'm just still stuck on that one combo that Henry tried. Center stage, gets the grounded, gets the down throw, goes for the up smash, but whiffs it by like 2 frames. And you're just like, if that connects, it's 1-to-1.
Right.
And there's very much a real possibility that Henry could take it and brought us to the game 3. Fortunately, that was not going to happen. And it's just, I really did like a lot of his defensive options. His Wonder Wing usage was good, but it's just the amount of power and control that we saw coming out from David on this Bowser Jr., which is too undeniable. That will result in the first game of this set going that way of FPC.
Yes, sir.
We got to gear up for the next one.
Yes, sir. We have Flagler Palm Coast again, still remaining with Albert alongside Fletcher. And you still have, who is it here? Dante and Thurston looking to step up to the plate. Again, it's just tough here because you look at the fact that Dante alongside Thurston, these are pretty different picks from what we've seen before, but we also haven't really talked about, we should be talking about this player right now. And this is sort of the reason why that I was really confident that Flagler was going to be able to take this series. It's the top to bottom form that this entire roster has been on. Yes, we've seen a great run from Crimson Carried. We've seen a great run from DuPont Manual. But in all reality, it's been a little bit more back and forth. When we look over towards just the statistics from the games that we've seen from the entire team from Flagler, listen, 71% win rate on Inkling under Albert, 100% win rate under Byleth, also for Albert. And when it comes to Fletcher, he only plays one character, and he has exactly the same win rate as Dante on the other team, who has the highest win rate on his main. And that's not even talking about David. That's not even talking about the fact that we still have another player on this team with 100% win record. So again, FPC, they have some true heavy hitters, and it's just tough for me to even point out who should be stepping up next to this roster, because they're going to need everything coming up in these next 2 games to at least maybe make this entertaining.
Yeah, I mean, look, FPC really got to go crazy, and John, you gotta whip that squad into shape. Crack that whip. Let's go. It's playoffs. It's finals. Cracking under the pressure is definitely something that squads can do.
Absolutely.
This juncture,
right.
And like, you've been fighting hard all playoffs long, all season long to get to this moment. Sometimes the nerves can influence you. Sometimes you can be like I'm always a top form player, but there are these situations where you need to perform the most and can be a little bit shaky. And this can be one of those moments. And it does look like we do have Fletcher and Dante coming in. So we're going to see the battle of the one mains. We're going to see the Sora versus Luigi.
Okay.
And I said it. Luigi just is one of the scariest members to ever grace the field of Smash Brothers in a 1v1 in this situation.
Right, but yeah, it's just the fact that Luigi, they do prefer some more grounded play. And we're looking at a lot more floatier of a character in the form of Sora. A deceptively floaty. What's up?
I want to say Sora is like the floatiest character in Smash.
Yeah, I was about to say unexpectedly floaty, but yes, literally the floatiest character in this game. And in terms of the aerial play for Luigi, it isn't exactly like they can certainly control them. You know, you still have the fireball, you still have the plunger, and it's still not exactly something that you're really going to get instant gratification from. It's going to have to be a lot of that same mentality that I was talking about earlier. You're trying to get those million paper cuts in little by little by little, chipping down that Sora. And when you're dealing in the midair, Sora should be beating you in that case. So it's going to be a big kind of challenge here. How is Dante going to play up kind of the stage selection going forward to potentially try to keep Fletcher grounded?
Well, I say that, right? But like, yes, Sora's the floatiest character. Yes, he does have a lot of aerial superiority. But the thing is, all it takes is one up B from Luigi. Just one. And you know exactly the scenario that I'm talking about. Any single time. We're getting into it. It's game number 2. Okay, you pop manual. Dr. Palm up 1 right now.
Are we in button check? No. I mean, we'll see if they're in button check or not. We'll see. We'll see. Let's give it a second.
Yeah. Survey says. Yeah, I think it's a button check.
Perhaps.
Yeah, they're not even.
Yeah, okay, yeah, 100%.
Yeah,
100%. All right.
We got baited. It's okay.
It's okay. We can keep hyping it up a little bit. Because, again, these are the last 2 players remaining for these rosters that are true mains. So, again, surely this Sora has faced players like Dante that are going to try to keep things grounded a little bit. And that wasn't even the stage that we were going to. We're going to small battlefield coming up for this game. And actually, no, Crow, do you think that small battlefield is going to try to help out that mentality that I was talking about there for Dante?
I think it's really going to be... It's going to be scary because, like, Dante being able, like, on small battlefield to get in closer is going to be one of the biggest keys. Like, yes, Sora will be able to spam Firaga, Blizzaga all the time. Thundaga is going to be great for coverage, you know, the 3 little hits of the lightning bolt. But
yes,
as soon as Dante... when I get my hands on you, Ricky, like, it's literally just... It's going to be disgusting because he can output so much damage so fast, but it really does come to, like, you know, how well does the Sora know the matchup? Like, how well will Fletcher be? How well will he be gaming on this Sora? You know. So, but small battlefield definitely influences the matchup.
Yeah, no, it does kind of force Fletcher to be a little bit more on his feet. He will not have that space to kind of reset himself, even think for a little bit and just be like, oh wait, I shouldn't be in this guy's face right now. I should be forcing him more to come towards me, force that Luigi to throw out one of those slower aerial options just so you would be able to punish. But, ladies and gentlemen, we officially have our game. You can see the small battlefield. You can see the wax a little bit, and okay, we already started seeing it cooking just a little bit, maybe a little bit too high of a percent to see it going, but we see the potential in the up B for Luigi. But will that even be it? Luigi is still doing a great job right now of managing this Sora. However, Sora, with that Keyblade, does more than enough. Just a couple chip hits already leaves this first stock pretty easily.
Okay, that's the coverage I was talking about. You know, he has to be able to stack spells in order to push away Dante. Fletcher has already a very high damage stack for both, right? So, like, the amount of, like, sheer will it kill hits from Luigi are really higher, I would say, unless he doesn't get scooped into the All right, yep, I think Fletcher's okay with his matchup up mine.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. I think he's just fine for now. Again, it is just Dante. He needs to push the situation right now. I'm not exactly too worried about Fletcher. I mean, if anything, if Fletcher just plays like a more traditional Sora, he should be able to take this one on paper. But again, this is Dante that we are looking at. Dante has been the standout performer for Crimson Carried, has been the player for DuPont Manual. Again, this man has an 86% win rate. That is among the highest in this entire tournament. But again, only on Luigi. You can only do so much in this sort of counter battle, but that should have been it. That should have been a quick punish coming out from Fletcher, but didn't get too much out of it. But no.
He's done. Yep. Oh man, yeah. Fletcher's doing such a great job of pushing him out and keeping him out. It's the Luigi missile misfire. I mean, it's just he has to be able to get creative. And okay, I was gonna make an off the top of the dome joke there, but he just automatically just up smash. All right, let's do it. So now it's down 1-2 here.
Here we go.
I mean,
go.
Oh no! Oh, he started it. Yeah. Oh no! It was so close to being the perfect scenario. Oh man, but he can easily recoup this though.
No, he just doesn't get the sweet spot, but this is a lot more plausible than what we just saw. And what on earth was that mash?
Grab! Hello? Mash into the grab? Let's go.
That option was crazy. You can already tell what buttons this man uses whenever he mashes.
Yep, we know what the route is. Oh man, it's just the amount of keep away that Fletcher's been doing has been working so well. Now what's going to be the big thing that keeps him in this game? How well can he keep Dante from starting anything up? And he's doing such a great job with it, with the Firega stack, with the Thunderga stack, and catching him out, not allowing Luigi to play these wacky games. He's going to get frozen again, mashing out, survives for a moment longer, but he's at 149. This is very scary territory.
Yep.
It's bad waters for him to be in, and Fletcher will grab that one.
Listen, I mentioned Dante having an 86% win rate, but we are looking at Fletcher with the exact same percentage, 86 versus 86, and Fletcher is just going to continue that streak for now. Again, we still have that second game coming up. This is a quick best of 3 between these two players, but just from your cautionary look, what can Dante possibly do to kind of get Fletcher a little bit more within that play style that he wants?
He's going to have to be a little bit more creative with his... Hello, cat. With his
my camera.
plunger loops.
Yeah.
And like utilizing the fireball, because like the thing is, Luigi plunger stops a lot of projectiles, and it does in fact stop Sora, Firega, and Blizzaga, I believe. But it's a matter of being able to react to that as well as he can. Carbonation, wow.
Wow, we
it's just being able to react to the speed at which Fletcher's been throwing out these spells, because that is the biggest advantage that he had over him in game number 1. And as soon as he was unable to deal with the spells, you saw the up airs and the forward airs come out. The amount of aerial loops that we saw Fletcher being able to do, which we knew was going to happen. We knew it. It was like, oh yeah, that's Sora game plan, you know, spam spells, aerial superiority. But the closeness of the stage definitely was influencing a factor from Dante. And like that one combo hit the sour spot, unfortunately. No up B. I said, hey, all it takes is a 1, and it was right there. It was so close to happening. So that's something that Fletcher obviously knows, keeps in the back of his mind, does not want to happen again, because that's the difference between a full sweep and a game number 3.
As we head into game number 2, it is going to be, very simply put, back to PS2, back to normal. Oh, okay.
It gets scary. As soon as you see the Luigi down there, you just automatically get scared.
always, every single time, because that's their bread and butter. This is what these guys work on every single day as Luigi players. They know the one combo, they know the press. I mean, it's not a free win. You still got to execute it, which is why they practice it so much. But my goodness, once you see it, you just see the stars align. But again, we're still looking at Fletcher. Fletcher in the lead right now, just by about 40%, and is playing this perfectly right now, forcing the Luigi to come towards him. The Luigi not able to actually pull out any sort of good projectiles at the moment to at least potentially force Fletcher. Fletcher, again, is more than fine with playing this matchup the way that he's playing it right now.
Yep, very much just in the driver's seat, forcing Dante to be on defensive, but he gets caught in the edge of the Luigi Tornado, not able to start anything off after it. Okay, that's for attack there.
Yep.
Drop kick not going to be there. Good shield. Ah, there's the dash attack. Okay, I was wondering who's going to try and rip that out. Plunger in 1, 2. Oh man, see that's that Luigi Edgard I keep talking about. Just drop plungers. It's going to hit every time.
Yeah, real tough way. Real tough way to do that edge guard, but I think he's fine. He got 2 pretty good missiles out of it. And now knocking away Sora to 113 for now. Fletcher still up against the ropes. He's at 113. Dante. Oh! Dante almost found it. You saw that iron dome coming out real quick. The forehead of Luigi almost coming in strong.
Man.
But now this is Fletcher's opportunity for some extra credit.
Yep. It was. I thought that honestly. I thought the stock went to Dante there, but no. Fletcher, he can get out with the scoop. So now he needs to get all the damage he can before falling off of this first stock. But it's really forcing Dante to have to play a little bit differently. Okay, Luigi with Tornado, massive damage. Where does he fall though? Very good stop into the spell, preventing him from progressing any further here. This is getting very scary because the damage keeps climbing for Dante.
It's just so tough, though. You saw how close Dante was to taking away that
done?
first stock, but no! That Thundaga, it covers so much space, and you see just the wall, the absolute curtain that gets put up by it, and just like that, Dante is done. Yes, Dante does come in, pulls out a tornado, and is able to take away that first stock. But where was that get out of jail free option for that entire second stock? Oh goodness.
Oh man, it's so difficult because like you can see the plan stewing and brewing as there's a but no, the platform's gonna save his life. The rollout. Oh no, Dante has to get it together. Or Fletcher, really close here to pulling out another 2-0 in this best of 5. Gonna put it on series point, on championship point here. All he has to do is stick to his game plan that has been working up against this Luigi. Oh my God, he did it! Gus, he did it!
He tripped him and he whacked him. There you go. We're back on track. It is Dante now, up against the ropes, on the verge of leading his team only 1 game away from losing out on Grand Finals.
Oh, there's a grab! Oh, there's a grab! Oh, he rolls out of it. He techs it. Oh, man. It's scary. It's so scary right now. You can tell they're playing differently. Fletcher can't panic. He has to regain his composure. Trying to block him out here. Ooh. No. Oh, he gets stuck. He bashes out of it.
Good follow-up in terms of the damage, but 121 right now. So many moves here from Sora. Will be able to do it. Fletcher needs to get back. Rises with the freeze. What a
oh no, the Ron B!
No.
Oh my goodness.
He fought so hard to push that to the edge, but instead, Fletcher finds it in the end. But what a disastrous way to end it. Oh, me too. Hold on.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I almost choked you out here, man. But what? That was such a clutch up from Fletcher. Like, if we get that part in the replay for after this match, it's just the fact that he got the freeze. He didn't immediately act. He got the Blizzaga. He didn't immediately try to go for anything because of Dante's history of mashing out of the freeze into either a grab or a plunger. This case, he was mashing out into an up B. All he had to do was step back, clear some space, and go right back in to secure the victory. And that's exactly what he did. So that was a great read, a great predict from Fletcher. Oh my goodness, man. My heart rate needs to chill just a little bit as we look at this replay.
Yeah, we have a reprieve here in terms of the replay, folks, because my goodness. Flagler, yes, you made it to that 2-0 start. You made it now to an extreme cushion here, but my goodness, they were finally pushed to the edge. We were waiting so desperately to finally see a close game between these two teams. And again, it was exactly what you mentioned. It was just one punch, one opportunity, one uppercut from the Luigi to really make things plausible, and you guys are going to see it here from the replay. And what a beautiful follow-up with the jabs too, jab blocking the Sora down to the ground. But again, coming down to the end, Fletcher keeps Flagler Palm up 2-0. And one more best of 3 potentially to go for Flagler to take down the PlayVS Cup.
It's insane. It's actually insane. Like, my heart's still coming down from that perfect ending. But yeah, you're right. They are up 2-0 currently in this best of 5. It's all up to Thurston.
Yeah, Thurston.
To bring this back. It's all up to him to strap on that backpack. Hey, he's a banjo player too, so I mean,
yeah,
gotta get that backpack on.
And his banjo's perfect. His banjo has been utilized as a pocket so fairly rarely throughout this tournament, but he still does have a 100% win rate on that banjo and could pull it out in the middle of the best of 3. Doesn't need to pull it out immediately at the beginning. He can still test the water with the Game & Watch and then pull out the banjo and kazooie. However, I don't exactly feel as if that should be the case. Albert here coming up, folks. This is another mixed bag of tricks. Here for Flagler, they have Albert representing them with Inkling and Byleth. Their Inkling has a 71% win record, playing the large majority of their games, and they revealed slightly a Byleth pick. They only played it once. They won the one game that they played with that Byleth, but that is already enough for y'all to kind of realize that the danger is there for Albert. Thurston, still, same thing. We are looking at 2 players with a pretty solid pocket.
Yeah, and I mean, as someone who loves him some Inkling, it's going to be very fun to see. I mean, versus I definitely have a better time in the banjo matchup than the Game & Watch matchup, just because of like how many ways Game & Watch can counter. So like that is, you know, something to keep in mind. But the Byleth, the tool for every occasion, you know, just like heavy hitter, great distancing. Oh yeah, you know, I have one of the best forward airs in the game. It's whatever. I mean, just neutral air, spin the bow. It's cool. Whatever. We're good. So this is really going to be a huge test for Thurston to be able to get back into this. We've been hyping up the Game & Watch all day. We have. I mean, it's very much that character that's like you either love him, or you absolutely despise him. And this is a situation where, look, if you're Crimson Carried, if you're this DuPont Manual High School squad, you love you some Game & Watch right now.
Absolutely, you have to. But again, in this situation, we're looking at the fact that the Game & Watch, it might struggle a little bit with that Byleth matchup. Maybe not so much with the Inkling, but it still should be pretty difficult to even get in to kind of get that Inkling kind of just under kind of your control in neutral. Because a little easier put, Inkling is a faster character than Game & Watch, is a slicker character in the air than Game & Watch. It's not that Game & Watch doesn't have the options to kind of pull people out of the air. Don't get me wrong. That nair, that up air alone is already beautiful options to kind of keep people stacked, to kind of get people controlled. But we're still looking at the fact that this is yet another little bit of a matchup disparity between these two teams. Nothing has gone in the odds of Crimson Carried, in the odds of DuPont Manual, but that is just going to make the ultimate win for them so much sweeter if they can start the reverse sweep right here.
They have to start it right here, right now. And I know that's a big ask of you, Thurston, young man. It's very difficult to get it done, but it all starts with you, and it all starts here. I do know they are doing a button check. They're going to get the techies in, make sure their hands are warmed up, ready to go.
Right.
It's either the last gasp for this Manual lineup, or it is the final nail in the coffin being dished out by FPC Esports. Gus, my boy.
Hi.
How are we thinking? How are we thinking this is gonna end? Is this start the reverse sweep, or is this just it? I know you were an FPC guy. I know you're like Flagler Palm Coast all the way. But is there the chance that they blunder right here?
That's the thing. We've looked at what have been pretty much the biggest assets for DuPont in the last 2 games. Those are the 2 players that have really driven this team throughout this playoff run. It's not like Thurston isn't a force in his own, because he absolutely does have that potential throughout his lineup. Again, that 100% win record on the Banjo and Kazooie is something to look out for. But just what we've seen so far from Flagler, this is a complete lineup. This is the type of team that you could absolutely see on a national stage, on potentially an international stage, in crew battles. doing relatively well. They have a decent lineup in terms of that character pool. It's just that, again, when we're looking over to DuPont, they don't have as complete of that roster. I mean, if anything, they have 2 players who play the exact same character, so not a lot of unpredictability. That is an easier preparation state for our players over at FPS or FFPC. But this all has to come down to the preparation. You got to give it up to the coach, John. You have to give it up, of course, to the coach of DuPont, Jordan Woosley, because for both of these teams, you can already kind of tell that they had some pretty good ideas of where they were going to go in terms of staging, where they were going to go in terms of their character picks. They're just going with their strengths. All of these players, they have pockets, and all of them are going for their strengths right now, not trying to do anything crazy in terms of the counter picking, just focusing on the gameplay. So the support staff has given these players the tools to succeed. Again, it is all just about executing from here on out. And just in terms of this matchup coming up alone, I gotta admit something. This might put a red herring on my back. I play Game & Watch, okay? I have a pocket Game & Watch, all right? Listen. Hey, it's a character in the game for a reason. And listen, I'm a disciple of Meister, okay? And I also put a red herring on my back, but still I digress. Game & Watch in itself is a character that is relatively easy for you to pick up in Super Smash Brothers. That's if you have the mastery of the game itself. I'm not calling myself master by any means, but I at least had good basic knowledge of the game. Game & Watch, when it comes to just raw scenarios in just situations that you're not that comfortable, you can actually still do a couple of easy moves just for you to kind of turn the tide in any game. You have great smash attacks. You have a great down smash that is relatively like a guaranteed kill, just at about 40 to 50%, right? And same thing with an up smash being incredibly strong. A wide-ranging nair in the hands of the Game & Watch 2. Ladies and gentlemen, I am praising this potential Game & Watch coming out very soon for good reason. We need to see DuPont step up with Thurston on the Game & Watch if they want their chance here at the PlayVS Cup. And once again, we just go through the button check once again. We are going to get into the game in just a little bit, but listen, I just have to ask, in terms of that prediction that you dropped a little bit earlier, any changes?
I'm still very much confident that Thurston can bring us to a Game 4. I mean, like, you're the Game & Watch player, I'm the Inkling player. I despise playing against Game & Watch on this character because it's just
right.
He just hits so hard, and like,
yeah, he's such a little guy.
I'm just trying to stack up combo. I'm trying to stack up as much, like, Ink as possible. Get the side B in, dash attack, scoot,
and then you get down throw,
and then down throw, up air, down throw, up air. It's like, why is he put out a brick? Like, it's just. It's so annoying, and like the amount of like actual ridiculousness, like the bucket can catch both my grenade and my regular, standard B fire. So you're just like, all right, I guess. Then I have to bring it close quarters. I have to be able to, hit you with a dash tag into an up tilt. I have to be able to like actually get these starter combos off and not rely solely on just like stacking up the ink and making you fly farther. What do you mean I actually have to play the game fairly? This is ridiculous. Like, I don't want to do this. So it's definitely going to be interesting to see how they can go. But the speed of the Inkling can possibly discombobulate Thurston here, and that's something we do have to watch. So Albert, if he can get swifty on him, if he can have that high speed maneuver, like, there's a high chance he can just run away with this.
Yeah, and at least the good part about roller, it is very hard for you to actually execute a good down smash onto someone coming in on a roller. And Game & Watch simply doesn't have that many options. That is very far ranging from just a grounded kind of F-tilt perspective. But, ladies and gentlemen, this could be it for the East region here for Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Play in the High School National Championships, brought to you by the PlayVS Cup. As, again, DuPont, they already start off with a little bit of a slacking start. However, it is Game & Watch that we're looking at. Just a couple of these little chip hits will lead into a whole lot of damage.
Yup, and when you see him, he's getting caught, right? Like, a lot of it has to be dash attacks out of hop to be able to get things. But you can see him getting stopped multiple times over and over again. And then, oh, wow. That actually would have been a stock had that connected. Albert doing a good job right now. Staying alive. Keeping that distance. You have to. You have to be able to. They could get a little bit of a splat. But if they get caught here, Thurston looking to get it. Some more damage off. Sitting at a high 117 himself, though.
Oh, and that back here. Never mind that being a actually pretty great approach option. Never mind the fact, of course, we see the back air strings off stage. Just like I mentioned, is he going to drop and try to go for it? He just spreads the fan.
What?
But my goodness, that down smash from Inkling does last a whole while. And the ink actually keeps away Game & Watch from getting in that down smash. Now we see a little bit of desperation from Thurston, and I love this pace from Thurston. Thurston is not allowing DuPont to breathe.
Yeah, he has to bring the fight to Albert. He has to, you know, not let this speed get him wary. The upbeat, not going to KO, actually. Oh, no, he went for the key. Not going to happen.
No, he's good.
Allowed to get back on stage for a moment.
Listen, Game & Watch, man, I'm not scared whatsoever. Key at ledge, that upbeat is way too
full charge.
But speaking of strong, my goodness, you have two characters here who can ground and who can absolutely sweep away. If, of course, you get that approach in the grounded state, Game & Watch doesn't get grounded there, but it's already done. Scoop up smash, and just like that, again, things are not done just yet here in the sets, but in terms of this first game here of this third BO3, this just might be done here for Thurston. Thurston, he might need something electric here to make it work for DuPont.
It's the fact that he has not been able to take this first stock of Albert's is actually insane right now. Sitting at 184 on the Inkling, you would have thought
there you go
by now, and finally we'll finish it off. But you're at 40% on your final stock and potentially the final game for your school. This is insane right now. And I said all Albert really has to do is consistently be able to stack the paint, get the hits in, dash out. And he's been bringing the fight to this Game & Watch all match long, and Thurston has just not been able to, you know, secure these KOs, get these stocks. Like, it's been a lot of, like, stacking hits, but no just pure on confirms.
But Game & Watch, considering how floaty he can be, and considering the quick options that he has in terms of the aerials, he can be relatively slick. And oh, what a catch!
No.
And we are on the road to redemption here for DuPont. Albert on the edge of his seat now. Thurston now at 100%, has a whole stock to deal with. But again, this was one stock to 3 here from Thurston. Thurston might just pull off the reverse 3 stock, but just needs to execute. There goes the meat. There goes the chef. There goes the jabs. There you go. It's only just the chip hits. This is what Game & Watch is known for.
Oh, he has to predict all the landings that Albert might have.
Goodness.
Oh man, this is so scary. 142 to 59. He cannot afford a single slip up here. Up B, gonna do some more damage. Looks bring down Judgment. Not quite there. Getting some more paint stacked, but you can tell that Albert
is just calling him out.
Yep, he's not trying to go in. He's trying to land a roller.
Beautiful.
Shield predict up air.
The damage is just. Oh, what?
No way.
No.
What a slip.
The Game & Watch gets absolutely yeeted into the abyss. And oh my goodness, who would have thunk it? The back throw from basically the middle of the stage does it. But you could tell that wasn't supposed to kill. Yes, it was strong, but Thurston, he wasn't able to react to that. I don't know who would be able to react to that. Who expects the back throw there?
Yeah, no, I'm thinking that was like a bad DI because he just flew.
I don't think he expected it. Yeah.
I don't think he did, and that was just like I didn't even think that was gonna be the option. You know, I thought he was gonna grab up throw. You know, maybe try hit grenade. You know, I'm like, oh no, he just pure back throw. I'm like, okay, wow.
Yeah, no, you're done. Out of here.
Literally out of here.
I was about to throw the Togepi. Out of here.
Don't throw the Togepi.
No, I get. No, absolutely not.
Okay. Resetting here. We have to reset mentally for us, but also for Thurston. Now you are on tournament point here. You cannot lose these next 2 games. This is literally do or die for Thurston, for the rest of DuPont Manual.
Yep.
For them Kentucky winners, the KHSAA champions, getting all the way here to the finals and PlayVS Cup. It all comes down to this, man.
It really does. But again, the fact that they even made it here to this point is an incredible story. They already are state champions. This is, yes, it's not exactly the result that they would have wanted coming out of grand finals, but gotta give them a lot of credit coming out of this one. However, again, we are not done. One more stage to go potentially here for these two teams, but considering the amount of fight that we saw from Thurston after he dropped those first two stocks, again, I don't think we're going to go quietly into that good night. We're not going to go quietly into that West series that we have coming up after the East has concluded. But yeah, Thurston, he wants to cap this off with at least an electrifying reverse 2-0, excuse me. Because if he does do that, I mean, gosh knows how much momentum that's going to give to the rest of his team. Again, considering what we just watched, we do have a pocket, a perfect pocket in the hands of Thurston. Do you think that happens though?
I want to believe. I have to stick to my predictions all the way through. I'm a man of conviction. If anything, we got to pull all the way through for the homies. And like, you saw how close Thurston was able to bring it, right? That was after the adaptations were being made. That was after the P got wind of a lot of the predictions that we saw Albert throwing out, right? It's just that back throw was so just
unexpected,
random, just out of nowhere. Just like, all right, cool. Let me just let's get out. But
yeah,
he brought it from a 2-stock deficit down to a 2 interaction situation.
Yeah. Yeah.
So if he can do that just sooner, hey, we could be looking like a game 4, you know? Like if he could be like, all right, let me hit him again without losing 2 stocks. Just hit him.
Just hit him. For my expert analysis, just hit him earlier. Why are you waiting? Why are you waiting the whole game to hit him? Why don't you just hit him now?
Oh, this is gonna be so interesting. We're on small battlefield now.
Yeah, and I don't exactly know if that's really the play. You did see Thurston though. In terms of his pace, after the first stock had went by, he really wasn't allowing Albert to breathe. It's just that, yeah, I guess that we have the smaller stage. We could still see that effect from Thurston. Not a lot of space for Albert to be able to run, but also Inkling just has so many quick options in terms of berries, in terms of just high damage options on stage that you're just going to have a lot less time to react to. Again, here is an important roller coming out. I thought it was going to potentially fall right onto the Game & Watch as he got onto the stage. But again, a good nair coming out. It stops things here. We are even at this point. Yeah, oh, never mind.
Falling into the up smash. That was actually a really good call out. I really did like that. Albert is definitely seasoned on this Inkling, doing a lot of just like very confident plays, going in for jabs and going in for, dash attacks and forward tilts, but
no way.
Offside stage, no, wow, actually will survive. And the jet will be perfectly landed. No threat of a down air to try and get a spike. None of that business. Up air to connect. 128. Now we do know Albert has a reputation for living at really high percents on this Inkling. I believe it's like 150 before he fell in the first stock in the last game. And that is something he was able to take to his advantage.
Yeah, Albert was able to take a second stock, with the amount of time that he had on that first stock. So my goodness gracious. Again, this is everything here already for Thurston. Thurston does not want to be in that same situation that we saw him in that first game, down by 2 stocks, needing to make that big comeback. You need to be closer to the edge, though, for that back air to be able to kill like that. But, okay, a rare little dash attack kill, but we will take it as DuPont still resting all of their hopes here in the PlayVS Cup on this last game, potentially, of Thurston. Thurston maintaining his space right now, almost begging Albert to interact with him. But still, what is going to be the setup? What are we going to get here from the hands of Thurston whenever that first interaction comes in?
It's really just a lot of Albert's, normals that reach a little bit farther with the paint shots, being able to, go past any of the offense that Thurston has been throwing out. And Albert is doing a really good job of keeping him guessing, keeping on his toes, because he knows all it takes is one dash. Go ahead, charge up the paintbrush, knock him down, and now Thurston is on his final stock, the final life, potentially, for DuPont Manual here. He has to tie this up and then exceed to push to game 4. As championship point, or the championship rather in general, is in the sight of Albert from Flagler Palm.
Are we going to see an electric finish here from Flagler? Again, Flagler has gone almost perfect so far in this tournament. All of their players have above an 80% win rate on the year. But my goodness, will they at least cap it off with a perfect finish in the finals? Will we see them back for dominance next year? But again, DuPont, they still have that Iron Game & Watch looking to hit. And again, Game & Watch is all about those chip hits. It's going to take a while here for us to see this Game & Watch come into effect. But there you go, maintaining the space. No jump here for the Inkling, but they're back now. Chair comes out, dash attack comes in just to try to close the space. And there we go, back to 1 stock.
This is so scary. It's back to 1 stock.
Oh!
68%. This is so doable for Oh my god, are you serious? He got the 9, but the 9 was not in the chamber. Oh man, Albert's living for a little bit longer, doing the biggest sigh of relief for his squad. Oh, he's still in this fight.
Unbelievable. And that is just a theme here for DuPont. So close, but potentially so far. They need to break the script. They need to break that plot armor here that Flagler Palm has had throughout these playoffs. But instead, the Inkling looking for it. There goes the back throw, looking for the back air. Not able to catch it. Good up air, but not going to do much. No!
Oh no! Not like this!
Unbelievably disappointing finish for DuPont. But for Flagler Palm Coast High School, they triumph in victory in the Super Smash Bros. Ultimate East National High School Championship.
What a way to end it. Oh my goodness.
I have no words. I have no words. It's
plot armor's too strong. Literally, the fates were not defined. It was that close. But in the end, FPC Esports Flagler Palm Coast High School take it a 3-0 in the series.
3-0, and that just proves who indeed is the king of the East. Again, give it up, ladies and gentlemen, for Flagler Palm Coast High School, bringing out the big guns from Florida. Again, dominating the Eastern Conference here, as again, all 3 players were able to sweep away their games. There was no game 3. There was no drama. Barely any of the games went to that last stock, went to that last hit scenario. And you see that at the very end. You couldn't get kind of the escape out of the parachute. You have to dip down from parachute to then be able to air dodge. That is one of the more finicky little mechanics there for Game & Watch. And unfortunately, that ends up becoming what is the downfall for DuPont at the end. But again, you can't just put it on Fletcher. Fletcher did so much there to push things over the edge. Again, realistically speaking, no one from DuPont was able to kind of break through the impenetrable Flagler.
And yeah, look, I swear I need to talk to this Flagler squad, because did they have the scripts? Like, did they know everything that was going to happen? It's just... It was sheer domination in game number 1. Game number 2 was literally, for lack of a better term, it was a slobber knocker. Like, they were fighting tooth and nail.
Oh, yeah.
Blood and claw, everything, just leaving it all out there. But this last game had 1 or 2 things
we were so close.
Differently. It was so close. Thurston played their heart out. Absolute congrats to them. And the rest of Manual and the rest of DuPont, Crimson carried all the way to the finals. Unfortunately, couldn't carry you past 2nd place, but that is a really respectable end to y'all season after the incredible season that they did have. But once again, congratulations to FPC Esports. And man, that was just the East Conference. We still got another one for you guys.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We'll talk about the West in just a little bit, folks. But it does look like we are going to be ready in a little bit to throw things back to our beautiful, handsome, and potentially tall. They bring off tall energy. I'll tell you that much at the very minimum.
I can see that.
Tall and handsome hosts back over in Charlotte, sending it back over to the studio.
a one-sided series, a sweep.
Oh,
so
but
I
it
mean,
was
there
so
were
close,
close
but it was
moments.
so
There were
close.
close moments.
The Sora versus the Luigi, and then at the end, I saw that 9 come out on the Game and Watch,
And
and
you're
the
thinking,
miss.
oh, are they going to connect?
And then the SD to end it, like the pressure. Oh,
But it's up to that, even though it wasn't SD, I mean, you could tell that the Game & Watch was playing their heart out. They were just a stock down.
Yeah.
Got the stock off Inkling and then was fighting back and was so close. If that, you do wonder what would happen if they made it back to the map. But
I gotta say, shout out to Upmind and Beautiful Crow. Absolutely entertaining commentary. It is Smash commentary, some of my favorite for sure, and they definitely elevated that series. Excellent job from them.
Well, we have crowned the Super Smash Brothers Ultimate East champion. We have the West still to go, and that's going to be coming up after the break.
I was really drawn to PlayVS because it's sort of this unknown space at the time. It's an emerging field. And so it's a really exciting opportunity to kind of follow this space and really be leaders in it. We're designing a product and service that in many cases doesn't already exist.
The big thing at PlayVS that really stands out to me when working here is just the attitude of all the people. There's a lot of people here that love video games, and not only that, they love helping the students and the coaches really maximize that potential.
It's not often in life where you get a chance to have a group of people that are passionate about the same things, and we really all want to make an impact, and that's my ultimate reason for everything.
It's truly a place where everyone is incredibly supportive of one another. And I think the biggest thing is there's just like a lack of pretension. And I think it's kind of a testament to the type of judgment-free culture that we've been able to cultivate.
What's kept me around with PlayVS is I think the people are awesome, and another thing is I really just love the outcome.
Having this opportunity to impact students' life and create something that I wish was there for me was the main motivation.
I think it's my team. That's been something that I've really been able to get to know them and love and enjoy getting to work with them on a regular basis. But then also on top of that, I think it's just being able to see like what impact it's having on these students and these kids.
So being able to work with people that really just want to not just get the job done, but really work towards benefiting competitive gaming is really a cool opportunity.
on an epic journey this high school season. Engage in thrilling showdowns in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Leave competitors in the dust in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. Or ink your way to victory in Splatoon 3. Experience competitive Nintendo gaming at your high school with PlayVS. Discover more about the thrilling season ahead at PlayVS.com.
Welcome back to the PlayVS Cup. We got to see the epic East Finals, but we still have the West Finals. So we got more Super Smash Bros. Ultimate ahead, Jorby.
That's right, baby. I get more Smash. I get to see the forward smashes, the up tilts, the not necessarily
Neutral
ledge guard.
airs.
Can we get more spikes? Like, come on, man. I need some of that spike action in my life. Just a little bit, please.
Yeah. Well, Jorby, you might get it. Maybe. Who knows?
Yeah.
Maybe they'll turn on items just for you too.
No, don't turn on. I don't.
You don't
like
want items? No,
No,
Okay.
dude. I'm a purist.
I am as well, actually.
Nice.
But I mean, anyway, let's,
Didn't sound like it there for a second.
Well, I was gonna just say that in Smash out of the box, I feel like items are part of it.
I mean,
you know?
yeah, for
So-
sure. When you're at a party and like there's 4 of you playing and you're not sweating, but let's be honest, 3 of my other friends come over, we're all 1v1ing. Okay, we're just
100%.
taking
No, I'm with you on that.
or doubles. Doubles is actually really fun.
It is. And maybe doubles will be a format in the future.
That'd be
But
cool.
Right now, we're just going to stick with the 1v1. Let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket for this event. We got Mililani from Hawaii going up against Harriman from Utah.
That is a crazy matchup. Yeah, I wonder how playing from Hawaii is. That's got to be crazy. We were talking about that earlier, but some Utah representation coming in as well. Should be interesting on the head-to-head for these two squads, and their records almost exactly the same, except for 1 more game loss for Harriman High School. Most of the time, there is a distinct difference in the game's record, but this literally almost exactly the same record.
And also, both of these, the Spring 24 champions for their state or region as well. So this is 2 champions from this latest season going head-to-head.
Yeah, I am excited to get it going, but James, I don't even care. I want to tell you who I know
You're
is
just going to
winning.
jump right into
That's
the
right.
picks.
That's
Okay,
right.
Who
You
do
know
you got,
what? Give
Jorby?
it to me. Give me that camera. That's right. Mililani has this in the bag. Give me the squad from Hawaii. They got this one.
All right. Well, I'm a big fan of snowboarding. I've been to the mountains myself. Utah, beautiful mountains in Utah.
Yeah.
I hope to see them one day. I've only driven through them. I want to snowboard on them one day.
That would be
So,
cool.
I'm going to go with Harriman. Give me Harriman from Utah. I got them taking the West title. But Jorby, that's enough of us here. Let's go and send it on over to Upmind and Beautiful Crow for the cast.
All right, thank you, boys. Welcome. Oh my God, my cat just did it again. Welcome on back, folks. It's a little earthquake, for sure. No, but hey, welcome on back. Actually, I got one of my cats sitting right next to me. Actually, hey, now you can see it. Now we have cat cam. Now that the camera's moved, now we have cat cam. All right, all good. Welcome on back, folks. Welcome on back. Again, the West region is about to culminate here in the grand finals. Super Smash Bros. Ultimate official play under PlayVS Cup is reaching the very end. Again, Merriman on one side from Utah and Mililani coming in from Hawaii. And this one, it is a lot more, I want to say, of a toss-up on paper than what we just saw back in the East Finals. Purely because, again, we did just see on the graphic that we just saw a very, very similar stat page there where both teams were able to take a couple losses throughout the season, throughout the playoffs. They still maintain a relatively perfect run, but we already look towards the player statistics, Mr. Beautiful Crow. Listen, man, all I'm saying is that we don't exactly have all of the heavy hitters that we would expect on each roster in comparison to what we saw in the East.
I mean, you're right. Like, looking at it, I mean, it's very much a different complexion to East, and I mean, that's always going to be like the talk of, Scholastic Smash as a whole, right? Generally, whenever you're speaking of these stronger rosters, these stronger groups, these stronger institutions, most of the time you're talking about people from this direct South, or you're talking about, East Coast. And the West does have a plethora of talent in there as well, all the way down to the high school level. I'm excited to get into this one. Like, you look at the record, the match record from regular season, literally identical match record, game record, and then you get the playoffs. That's where the difference is, right? That's where we're like, who's really going to be showing up, like on these squads? Who's really going to be, looking to be the difference maker for both Mililani and Harriman? And like, shout out my boy Leighton, because he be saying, like, oh yeah, Hawaii got a lot of heavy hitters all the way down, it's all the way down. And then I'm like, all right, so I have to go for Mililani. Like I gotta go Hawaii 5-0. Where do we doing this thing? Give me some spam musubi.
Okay. Listen. As much as I would love to kind of talk about the warmth here, even though I am very clearly not exactly in the wardrobe here to be shipped off to the sun real quick. Even though we have both teams in a fairly relatively similar spot here. Again, I do believe that Mililani should have the edge coming out of this one, but it's so slight. It is so slight, purely because both of these teams have a just on paper a fairly similar high end and a fairly similar low end. What I mean by that is that there is at least one player in each one of these rosters that at least they pull out their one trusty character, and they just haven't been able to win a full set with that character yet. 0% win rates on two of our players coming out right now, and one of the players that has a 0% win rate, he still has a main that has a 50%, but there is straight up one player over for Mililani that has not won a set yet throughout this playoffs. Again, it is playoffs though, so you can't exactly be able to take away much from that, but that is why I'm going to agree with you that Mililani will be the ones taking away the West, because somehow the two other players have been able to compensate from a loss every single series so far. Again, we could give it over to the boys in the East in terms of Flagler. We could give it to Flagler just for the fact that they were so consistent. Their form was so good. But for Mililani, because they've had to deal with inconsistencies and they've battled back from it throughout these playoffs, I actually firmly believe that they should be able to take away these grand finals. But again, because of how similar these two teams are, I'm just so excited to see what Harriman actually has to pull out. As we do start to talk about a little bit about the character options, what are some matchups that you might be excited for here, Mr. Beautiful Crow?
Well, off the rip, I need to see Hayden immediately.
Yeah.
The ZSS, piloting the ZSS in Ultimate this day and age, that means you're either like
it's
the
difficult,
bravest or the boldest or just the cleanest man ever. Like, it's Hayden, I'm looking to you. I mean, 57% win rate, in playoffs is like, that's pretty good. I mean, it wins more than it loses. Just barely. So the volatility of that, we need to see how that goes. Looking at the HHS Mustang Smash team.
Yeah. Oof. It's tough, isn't it? Yeah.
It's very tough.
Would it be literally us just saying the like the canon, not canon by the way, not canon by any means, but at least like the more within canon matchup of Samus under Victor versus Hayden's Zero Suit Samus. So like it's a little weird how that ended up happening. Only can happen in Super Smash Brothers. But listen, from actually looking at this, I would actually be very, very, very intrigued to see Ethan versus Hayden, purely because that ZSS needs to do so much work to get rid of that Game & Watch, but it is totally possible. We have seen it plenty of times in the past in more professional play, and that would just kind of show the levels that may exist between these two teams. If the Game & Watch is able to sweep that matchup away, we shouldn't be really that worried. We shouldn't be throwing extremes out there and be like, oh, Harriman is better than Mililani. But if that ZSS is able to take away that win against the Game & Watch, that pops some eyes for sure.
Oh yeah, speaking of popping eyes, we have the first match determined. We have small battlefield. We're getting into it. We'll see it. And it's gonna be Keone starting for Mililani.
Okay.
And we got Victor.
Oh, so we still have the potential. We have the matchup more or less that I'm looking for coming up potentially in either game 2 or 3. But yeah, Keone on the Rob versus Samus. What are you thinking about this matchup? It's kind of unorthodox, and I kind of already want to give the edge to the Rob.
Yeah, it's very much a matchup that I've seen many, many times down here in the South. We love our Rob players apparently, and then I mean,
Yeah.
shout out Georgia having some good Samus players as well. It's very much, you know, Rob's is going to be raking in combos and just being an absolute menace on the field. And I hate Gyro so much. I just, why does he get so many good combos off of Gyro? Like, make it stop, please. But that's one of the main things you're going to be looking forward to see, like if Victor can very much dodge out, control the space, drop some bombs, shoot some plasma beams.
We're in.
Keep it going.
Indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the final portion of our Super Smash Bros. Competition here in the Play vs. Cup. Mililani, Harriman, to decide who is the champion from the West, who is the best from the West. As again, the Rob we have been anticipating to kind of be with the edge for this matchup. It's just going to have to come down to see how much Keone has in the backlog.
All right, Keone. You can step it up already at 95%. But, you know, it just takes one interaction and could turn that on its head. Rather, Victor, though, doing a great job racking up consistent damage, getting a lot of charge shots in and missiles as well. But looking for up tilt, up air. No, it misses up air, though. That would have been a stock right there.
Oh, this could be it. Indeed it is.
Yep, it's
I mean, F smash is already pretty rare when it comes to Rob. It is pretty tough for you to hit. But when you just have a player just floating towards your direction, easily hits after that, yeah, you might as well just go for it. It's a tough thing to deal with, though, if you are the Mustangs, if you are Victor. But here we are again, though. Keone is in a position where they can get so much extra credit. They are at 152. Samus has a lot of pretty instant kill options, but again, so does Rob. We see Rob in this similar sort of advantage here. It will not take long for the Rob to be able to get that kill. And actually, if anything, the Samus is struggling right now, not able to get the Rob up into the air to potentially try to get a fair or anything like that. Oh, what a toss-up, what a mix-up there coming out from the Rob. The only reason why we get nervous there, folks, is because there is a very linear follow-up there from the Rob off of that up tilt. We usually see an up air immediately after that, but here we go. A little bit unorthodox too. Could have gone immediately for that up air, but instead F smash again. We talk about weird, we talk about unorthodox, and it's happening again.
Yo, that was so good on that. I mean, I'm gonna blame the connection. I'm not gonna lie, because like if that was on land, he hits it every single time into that tilt, into the up air, but not gonna connect that time. But finished off with the F smash, very, very good. It's like you said, not a common option, but it's a darn good one. But now sit at 173, still has not lost his first stock. Okay, that's kind of worrying. I'm not gonna lie.
A little bit, but we're finally done. But my goodness, the Samus is actually struggling a little bit to just finish off these stocks. We're gonna have to somehow get some combos off from the suited Samus, not the zero suit Samus, the suited Samus. But that's what you want to see. You see the lasso coming in. You see at least the big grab coming in, at least starting a little bit of a combo there. But again, this is a lot of work that the Samus has to pull off right now.
Yep, Victor really having to put in extra work over Keone right now. 94% on their final stock, 77. Oh no, the gyro. I told you, I hate gyro so much. It can just disrupt so many plans of a player. And it's just so obnoxious and just hovering there menacingly. It's causing Victor so much trouble. He can't. There's so many confirms that Samus can get from this percentage, and it's just Victor's not able to get any of them. Screw attack. Putting on 102. Dodges under. The up smash shot could have been the sealed deal right there. Victor staying alive momentarily. Needs to find something just to even get one more stock before his falls.
It should be finished off here, though, unless something immaculate happens. But all right. We at least have a good start here to our grand finals here for the West, but an explosive finish to said game as we do get Mililani opening things up with a W.
Okay. Keone's showing us why that Rob is still 80% win rate, you know, like showing us why. Rob versus Samus is a very tough matchup. I mean, you saw, right? The amount of obnoxiousness that was coming out by Keone from Mililani.
Yeah.
Just perfect laser angles, a saw him like rebound off the ground multiple times. Like, okay, geometry, yeah, past that. Let's go.
Geometry.
Like the gyroscope, just like. There was a moment where he was literally keeping him edge guarded with just gyroscope alone, which is actually just criminal behavior. Not gonna lie, but Victor just could not really keep momentum. Like he would get a lot of damage off. Like I want to say what he was sitting at 170 or something off that first stock. Like absolutely insane. But it's just unable to unable to confirm the kills. No down airs, no forward airs. You know, flamethrower came out, but it was just missing. Down air drill didn't connect. And Keone was just running away with that game number 1 in fashion.
Yeah, but ladies and gentlemen, again, we are going to be skirting our way into the second game between these two players. But yeah, it does look like the Samus does kind of have the right idea here in terms of this matchup. The Rob does have those kind of disjointed hitboxes. What I do kind of regret is just not seeing more of those up airs, is not seeing just more of those grabs, just tossing the man up in the air and just trying to see if you can get really easy damage, basically. That's kind of how I just assume Samus plays. I'm not exactly a Samus player myself, but I would just assume that Samus players, they are just going for that confident damage rather than that chip damage. It is very possible for you to do so with Samus. It is still relatively, you know, a powerful character, but still at the end of the day, you do have those chip combos that I guess we should be seeing a little bit more.
It's very difficult to consistently get the stacking damage that Samus would like to get. Because, you know, you can't use Morph Ball bombs for real against Rob in a ledge trap situation because he has so many tools to get out of it. You know, he can side B, spin around to get out. But like I said, the gyro and the lasers just nullify a lot of the planning that you want to do with the Samus. Because you're not really using tools, because gyro beats that, laser beats that. It's just there's so many options that get canceled out by this Rob pick. Keone definitely playing confidently like he knows it too. As we are in game number 2 here.
Just the gyro play alone, though, this is insane. So he had to extend above the stage real quick, but my goodness, it's just looking a little tough right now for Victor. Keone again does have at least that space maintained at the moment, doesn't have gyro, but still Rob just has so many quick options that, again, Samus is a little bit more telegraphed of a character while Rob so free-flowing.
Yep. Listen, Jorby, I know you wanted a spike. It might happen during this game at some point. I know Keone is looking for it. He's been fishing for it multiple times. But this ledge trapping game, this edge guarding game is just so disgusting. It's up air, not quite going to take him out. Very good DI coming out from Victor here. But 156 on your first stock of Samus. My boy is at 33. Keone, that's gross. That is just, ugh.
Just call Stang. But again, 156. It's still not outside of the realm of possibility. We need to see at least a little bit of damage here. Now with the full rage, you can take at least a little bit of advantage of what has been just some chip damage coming in from Keone, or excuse me, from Victor. But yeah, this should be it. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The down throw into the up smash, one of the few true confirms in this game. But oh, okay, a little bit dangerous, but did have to jump there to make it back. Almost a little bit of a disaster there for Victor to already send Mililani on their way to a game 1 victory. But we are still looking at what is Keone just throwing out moves to kind of control neutral right now. It is consistent pressure onto Victor, and I don't think, you know, I don't think you can really take away from Keone though for that type of mentality. We're looking at a more of a range character here in terms of Victor. Victor needs that space to be able to really work out Keone, and Keone isn't allowing that space to be taken.
Yeah, and like I said, it's just very difficult because Samus can't get the setup going, right? Ooh, just raw B, just make some distance, but probably trying to predict a jump. But it's just,
no!
The 1-2 bop. Gyro to keep him in place, laser to lock him down. And that's just another stock gone. So
I think even the gyro was able to take him out before the laser even came in. So that's just brutal. Yeah. I think it was just the gyro. But hey, I think at this point we've seen a very good variety from Rob in terms of what has been killing with this character so far. We've seen the F smashes. We've seen the up smash out of the down throw. We've already seen, again, really mostly what Rob is pretty capable of. One thing that we actually haven't seen too much is just landing nairs. This man hasn't even This man hasn't even felt the need to be doing these like super quick options, and now you do.
Right.
Oh no! And this is the
Here,
other move we were missing. The spin to win.
Spin to win, baby.
Unbelievable.
I was wondering when he was gonna pull it out. He's like, we'll save it for a rainy day, I guess. Man,
exactly.
Nasty. That was
Nasty. If that's this man's only appearance here in the grand finals, what a way to do it. Well done. Great variety there from Keone. Again, just no space given to their opponent by any means. There was no comfortability there for the Samus to really set up where they're comfortable. It is just crazy that Rob, it is looked at as a bigger character, that they are able to close up that space as they did.
Yeah, and it just shows the prowess of him on this Rob, right? We see that Keone very highest win rate of the highest win rate for the character of the players on this squad for very good reason.
Right.
Like, it's just cold, calculated, pinnacle, good Rob gameplay, and there was nothing that Victor could do about it. There was nothing Victor could do about it, unfortunately, and that will spell game number 1 going the way of Mililani High School.
Right, but that is the lowest, I want to say, tied for the lowest win rate there for Harriman, getting wiped out of the way here. But we still have a Game & Watch that has a 45% win rate. And Caleb, who, if you know Caleb, you might know who he plays, but from our data and just the fact that we have no film actually on Caleb, they haven't provided information on what character they've actually gotten the majority of their wins. And they have a 71% win rate, the highest win rate on this team and the second highest win rate in this entire series. So we are still waiting for that potential to come out in the hands of Caleb. Caleb, again, we don't know what's coming out in that case. If we do get Caleb coming up soon, it'll be exciting. But ladies and gentlemen, we have no idea just yet who's stepping up into that second game. But again, just some closing thoughts from that first game. Did you really expect Keone, just out of the setup, out of the matchup in general, did you expect that dominance?
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. That's
Yeah.
what I sauced you up. I gave you a meatball real quick. We're playing T-ball at this point. I just put the ball right there on the T for you.
It's just like, I know the matchup so well after seeing it for so many years over here, and I'm just like, oh man, Samus is not gonna have a good time unless they manage to be able to do that, and they just it just was not happening. It was not happening. Keone played it flawlessly. Shout out to Victor for trying, though. I will say, I saw some ideas coming in. It just was not gonna happen on the day. It's unfortunate. Sometimes that's just Smash Bros for you, you know.
It is.
But he does have 2 other members of his team still up and ready to go to potentially right his wrongs and push them further to that championship victory. But Mililani starting off very strong and very scary.
Sir, yes, sir. Sir, yes, sir. And again, we get to kind of look at the other characters that we have around, because I was just mentioning Harriman, just mentioning the fact that, again, we are going to be looking at a Game & Watch. We are going to be looking at an unknown character coming up in just a little bit. But for Mililani, we have something, again, very, very interesting, because I don't exactly know how to word this, but for the folks at home, you guys can kind of translate what I'm saying just by the black and white of it. There is, again, a player on Mililani. Mililani has had a perfect playoff run. Perfect as in, yes, they have dropped a couple games, but again, they've made it all the way to this game without dropping a full set. They've made it all the way here with having a player with a 0% win rate. Again, just try to put your head around that. Try to form your own thoughts with that. That is just how potent Keone and Hayden have been so far in this tournament. But that, again, is not to say that we still don't have potential in Kian. It all just depends there at that point with the matchup. Kian, he is the player with the 0%. However, he is going to be playing with Ken. Ken is a character where, again, you could expect some real explosivity from them. It's just that if you're not at the top of your game that day in terms of the execution of the moves, Ken is one of the tougher characters in this game to actually get all of their inputs out, for you to actually memorize all of those inputs. However, you can't take away from the fact that the training is happening, that they still have a great support staff. You still have their coach, Nick, standing behind them, giving them all the energy in the world. But boy, oh boy. It looks like we are lining up our next matchup, and we are seeing Hayden versus Caleb. So Caleb stepping in on the Rob, and the Zero Suit Samus comes in. So it's not exactly the matchup that I was looking for earlier for Hayden from Mililani, but Zero Suit Samus versus Rob. It's a little bit of a weird one, considering that, again, we were just mentioning all these characters, and Caleb just refused to mention that he's also a Rob main.
Yeah, I was like, I saw it when it popped up in chat, and I'm like, this man is absolutely nutty. Okay, they're gonna get right into it. So this is gonna be interesting because Samus versus Rob is not necessarily a great matchup, but Zero Suit Samus versus Rob somehow is. Like, I mean,
it's more listen, from the matchups that we were talking about earlier, Game & Watch is just way too small of a character, has a lot of great approach options, and honestly, when it comes to the aerials, they are a little bit faster, they are a little bit more wide spanning, and not only that, they're multi-hits, so they take forever for them to come out. Because Zero Suit Samus has a little bit bigger of a hitbox, has a little bit more, more disjointed of a hurt box, you know, you could have that Game & Watch really being able to control that game a little bit more. Here with the Rob, because the Rob itself has disjointed hurt boxes, this is a lot more plausible here for the ZSS.
Yep, and you're seeing it right now. This is automatically a much more even game compared to the previous. Caleb's really got to step it up. Oh, no. Oh, got the plant. Goodness. Literally last frame. Okay, all right. I am sorry, Hayden. I was not familiar with your game. Because what in the world was that perfect timing? And he's going to stack the combo. There's 2, there's 3, goes for 4. The up kill.
No way.
Oh, that doesn't guarantee kill anymore, unfortunately.
No, no,
man,
almost the Smash 4
so
Classic.
Close. Yep. Yeah. It's just hardwired into your DNA.
Nah, absolutely. Shoutouts to Mars. Hey, it has forever instilled
right.
in me. Lordy. But there is, again, a quick little approach. Gets the kickflip in, but still, oh no. There goes the up B. The thruster kick doesn't work out, though. It doesn't come out in terms of an actual punish coming in from Caleb. Come on, Caleb. Caleb needs to get themselves a good punish here, but hasn't been able to get good mileage out of what has been some pretty open opportunities.
Just throw a gyro out. Literally just throw a gyro. Oh, come on! you gotta use it, not let them use it. Jeez. Okay, but sitting at 134, staying alive on the second stock. Definitely still many options. Okay, there's one. That's the start. All right. Oh, no, he gets caught. Doesn't get grounded, though. Very good job off of that. Looks for laser. Nice dodge out of it, which is so scary because Zero Suit Samus is so much more squirrely than, full armor Samus. And you can see the differences also, like, in player play styles as well, right? We see that Caleb is just kind of playing a bit more reserved on the defensive back, whereas Hayden is just going straight for the throat every single time. Still surviving 188. Rob can do that because he is big-bodied like that. He built different. Surviving gyro. Pop in. Pop up for the laser. But gets caught on wake up and will be sent packing. 1 stock left.
And just a quick somersault kick. Ends up working out for the ZSS. As at this point, this game is as even as we could get it. And indeed, we have made it to the very last stock with both players right neck and neck. Again, this is the type of matchup that you expect, though, from the Rob. The Rob, oh, goodness.
No way.
Oh, my goodness. What a combo. What a combo. But again, the Rob hits like an absolute truck. The ZSS needs to chain to get the damage that they want. And that's absolutely what's happening. The little opportunities that we're seeing Caleb have, he's really taking it all the way to the bank and whacking 30, 40% every time he interacts. But instead, over on the other side, the ZSS needs to work so much harder to get that damage. That's exactly what's happening too. Both players playing up to their character strengths. Does it end up in an entertaining finish here? This is only game 1 of a BO3 between these two. Needs to get back now. This is tough.
Okay, that was so good. Guessing the timing on the charge shot. So smart. Spikes him down, but his platform gonna stay alive. Okay, guys, this is the guess, right? This is guesswork. Okay, angle off the laser. Can't follow it up, but you know who can.
Whoa.
Woo! Okay. Man, Hayden. Absolute barn burner there in those last moments. But managing to pull one back for Harriman here. Nasty work.
Yeah, again, it is just going to be, once again, a Mililani. We have not seen any sort of back and forth in our series throughout this Super Smash Brothers tournament, because it just seems as if, again, one team has the right game plan at the moment, but it has finally been challenged. We had the Rob coming out from Caleb, and that is the preferred matchup in this one. In that last series that we just saw, we didn't exactly see any sort of character advantages coming out for the team that ended up going down. However, for this one, for Harriman, they have the advantage. It's just that it is as close as you could get. It is still a very plausible matchup for Hayden. And you can see, again, Hayden is taking advantage of that space, not allowing the Rob to really get comfortable by any means into neutral. And at the end, it's leaving Caleb scrambling a little bit.
Yeah. And it's, I don't want to say he's not used to the matchup, but he's not used to the volatility of this matchup and how crazy it can get. I mean, the thruster kicks were very, very well placed by Harriman. I mean, it's just Caleb was really having, like, I didn't see enough of the just gyro abuse and the laser abuse coming out because of how well that they were doing. And
yeah,
I mean, man, just oof. Hayden squirrely.
Yeah, no, Hayden had a great match there, but again, we still have a full best of 3 to go, and we already have our stages coming in. Small battlefield coming up for this matchup. I almost feel like I want to give the edge to the Rob here, even though, again, ZSS was doing such a good job with the fact that they had control of this space, that they were pushing Rob really up against the edge, which most of the moves that they were doing, not allowing Rob to even set up that gyro. You were begging for gyro midway through that game, but for good reason. You need to have some sort of foresight. You need to have some sort of space for you to utilize that gyro. But instead, with small battlefield, some of that potential may be gone. We need to see Caleb afford himself that space for that gyro.
Right.
Beautiful.
I mean, oh man, just abusing forward airs from Rob is so nice here. Neutral air too. We kind of talked about it in the previous match. But forget everything. Put all the stocks in Caleb right now, because this man just got the perfect optimal combo at 84%. Ridiculous.
Again, this is why we praise Rob so much. Just Rob's. I mean, you talk about ZSS's volatility. Sure, I absolutely believe that. ZSS in the air is one of the best characters in the air. But when it comes to just the pure kill potential from Rob, I mean, it almost feels as if those kills could happen at any point, and it almost happens again. Oh no. My goodness.
Oh man, what's that one bullet from my Valentine song? Oh yeah, Waking the Demon. Hello. I think Caleb is awake right now, because this man is playing completely different than he did in game number 1. Absolutely unafraid to go in, but he will pay for it there. The scissor kick is good. Takes off one stock. Now they are tied 2-2, but the damage disparity is considerably different. Caleb wants to finish this off.
I'm glad that the boost kick even came out at this point, because we saw the boost kick coming out quite a few times early on in that first game, but it was just going, it was going fairly off. You did have, at the very end, those boost kicks just not connecting by any means, and not just giving a free punish to Caleb, but my goodness, Caleb certainly fighting for this kill right now at 156. Hayden still alive. Caleb again at 33%. Still trying to somehow close down this space on the ZSS. Do what the ZSS did to them in that last game and force them to the ropes. And oh my goodness, doesn't just send them to the ropes, sends them into the outside.
Beyblade let it rip. Hello? That was a snipe with that gyro all the way off the right side, sending them straight away. Now we have Hayden on their last stock here, and this is complete night and day different. Oh god, I thought he was gonna stack it. I thought he was gonna start right there again. This is what you need to see, right? The absolute abuse from projectiles from Rob. Make them guess where you're gonna land. Here we go again. Pushing through. Lands for another one. No. Dodges both the laser and the gyro, but he's stuck in a bad spot. Charge up smash. Oh, watch for the dash. Stuck's under. Still living here for a moment. High percents on both, but the stock lead still remains for Caleb here.
Okay. That up tilt just has not come out throughout this game so far. And we finally do see it a little bit. Still. Oh, goodness. There you go. To the boys at the desk. The spike comes out. And just like that, we finally have a back and forth series. We finally have a game number 3.
Jorby, man, hey, I hope you were watching, because there you go, baby. That's your spike delivered.
It's for you.
I just got to talk. Like, real talk, though. Like, okay, so in that second stock, right, Hayden was all the way off on right side stage.
Yeah.
Caleb lines up the shot, just perfectly placed. Gone immediately. Just incredible gyro. And like, that was the thing I needed to see from him from the start, right? I said, hey, you're going up against a very squirrely character that has very unpredictable jump routes and dash routes and roll routes. How do you stop them from literally jumping and just basically doing parkour on small battlefield? Gyro. It's literally it's that Oprah meme. You get a gyro, you get a gyro, you get a gyro. That's literally how he had to operate in this game number 2, and it led them to a victory. So now it is tied 1 apiece in this set.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So we see 2 straight games on small battlefield, and the mentality does kind of change there. I mean, I was mentioning the cookage. You know what I mean? Like, hey, last night I had a late night last night. I was still able to find myself a little bit of time in the kitchen. Still was able to whip myself up a decent bowl of chicken Alfredo. Okay, pretty decent, well seasoned. That was something immaculate. Listen, man, that is not just restaurant quality. That was Michelin star quality cookage going on at the very end of that game. Love the fact that we were getting some of those drag downs. Love the fact that we were finally just getting hard reads out of the hands of Caleb. And that is exactly the type of competition that we were striving for throughout this Super Smash Bros. Portion of the competition here at Play vs. Cup. And ladies and gentlemen, these 2 players, they have found their comfort here on small battlefield. They've found their neutral ground, and they are looking to close things off with a bang.
I said 3 for 3. Let's do it. Small battlefield, small battlefield, small battlefield. I'm for it. Let's get it going. Now now they know how, like, the lengths each player is willing to go for this win. And Mililani, they took series number 1. No, gonna fall out of it actually. But took series number 1. Harriman want to tie it up. They want it 1 apiece in the match score, and they're poised to do so if we can get another performance from Caleb that we just saw.
But currently, right now, Hayden is the one leading things right now, 74%. They were just at about 40%. This is just where Rob kind of thrives. He keeps you away for a little bit and is able to kind of chip you down 20, 30% by the time you even get into an interaction with them. When you even get within hitting distance, striking distance from that Rob, these do have a couple of projectiles that the ZSS is trying to pull out, but it's just simply not working. Caleb has control of the space now. That Nair was incredible, but that is a Rob specialty there. That Nair acts as a little bit of a brick wall if you do have anyone coming on by, and it is a very fast move at that. Here comes the up throw. Doesn't work out. Great DI coming in from Hayden, but still close as ever on this first stock.
Yeah, they're keeping it close. Trying to predict each other's jumps too is just, oh man, that is so great. Ooh, okay, up smash not gonna land. Tags him with 1 on the dash attack. Very, very scary. Goes for the charge. Not gonna happen. Lands right in front of the gyro. Not gonna get stuck by that trap again, says Hayden, and manages to finally secure that first stock, but it's swiftly returned by Caleb. 1 apiece. 0-0, mano a mano. Back to the reset. And gives Caleb a first strike.
Even though Caleb is looking at the barrel of a massive lead right now, we've seen the combo opportunities from Hayden. We've seen Hayden heat up a little bit here, but this might just be our closest set yet of the day. Mililani are up against the ropes right now. 108% still here for Hayden, but here comes the start. Here we go, a couple up airs, looking for something else there, but even then, out with with the back aerial. There goes so bad, but oh my goodness, oh my goodness. He's just fine, and okay. Not exactly the spin to win as it doesn't come out from the edge of the stage, but here comes the pressure though. There you go. Just fine on the flip kick. Here comes Hayden.
Oh man, the amount of value he's getting out of the flip kicks is very interesting indeed, because he's not using them just to go for the kill as most would try to do, but he's actually getting a lot of maneuverability and repositioning out of them as a good ZSS would do. But what? Okay, a little twist and turn in the air. That robot's doing yoga. Absolutely insane. Caleb gonna go and grab that one, but it's just returned back. It is all down to this. Final stock, the final stock in the final game, and the final hit goes to Caleb from Harriman High, tying it up.
Oh my goodness! Caleb! What a way to make his claim here in the grand finals. Mililani will not be making the perfect run here in grand finals, but my goodness, we were talking about that spin to win. We were talking about the power of the Rob, and it comes into full effect. It comes into full showcase there in our very last stock. I mean, what a game. What a game. That's the best game of the day.
That was insane.
100%.
That was the match of the day right there. Like, I just, the fact that they kept trading so much damage off of each other the entire game, and just back to back taking stocks off, barely had a time to breathe for each other as we're going into these replays here. It's just absolutely insane moment to moment, literally off the platform. Caleb's like, all right, bet, I know what I can do. As soon as he landed that up air.
Oh, goodness. And again, with the fact that we did have two incredibly close games, we had to see comebacks from both players, and that is just simply not something that we've seen throughout our day. We saw two players who were very, very well equipped for them to kind of take advantage of the small gaps. Caleb, whenever he had that stage control, he was able to really grind out Hayden, really be able to cover up his options, and of course, get the big hits needed. And if the big hits didn't go, Rob is quick enough to recover and kind of throw out one last option, one last ditch attempt to get that kill. But when it comes to Hayden, when Hayden had that space completely controlled by himself, when he was in the face of Caleb, yes, he could scramble a little bit. Yes, he could get himself a nair or two, but Hayden took advantage of his opportunities with the strings, with the up airs. But at the very end of the day, again, it is Caleb taking away that second game, and we got a ball game on our hands a little bit. It's more of a game of Smash, but still, ball game.
I mean, you can play ball in Smash.
You can. Yeah. I have a ball watching and playing Smash. That's for sure. Simple as that.
You reel for that one. It's all tied up here in the grand finals.
Yes,
one
sir.
Set apiece.
Yes, sir.
Man, this is what we wanted. You could take your swift 3-0s. You know, your little nail biter. Maybe. No, I want back and forth. I want stock for stock for stock for stock.
Exactly. It's
slap fighting.
It's not even nail biting at that point, because at that point you forget that you forget anything else. You just forget the control of your limbs and your body. You can't even nail bite at that point. All you can do is sit back and watch. And that one again had everyone on the edge of their seats. But ladies and gentlemen, we game, you watch. We do have a game and watch potentially stepping up to the plate coming up in just a little bit. It is going to potentially be, we are going to have to get confirmation on this, but the two remaining players here for these two teams is Ethan on the Mr. Game & Watch for Harriman High School, facing up against Kian, the Ken, from Mililani. And the only reason why I really want to take my time introing this one is because, again, we all talked about the statistic a little bit earlier on in terms of Kian. Kian has not been able to break through in these playoffs just yet. So for Harriman, do they underestimate the power of Kian? Can Kian pull off the what is almost a historic upset victory coming up here onto Ethan. And it's not like Ethan has been a perfect player. He is actually mostly 50-50 going throughout these playoffs. But again, that's expected. Going 50-50 is still amazing. You're facing some of the best high school players in the world, and he was still able to pull off at least an even record, all on just one character. We know exactly the matchup that we're looking at, and it doesn't make it any easier for the Ken. If anything, I think that the Mr. Game & Watch is going to have the edge here over the Ken. Am I wrong in thinking that?
Nah, you're really not. As someone who plays
Give it a good thump.
ludicrous, a ludicrous amount of Kin, it's just you have to be perfect with your inputs if you are going to be, going up against these like unorthodox-esque characters, right? Going up against these characters that have a lot of high movement, a lot of mobility, a lot of unpredictability. The Shotos, the fighters, don't really like that unless you're like Terry. Like Terry can handle that pretty well, because crack shot just covers so much distance. But it's just like Ken and Ryu, and also Kazuya. That meme of a man that he is. But it's just they don't like it when they're fighting a character that can just go everywhere and still be able to pepper them with a lot of meaningful shots. I will say though,
the multi-hits is really what does it, to be honest. It's the fact that it's huge, wide spanning multi-hits that, again, it is just tougher hurt boxes that you got to deal with the Shotos.
Yeah, exactly. And I will say though that if Keon can actually get onto Ethan here, like set up the combos. We don't have really the data for like how he has been playing on this kid, how strong he has been on this kid. And you're here at the PlayVS Cup in the finals. You made it this far with your squad. Shout out to your squad, but like it's just, can you be the difference maker here? Because it's completely necessary.
Yeah. Again, it would be such a rallying cry for Mililani if Kian is able to get themselves a win. I mean, there would literally be no better time than the final game of the high school national championships for him to finally pick up his first win. Again, if anything, it's going to be a little bit of an uplifting story, or it is going to be Harriman kind of putting themselves in the prime position to make a comeback here, to make a series comeback. But also after that, we are going to get our selected little matchups coming up. We're going to get the full pick of the litter. We're going to get all three players being able to get picked between game to game. And that's just going to add even more pressure here onto Mililani for them to get this game going. Because, again, from what we've seen so far from Harriman and what we're probably going to see in this next game, Harriman does have the more stacked top to bottom roster. But when it comes to the top end here for Mililani, yes, they have to put a lot of pressure on those talented players. But, like I said, they're talented.
They are very, very talented. That is a fact. It's just... we need to know how talented Kian is.
Yeah, I mean, again, it would just be, to put it like this, Mililani,
this is insane.
Mililani, they've gone through this entire playoff run without winning a single set in a perfect 3-0 fashion, right? Like, that's gonna happen. That's a normal thing.
That's insane.
That's a very normal thing to happen where you don't win every game. Yeah, we ended up seeing Flagler earlier make it to grand finals after multiple 3-0s. They barely dropped a single game throughout playoffs. But you still made it here, and they made it here for good reason. This is a mentally prepared Mililani. They know for a fact that this has been an aspect that they have had to deal with throughout these playoffs. And now, at this point, there's not even pressure on Kian. Kian knows his potential. He knows his power here. All he could do is practice and train to potentially raise those chances. But at this point, the rest of the team, they're not just like, oh, here he goes again. It's just like, oh, okay, we knew that this is going to happen. We knew that we have to step up at the very end of this game. But maybe they get a pleasant surprise by the very end of this one. We are waiting here, of course, on the selects, and it indeed is going to be Kian on the Ken, Ethan on the Game & Watch, and we are once again on small battlefield. Is this a button check? No button check.
No, this is the game. This is the game, baby. We are
Sir,
in here.
yes, sir. Here we go.
Okay. Off to the races immediately. Kian getting good chip damage. Defaulting into side mode. I love it. I love it that I can play this character so much I can tell when they're switching.
We both play this character. This is crazy, actually.
Yeah. Gonna see how much he abuses focus attack and how much that'll buy him a lot of time to get his counters in. Doesn't want to get stuck on platform.
Oh,
you know, because Game & Watch can definitely abuse that. A lot of defensive stance being taken by Kian.
That was actually a great reaction there from Kian, as you did have the Game & Watch trying to pressure him up, but this is again where the Ken just falters. Not a lot of great aerial options, not a lot of great evasive maneuvers to pretty much just evade the Game & Watch, who is aerially a specialist. Of course, the Game & Watch is still incredible on the ground. You still have incredible smash attacks. You still have that 2-frame up B. But still, at the end of the day, you are looking at a Ken that, yes, when they're on the ground, they're powerful. But when they're in the air, it is a drastic difference.
It is a very big difference, but like there's a lot of catches that he can go for. It's just the fact that, you know, don't go for raw shorty. You can, you know, that raw B. If you do medium, yeah, medium shorty, that's, you know, get the armor on that.
Oh, that up B is crazy.
Very good, but it's just he can get it off a launch. You know, like jab low into it is a very common combo that can do a lot of damage and can kill from a medium-high percentage. So it's just, I'm looking for Kian to, you know, look for these moments of where, like, oh, I know I can get something in here, like crumple with the focus attack, and you can't just do a raw off there like that because you have to get shielded and immediately taken off. And it's just, right now, Ethan is playing as perfectly as he needs to be.
Oh yeah, this is just, again, that little raw Game & Watch gameplay. But considering that we're looking at one of the weakest characters, one of the lightest characters, excuse me, in the game, Ken is going to be able to slap this little guy out of existence pretty soon. But again, we just have to get that opportunity with the kicks.
Yeah, and one thing, I mean, this is something, shout out Jazzo and shout out Vendetta for pointing this out to me. It's just the fact that, like, Ken's low kick is such a great edge guard tool against characters that cannot just recover high, like getting back on the ledge. If he sits there and just spams out low kick like that, you're gonna catch them, and that can combo once again into that up B, into that shorty Yukin, and just take a stock so easily. But there's so many options that Ethan has that are available to him to take stocks just like that.
Goodness, though, we are still looking at such a difficult scenario here for the Ken.
Yep.
But up against the ropes here, potentially, just for at least one kill. Kian looking to close out this first game with at least some sort of credit, with at least something to keep his confidence up going into that next game. You would think perhaps a stage switch could help them out here, Crow.
Yeah, get on PS2, you know, jump over there, make the switch. It's a really good stage for Ken. Interesting.
But that's just it, isn't it? That's just it. It's almost the expected outcome at that point, where you do have the Game & Watch in the better matchup, stepping up to the plate and washing the Ken. But it just has to come down to that early start. Ken is an extremely momentum-based character, and if you're not able to start off the game really on the right foot, you're not really going to be able to catch up as well. Yes, Game & Watch is a light character. Yes, the combos that Ken has are pretty much insta-delete options, but you really need to get into that Game & Watch's face for you to do so. And when you have a confident Game & Watch, that man's not staying on the ground. That man's just flying at this point, throwing at his nairs, throwing at his back airs, really trying to line you up for a down smash, which has way too much range for Ken to do anything. So again, it's a tough matchup here for the Ken, but it all just has to begin here at that first stock.
It's interesting. Like, I mean, like, there's just some options that were just left out on the table that we were not seeing Kian attempt to. I don't know if that's just uncomfortability with the matchup. I don't know if that's like, you know, the nerves also can be a factor here, right? Like, you're so used to leaving it to your bros to, get the 2-0. Like, all right, cool, we're going. All right, cool, we're going. This is not that situation. This is you having to actually really hunker down and be like, okay, I can do this. Because I have seen some beautiful kin work versus Game & Watch. It is a little bit more difficult. You do have to apply a bit more effort to it. But you have a lot of options available at your disposal to make such a situation like fruitful, like a real reality. And we just did not see that.
Right. Most of Game & Watch's landing options, though, they're actually pretty tough for them to actually land. The landing frames for that character actually takes forever, or at least the end frames for most of their aerial moves actually takes a very long time for him to recover from. So, if anything, again, if this Ken is able to get that good early start and force the Game & Watch to catch up in terms of that percentage, he will be able to control that aerial game just a little bit more by staying grounded, by just dashing back for when those opportunities come in, for when that move comes in, for when that approach comes in from the Game & Watch. And realistically speaking, you could get a real quick answer. Again, just the Shoryuken should be enough in a lot of cases against Game & Watch. But folks, we are still waiting here for the information on game number 2 between Kian alongside Ethan. But again, Harriman, they have to be thanking kind of their lucky stars at this point. They made it all the way to grand finals, and they faced 2 incredibly tough matchups. And that's not to say that Kian still isn't tough from a matchup perspective, but just in the fact that you're facing a player that has not won a series so far in these playoffs, you have to be kind of thinking that, like, hey, we kind of get a get out of jail free card. Where I'm going with that, the leniency. We could see some complacency coming out from Harriman, some confidence coming out. And as we saw before, once a Game & Watch starts to get a little bit too saucy, they have a lot of options there that either leave them out to dry or just straight up SDs.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. And look, the Harriman squad probably just like, yeah, dog, we got it. Already shaking hands, already doing the celebration. It's like, we got this easy, no problem. And you would have thought, like, Mililani, like, oh man, I didn't think it'd actually get to this point. I didn't think we'd be here. I thought it'd be like 2 up already, It's just like, all right, that's fine, I guess. But it's recoverable. 100% is recoverable. Wait, what are you reacting to? I'm sensing a disturbance in the force here.
You wanna look at the chat real quick? Not the Twitch chat, everyone, for those interacting. But yeah.
What?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I love it. I love it.
Okay.
I love it.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're gonna see it. You're gonna see it on your screens, but I'm just gonna spoil it at this point, just so we can talk about it a little bit. Kian is switching up his character. It is going to be the first time in this entire tournament that he is doing so. He has waited until grand finals for him to switch out that character, and again, hasn't been successful on Ken. But let's see if he is successful against the Game & Watch on Sephiroth. Sephiroth hits like an absolute truck against that Game & Watch. That is still going to be some early kills. However, that is a slow acting character, almost the same thing as Ken. You have to calculate a lot of your moves. You do have to kind of anticipate a lot of the moves and the combos that you're going for. With Sephiroth, it is more or less that same deal, that the beginning frames of most of these moves, they do take quite a bit.
This is going to be insane.
Yeah.
It's going to Kalos. Oh, wow.
Kalos?
Okay. All right. All right. Hey, I want to play a little bit of hardball. Okay.
Yeah.
You want to make things really interesting. Mililani said, I'm not out of
I like
options.
this.
Like,
yes, sir.
Insane.
I mean, less opportunities for the Nair from the Game & Watch, less opportunities for the up air from the Game & Watch. Sephiroth does have a couple of pretty decent aerial options, but in all reality, he is trying to do exactly what I was telling you before. Force the Game & Watch to interact, to try to land with some of those long-lasting moves, and try to punish from there. And God, of all the characters who know how to punish, it is definitely Sephiroth.
yeah. Oh man. Okay. Look, I'm gonna call him out on the Omni/placement. I'm not gonna lie. They're getting straight into it. They said, all right, we're green light is a go. We're moving. Already tagged with 1. He has to know when to shield, because yeah, the punishes from Sephiroth are just so nasty. And honestly, shout out to Kian for bringing this out at this juncture.
Ooh!
Oh, this fat damage every single swing of that Masamune.
Yeah, at least he knows that the Masamune does come out in a pretty slick fashion when he goes for that back air. And there he goes again. But again, you cannot let that Game & Watch get close. You want now? I can't let you get close. Listen, that is going to be the Sephiroth at least getting himself a little bit of that space. But, all right, we're quaking in our boots a little bit here. The bucket is something that we have to pay attention to. It was already something that we had to pay attention to in that last matchup.
Yeah.
But in this matchup, it is so prominent because the projectile that comes out from Sephiroth is real strong.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And there's actually, can you pocket the flame as well? I think so.
I would think so, yeah.
Yeah, bucket is just so nice. I love that. Love what a great technique. You know, let's just give Game & Watch like the ability to just.
I can sense the tears rolling out of your face right now as you say that. Just what a great mechanic.
You know, just it's such a great mechanic, guys.
As a non-Game & Watch player, yeah, I can totally see you be satisfied with that. As a Game & Watch player, though, I love it. I love it. But like, okay, as a player,
Supernova. That's fine.
Listen, man, I don't know who to cheer for. Actually, no, I do know exactly who to cheer for this one. My main is Cloud, and I also pocket Game & Watch. So listen, I have a little bit of bias here going towards the player on the left. And listen, that is also something that we regretted to kind of talk about a little bit. Sephiroth, yes, they have great stance. Yes, they look like they have incredible presence here on stage. But in terms of actually living, they have they have one of the lightest stats in the game.
Yep. It's very, very limited in recovery. Like, it makes a lot of power. Going for that protagonist stab. Not going to work this time. But that just kills.
Yeah.
All right. Yep. Okay. Tied up 1-1, but the damage a little bit more so in the favor of Harriman. Keon took a bit of damage. He hasn't been able to, like, these up air strings, he keeps getting hit by them. Like, I think that's like the 6th consecutive time. And this man just gets hit with some gusts.
Can you blame him? Can you blame him, though? Already down to the one wing. As you mentioned, the one-winged angel is here. And no, we're not talking about Kenny Omega. We are talking about Sephiroth. It is, at this point, the Game & Watch trying to just get the kill shot at this point. Or not even just a kill shot, but just trying to allow the Sephiroth to approach first for him to then react. Kian does trying to poke through just so the chef doesn't really end up connecting. And that is, that's a Game & Watch special. Off stage, you see a player at a certain percent, and you could just start throwing out that key.
Yeah, and I mean, it took about 35 seconds, 40 seconds before Keon even got any damage returned onto Ethan. That's absolutely insane. As he's sitting at 62 on a second stock here. Full control of this matchup. He was a little bit wary of the Sephiroth switch at first, but then he's like, all right, never mind. This guy's easy. GG's, let's do this. He just needs to do a little bit more to take it off, get this 2-0 in this set.
Goodness.
There's the throw. Off stage looking for it? No, not quite, but man, just putting absolute shellacking onto Keon off the switch.
Keon, again, just trying to get a little bit of space, trying to make his mark here in the grand finals of the PlayVS Cup. Again, there goes a little bit of a chef coming back, covering up the ledge. Just one more hit, one more good hit here from the Game & Watch. He's gonna do it here for this matchup, and indeed, we almost get it. The recovery is there. One last hit off the back air. Almost there, but no back air. And there's the key, as I was mentioning. At a certain percent, you could just start throwing it out. And Harriman High School are one game away from a national championship.
This is insane. Well, Keon still has a 0% win rate across 2 characters. Cue the Titanic music. Thanks for coming, sir. Thanks for coming. But
yeah,
the
but
indomitable Ethan.
This isn't the first time, though, that we've dealt with this. This has been an entire playoff run, a 4-game long play. No, I think even 5, 8. It's been a lot of games in terms of the regular season. It's been a deep bracket period. And again, every single game we've seen Kian not be able to step up to the plate, not be able to close out their games. But we still have seen somehow Mililani make it to the grand finals. It doesn't matter if it was double elimination. It doesn't matter if it was single elimination. They have still somehow found their way here off the backs of their 2 top players being able to kind of push this team over the edge, push them into the grand finals. It's just that how much longer can that mentality last? Can Harriman really break through Mililani? I mean, I think that might be the case. We have 2 opportunities here for Mililani to continue what has been a historic run for that team, considering the fact, again, they have been put up against the ropes every single game that they have played. Again, it's all going to come down already to this game number 4, at least if you're a fan of Harriman.
Yep. HHS Mustangs. Y'all are doing big things right now. I'm not gonna lie. Like that was, y'all weathered the storm, brought it to this game 4. They just need one more series, one more set to claim themselves as the West champions.
Yeah.
Here for PlayVS Cup. And Mililani, now you're having to decide, right? They're like, now that we're at this point, right? They have to reset. So now for sets 4 and 5, they can choose any of their players.
Yep.
But Mililani, they get the counter pick because they lost.
That is true. That is true. At least it's just gonna be a good start. You know, it's gonna be a good start to that next little series. But if the counter pick goes out well, then there goes the win, and then they're gonna be able to counter pick for game number 3. So we'll take it. We'll take it. That's a fast track to game number 5, and I actually don't know what the rules would be for game 5. If it is the same there, if the team that loses game number 4 will have the counter pick, or it's a coin flip for game number 5. Whatever it may be, it's certainly not strategic that they're losing. You know, I almost felt as if we were gonna keep leading down that train of logic, but no, it is not a strategy to lose. Okay, simple as that. I think in my expert opinion, not a good option, not a good mentality. But again, we are looking to our next few players. We have them set already, and ladies and gentlemen, we have seen 2 talented Robs so far, and we are indeed going to get the Rob Ditto. Rob versus Rob, one of the best characters in this game, period. Fight me on that. I don't think anyone will. Still, Rob has so much potential coming out of this matchup. We are going to get a clean start on PS2. Keone versus Caleb. I mean, Crow, from what we've seen throughout this series, who do you think has it? I'll help you out a little bit. I think it's Caleb.
This is the one I wanted. I needed to see this. So, in the event of a game 4, game 5 scenario, right? It's the opposing team gets the counter pick off of the player that is selected. In game 5, the player that plays cannot compete in set 4. So this is potentially the last game, or last set rather, for both of these players. So this is why I wanted both of them to come out in set number 4 here to set the tone for this. Because this is either going to be Mililani bringing us to a game 5 scenario, or this is Harriman saying, nah, boys, we're superior, we're taking the West Trophy. And they're off to a hot start.
It's just crazy, the fact that we're even witnessing this matchup. The 2 Robs, I mean, it's got to be a core reason as to why these 2 teams are even in this grand finals. It is such a potent character to be picking, and you just already saw sort of a streak there coming out from Keone, but instead we already get the kill coming out in the hands of oh no, it is Caleb again.
This is so scary. Okay, let's see how they can recover. Yeah, I believe
Keone on the right.
Yeah, Keone is on the right side. Yeah. Keone on the default Rob color. And got a little bit of a tint for Caleb, who just went swimming with the fishes, unfortunately. Still tied up 2 stocks apiece.
Another one. Oh, okay. All right.
Let me calm down.
You never know. But again, why should we calm down? It's the grand finals, and it could be the very last game of Super Smash Bros. Action here at the PlayVS Cup.
Oh my God.
Harriman. Goodness gracious, the gyro play was there.
That was so good. Just staggering it through, shoot back up. Like, that's just it. He needs to stay alive, though. 126. Keone gets sniped with another laser. Oh, my goodness. Okay. Harriman, high school, I was unfamiliar with your game. Caleb, nah, we knew. We knew how potent Caleb can be on this Rob. I'm showing it right now. Let's see if we can carry it all the way through. 93%. Keone has to make something happen here.
Yeah, Keone again. He has been the iron anchor for Mililani. He has the highest win rate out of anyone in this game. Keone has an 80% win rate out of the 15 games that they've played so far. I only say that because, again, we have players like Kian, who has only played 6 games so far, but we are not done by any means. Caleb still fighting here. Caleb still chipping away at this stock, but again, it is all on Keone. Keone, down to 99%, needs to make this comeback right now. Cannot allow Caleb, who, again, we've seen Caleb absolutely explode with any sort of momentum. No! But the up smash, it was raw from Rob to come out, and just like that, Caleb from Harriman High School puts his team up by 1 and is only 1 away from a national championship.
Oh man,
Goodness.
I'm giving Keone props a lot for, you know, the tactical usage, but it's just pure Rob gameplay. This is just like one of my Gundam battles. Oh my god, it's just the amount of like back and forth they were doing, but it's the effective hits that were coming out from Caleb. Just the up airs, just like the laser snipes, literally insane coming out from him, and it just showed that like he just had a little bit of an edge over Keone at the moment. And yeah, this is putting Harriman High School on series point, on tournament point, on championship point, knocking on that door. Man, what a way.
Yeah, no, exactly. It had to come down to this. These two teams' best representative, statistically the best. Mind you, I did want to see potentially that ZSS face-off against the Game & Watch, and I think that might still happen coming up if we do have that game number 5. But again, Caleb has been the most impressive player for me so far in this entire tournament. What a great way that he was able to really bring back the game that he played in a little bit earlier, and also the fact that he looked extremely comfortable in just freestyling, as Rob really did not care about the options that he was actually kind of putting out. He knew that the Nair was going to be able to cover. He knew that his up smashes was going to connect. He knew that all he needed to do was send a person off stage so he can get that side B. It's just that, again, we aren't getting those comfortable scenarios right now, purely because we're looking at yet another Rob who has the same exact skill set. So when two players are nairing at the same time, 2 brick walls just kind of staring at each other, what do you do about that? Like, you just can't. Neither one of them can move. That's how brick walls work. No, but still, it's a tough time here for both Keone and Caleb. But right now, the player who needs to step up is Caleb to even keep his team alive.
Yeah.
I mean, how can it even happen? I mean, are we going to have to see a little bit of a stage change? Even though, again, we do see PS2, and it is, okay, it is small battlefield. But again, because we're looking at the same exact matchup, it's tough to kind of tell where the advantages would kind of lie. But,
oh my god.
Oh my
Caleb,
goodness.
Caleb,
Oh my
chill
goodness.
out!
No.
Caleb, chill out, bro!
We're not done. We're not done.
I didn't even get the expose out, and you're just like, all right, bet, let me just end this. I mean, that's similar to how we beat Hayden in game number 2, right? And you see it right now. Like, that's the thing that I'm talking about. The killer instinct, the edge that Caleb has over Keone is the fact that he is willing just to go off rip, full send, and it works more than it doesn't.
And actually, we have somehow made it all the way back to a little bit even here. We just saw such an insane start to our game.
Jeez.
But Harriman High School, 2 stocks away from taking a national championship. Mililani up against the ropes, and no, my goodness, Caleb needs to somehow escape, and does end up happening, or excuse me, Keone needs to somehow escape. Caleb doing his work.
Oh, there's the up air. Yeah, I mean, still sitting at this high 1-1.
No,
and he does with a stalling drop kick. Ugh, nasty afterburner, taking it away. But he's at 67% now. He has to absorb the punishment of the demon. That is Caleb. Great dodge. Return fire. Gyro for gyro. Piece for piece.
The Beyblades battled.
The Beyblades themselves are battling with Beyblades. This is insane.
It is amazing. It personally is. I mean, especially myself. I actually do enjoy myself a decent bit of Beyblade. But here we are again, as we do have at least the 2 Robs just whacking right now. It is no actual patience. Both of these players are just throwing out option after option after option.
Oh, man. The gyro's connecting in midair is stupid. No! He got off platform? He's still alive, just barely. 130. Caleb is so monstrous with that. The smaller, the lower platforms here on small battlefield do mean that can connect
Rob
through.
with rage.
Tries to predict for the jump though. Caleb just is so on the button, on the pulse. Gets one laser tech, goes for the afterburner drop kick again, not gonna land, goes for the spike, not gonna land, but the second time makes it through, and now Keone is on his last breath, the last gasp alive for Milani, but he sets him up in the tech, he's going wall to wall, and he's looking for the championship, he's living for right now. That is a lease on life for Keone. He's sitting at 89, 90 and climbing, goes for the up air, he has to stall, he has to buy for time right now, just barely alive.
He has to step back in, reset himself here because
Shield.
my goodness,
No.
what an electric
There's the
way
pump.
to go! There's the up air, and there is the national championship, the champions of the West. Harriman High School Mustangs pick up the victory.
Oh my goodness. Harriman High School are your PlayVS Cup Super Smash Bros. Ultimate West Conference champions. Oh, well deserved by this squad.
Wow.
I am 0 for 2 on predictions today. I'm going to go crawl in a corner. Not going to lie. What a way to end it.
I knew. I just knew. It's simple as that. How did I know? Vibes.
Vibes, yeah.
That's it. No, just no. Very, very simply put, we did have incredibly strong runs from two standout teams throughout these playoffs. And that is not to say that Mililani didn't have a good run of their own. It is just that Mililani had to fight through adversity at every single game. And with that mental strain, you don't want to go in with that type of mentality going into grand finals. You never want to be on the back foot when you are at that crowning moment. And the Harriman Mustangs, they have proven to be that team to really take advantage of their opportunities. And once again, this was the Caleb show. This was Caleb really impressing all of us, proving also, of course, that he has such a bright future ahead of him. Again, Caleb, congratulations to Harriman High School, to the Mustangs, congratulations on taking up the West. So we have our two winners from the East Side, Flagler Palm Coast High School, representing from Florida, and on the other side we have none other than the Harriman Mustangs from Utah. Well, that's another stark difference too. We had the Hawaii versus Utah battle. We had the snowy mountains versus the beachy coast there of Hawaii, but instead it's going to be almost the exact same thing here. Juxtaposition between the East and the West. What a pleasure it has been so far, ladies and gentlemen. Thank y'all for tuning in to that Smash Brothers action. Beautiful Crow, any final words?
I just think it's very impressive that the Mustangs won every single series and playoffs at a 3-1. every single series. I just went back and looked through the bracket.
Yeah.
3-1, 3-1, 3-1, 3-1, 3-1, and now here we are, another 3-1. I mean, I guess I should have known. It was in the cards, apparently. But no, immaculate gameplay. Caleb's a demon. Expect to see him at any locals. You might even see him at a major or two, should he choose to do so. Very, very strong player in their own right. Same with the rest of the squad. But yes, once again, congratulations to Harriman High School Smash Squad for taking the championship here in the West. Up mine, my boy. What a day. What a beautiful day of Super Smash Bros. Ultimate action. And I could not have been happier. Bang it out in the desk with you, man.
Ladies and gentlemen, back over to the desk in just a little bit. Just wanted to say the big thank yous, of course. This is my second day here on the desk. Thank you to PlayVS for having us. Thank you to Nintendo for hosting yet another great event under the PlayVS banner. And for those watching, ladies and gentlemen, this is what happens every single year. The fanfare is there. The PlayVS competition does not end. Go over to PlayVS.com to get yourself signed up for next year's competition. Signups are already open. And that's just my plug for now. Ladies and gentlemen, let's send it back over to the desk one final time for myself.
Love you, Jordan.
Thank you, Up-Minded, Beautiful Crow.
Much love back to you. And we did get some spikes. I mean, Rob is a ridiculous character.
Just got those jets on the bottom.
That big body jet going up, and we might not get some spikes, but we got the domes, and I do love a good dome.
That was a fantastic series. The Rob versus Rob to end it out. And, you know, I was saying Rob seems like a fun character to play. Honestly, you got the top, you got the lasers.
What's crazy to me, I didn't realize he had an 80% win rate. That's a little. Someone do something about Rob. That's crazy.
Well, congratulations to Harriman for taking down the PlayVS Cup for Super Smash Bros. Ultimate of the Western region. Really impressive stuff. But we're going to go to a quick break, and then we have our final game of this stream, Overwatch 2. But before we go to break, just want to let everybody know about an awesome event that happened on April 7th. Over 1,000 players, coaches, and parents joined PlayVS and the San Antonio Museum of Science and Technology, an affiliate of our partner, the Network of Academic and Scholastic Esports Federation, at the Boeing Center at Techport for an exciting in-person gaming extravaganza. Students competed in the R20 Premier Grand Finale, while supporters and attendees were invited to hear from industry professionals and coaches about the benefits of esports. Special guest Caroline Kwan shared her experience as a content creator and advised parents about careers in the industry. With gaming, we can open up the possibilities for students to pursue their passions and prepare them for a growing number of career opportunities. Check out our recap of the event and then stick around for the Overwatch 2 finals.
Today we are at the Boeing Techport Center in San Antonio, celebrating esports in San Antonio community with schools around the area, league professionals, colleges, all coming together with a common purpose. We've been very, very excited to announce that we've had 2 college scholarships, 2 different students that each got over $90,000 in scholarship offers just by playing on their team through PlayVS.
PlayVS is hosting an event today, and it's just a great way to see teammates sitting together. They roll up on the big yellow school bus, and just having a chance to compete and be along your friends and family while you do something you love, I think is one of the neatest things that are happening here.
I've seen so many students in gaming find that passion and find that, oh, I do love to talk to people, or I do love to go on panels to tell people about my experience. There's just so many different pathways that esports and gaming open up for students. It's great that we align with PlayVS because with our partnership with NASEP and PlayVS, they support students on a tournament level. They give that competitive space to all of the students.
I am here as a panelist, hanging out with parents and kids, talking about what it's like being in gaming, being a content creator. I think esports and gaming are important for students because it's a way for them to build a community. It's a way for them to learn skills like team building. PlayVS is something for kids to actually be a part of a team, be a part of a group, of a community. It's something that can keep them motivated, can keep them focused, can make them feel less isolated, less alone. Have this group of like-minded students and teachers that they can learn from and that they can play with.
The experience with competing with PlayVS has been great. It's been very streamlined. It's been very easy to navigate, and just been awesome to help our kids get involved and stay competitive. Experience for esports has just been awesome because I've seen a lot of kids that I wouldn't normally see on a day-to-day basis, and got to build connections and relationships with them, and see them grow through esports and learn through competitive play and just growing together as a team.
PlayVS offers a lot with regards to community outreach. So the students have an easy way to get in and look at their schedule and communicate with their opponents, but also the amount of things that PlayVS has given to us with regards to things like Nintendo Switches and codes and games and things. They are so good to be able to supply us with things that we've needed in order to compete that I don't really think we would have to go outside for very much. The thing that I've seen with regards to my players that I'm the most happy with as part of the program is that they have a real community here. And that was the thing I sold the administration on right off the bat, was that these kids hadn't had, a lot of them at least, the opportunity to play sports in a traditional setting. They weren't into that. That wasn't really their thing. They like to play games. I liked to growing up too. So the idea that I could create a community inside of the community they're already familiar with that would kind of excite them and bring them back to the school with something to look forward to was really enticing, and I just love that part about it.
I think if I had any advice to give to other coaches out there about being a super coach is, if you firmly believe that esports is good for the future of high school and good for the future of the kids, definitely look into it. There are really good benefits. There are really good super coaches around the country. You know, we all support each other like a family. If you feel strongly about esports and you really want to do a good job of helping other schools be involved, you should definitely join the program, because, you know, we're a tight-knit community that is growing rapidly.
What made me decide to become a super coach is I wanted to take our program to the next level. I wanted to elevate our program. I wanted more of a voice with PlayVS, and I wanted more opportunities to support the kids. Super Coach program is awesome. You get direct access to a team of amazing coaches. You get access to better access to PlayVS. You get direct communication with the league to discuss changes in rules or changes to the platform. You get to give more direct feedback. It's a great program.
Absolutely, jump on board. I'm sure that you'll have lots of kids at your school to compete with, and reach out and speak to other coaches. You know, we have the Super Coach program. If you go online, go to playversus.com, or reach out to the Kentucky High School Athletic Association. They can direct you to one of our super coaches like myself, or an individual PlayVS, and we can help you get started. And it's just a wonderful program. You won't be disappointed by the results.
The experience of coaching esports for me has been fulfilling, super rewarding. And I think even if Bob Jones wasn't as successful as they are, I think I would still feel fulfilled and rewarded being able to give these kids a community at school, and being able to give these kids a place to showcase their skills that, you know, are going to get unnoticed if esports wasn't something that they could participate in.
Join. I mean, we need more. We need more people getting involved with this program and helping to grow the sport in the state of Oklahoma.
To join the Super Coach program, if you're a coach that you're already that go-to person in your state, like, there's no reason not to do it. Like, because, like I said, it gives you like a little bit more behind the scenes with PlayVS and how things work, which is just going to help you help your state more. And I mean, that's what the Super Coach program was put in there for. It was so, because we're on the ground and we're here, so it's easier for us sometimes to help. And so it provides you with more information to just allow you to help build esports better in your state. So there's really, if you're interested in it, there's really no reason not to apply for it, because you're probably already doing a lot of the work anyway. You just don't realize it.
It makes me cry inside every time I see them together as friends. The talks that we have about, it's not just about the winning, it's about the community that we're building, setting the foundation for, you know, future players to come in and feel comfortable and being accepted with the ideals and just the interest that they have with this. And so I have nothing but pride and joy for them, win or lose.
Basically that I love that we're given the opportunity for these, I call them atypical athletes, that are given the opportunity for them to be successful both in high school and for whatever opportunities open for them. I'm hoping that I can do whatever I can to help get them to the next level.
Do it. Please join the program. There is so many great things, so many great people to meet. it's just a really good community.
Welcome back to the 2024 PlayVS Cup Finals, this time for Overwatch. I'm Jorby. This is James Bot.
Overwatch 2.
Overwatch 2. I am so sorry. You know, it happens. That's okay.
I said Splatoon when it was technically Splatoon 3.
True, but everyone knew what you were talking about.
Yeah, and I knew what you were talking about.
People might have been confused with me. So.
No, you're ribbing.
Well, we've had a crazy day of games. We haven't gone down the distance in any of these. Rocket League was 5 games.
A little more one-sided today.
Smash was a sweep on the East Coast, but the West Coast, a little more competitive. It went 4, though, and now we go to Overwatch 2, James. Let's go ahead and take a look at that bracket for the Overwatch Youth League. As you can see, both of our teams, the journey they had to take, not as difficult of a path as some of our other games, only going 4 games in total in these best of 5s.
And if there's one thing I learned, is that you can disregard the scores for the most part of the previous rounds. And I learned that from the Novi experience, how they had not dropped a single game, not even a game. We're not talking series. Didn't drop a game all season long, ended up losing in the finals. So, you know, it's a long journey for both of these teams, but they can just now focus purely on this matchup.
And taking a look at the head-to-head really quick, you see Brooklyn Technical versus Huntington Beach. We got New York and California represented here. Both of these teams are their Eastern Youth Champion for Overwatch 2 in Brooklyn, and then the Pacific, excuse me, not Western.
Well, it is Western.
Western Pacific, yeah, but it's Pacific, James.
It is Pacific, but that is over on the west. On the west side.
You have to be more specific. That's okay, though. We're about to get ready and into this game, James, and I know that we have a lot of fun discussing this, but I just want to know your prediction so we could throw it to the real knowledgeable casters over on the other side.
Oh, gosh. This is a tough one. Who do you have, Jorby?
You know what? Give me Huntington Beach. I'm chilling. I've got my sunglasses on. I've got my sunscreen on. I'm feeling the sun. I'm feeling the heat. I got Huntington Beach.
You know, I'm actually going to throw a curveball on you. I'm going to go Huntington Beach as well.
Whoa!
This is the one time that we are going to go on the same team.
That's crazy.
I figure it's the last series. We might as well do it.
Yeah, well, look at that. Huntington Beach.
All right.
How about that? We may have cast or cursed it. I don't know, but you can also vote at home on the Twitch chat poll on YouTube. I don't know if we have a poll there. Sorry. But Twitch chat, you can hit that poll button. But while you're hitting those votes, let's go ahead and throw it over to our casters, and let's get started with Overwatch 2.
Much appreciated, and yeah, we're getting ready to get things kicked off. I think we're kind of disregarding a team that goes by the name of Mogwarts, though, because let's be very real with ourselves. I think they've won the name game.
Yeah, by name alone, they've got to be the clear front runners, at least in my opinion. Certainly, I think now our opinion collectively, that's probably where we're looking. So maybe
actually just the right opinion. Maybe the desk isn't. Maybe the desk is just wrong.
It's casters versus desk at this point, but it's also East versus West. I think that's also a cool little dynamic that we got playing out here. We've got the Pacific Youth Champion going up against the Eastern Youth Champion in this matchup, and two teams that have been dominant through the bracket as well. Really looking forward to this one, man.
Yeah, they've had very similar seasons. I know some of the other games haven't had like the closest finals. This smells like it could be that. I don't want to jinx it, but really it has the makings of a good game. And with, I think, where the meta sits in Overwatch, it's really primed for a good game. There's a lot of openness with what these teams can play, what they can bring to the table, how they can try to counter one another with strategies. It's not really going to be like these two teams running the exact same thing for a lot of these maps. Yes, they may mirror, but there's a good chance we get at least a little bit of experimentation between these two to try and really throw wrenches into one another's plans. And for me, that's what makes this really exciting, what makes it a really volatile match.
Yeah, I think that's one of the coolest things about, this time period right now, the era that we're in with Overwatch 2, is that, you look back at the OWCS Dallas Major that just went on very recently, and I mean, that was a very dynamic event. You saw a lot of different stuff being thrown out, a lot of different, top-level teams trying a whole bunch of different strategies, and not just, one strategy where you see a couple of different, heroes intermixed here and there, but it's realistically still the same play style. It's different play styles even, which is not something that happens all too often, but has been creeping out a lot more, I would say, with Overwatch 2, and we've seen a lot of cool stuff. Of course, on top of that as well, we've seen a couple of patches since the patch that we saw in OWCS Dallas Major, so I'm curious to see how these teams have kind of developed their strategies, because it's not just the same, patch they started the entire bracket on, but there's also been some new stuff as well since then.
Yeah, and that's always what's exciting about youth esports in particular is kind of how they approach it, right? Because you get this trickle down of meta from pros to second leagues to collegiate to high school and youth programs, but realistically, a lot of these teams, especially at the top level of youth programs, have had enough time to adapt to these metas. The players are at a level, at a caliber where they are really able to, and the changes that they bring in don't just represent the meta, but also what capabilities these individuals bring to the field as well. So we're going to see some pretty unique stuff, I'd hope.
Yeah, looking straight up, I mean, already, I would say Brooklyn Technical is the team that I would say has the composition that I would expect more in this scenario here, but definitely still some brawl potential on the side of Huntington Beach as well. Going to see how they wind up standing off against each other. Toxic Void already down low and taken down already. Yeah,
Positionally, this is kind of the dream for Brooklyn Technical, right? Just take this choke, use it to avoid a lot of that poke that's coming out from the Sigma, coming out from the Baptiste, who's now down. It's a slow but sure push, one that Brooklyn Technical will pick up a win on.
They're going to go ahead and try to collect this point along with it, but Huntington Beach battling back just a little bit, but it's not going to be enough. Brooklyn Technical, the Mogwarts, also featuring, I think, my favorite, not just team name, but also my favorite player name with Love My Mom 456. I mean, genuinely a top-notch name as well. It can't go unnoticed. It has to be brought up.
Yeah, I mean, especially considering like the age of these players. Youth programs is usually like, you know, trying to be rebellious. I Love My Mom, arguably a less common title at this age.
I think, ironically, sort of a little bit more so, though, right? Because everybody else is doing the other thing.
Exactly. All right, second engagement coming around. No ultimates are up yet, so this one's not any more special than the last. That being said, the result does look relatively similar. Quick picks off onto the back line means a quick win.
To see, though, Brooklyn Technical, they've done this quite often. It feels like they really want to give into that brawl, and it does seem like they are able to kind of battle things out over time through attrition, something that this composition is going to enable them to do now that they've made that swap. They've gone from Sigma. They've now moving over to what is effectively, I mean, much closer to the mirror match that, you know, I think over time we will probably expect to see more of with this Ramatra in play here, something that we also saw at the pro level very recently as well.
Big advantage here for Brooklyn Technical with them having the sound barrier online very early. They're going to pop it and try to find an engagement onto the back line of Huntington Beach, and they're able to. CKC down, EV Dog down. A swift win off of an ultimate advantage garnered largely in all the damage that they were taking between those two fights. See, Atlas still doesn't have the sound barrier up to match.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be something I think that Huntington Beach probably wants to try to be able to see if they can play this next fight a little bit more slowly, try to buy some time where David Newman's likely to pull out the ultimate there early on. If Huntington Beach can disengage long enough so that they can get that sound barrier online, that's going to be a win condition for them, and they need it now. It's 90% for Brooklyn Technical.
Oh, but boy, crossing this line onto the point's going to cost them a lot in terms of health bar. Not to mention the fact that, like you said, the Annihilation's online, and it immediately spaces the backline away. The sound barrier comes up, but it's only onto two. Only CKC and Atlas caught it. The entire backline left stranded amidst the wrath of David Newman, who's going to take the rest of this point for Brooklyn Technical.
Say pretty clinical for Brooklyn Technical here. I mean, they lost that first engagement. They made a swap. Took them a little bit of time, but now we can see them going over to that next point, and they have some momentum to build off of, right? That sound barrier that got used late there by Atlas, only catching two, also now having to be behind in Monster by 40% again here. I mean, this pacing differential could wind up being something that hurts them for the rest of the match if they can't find a way to catch up.
Yeah, you've got to find a way to turn this around. I think capitalizing on this fight is the big one. They have a slight ultimate advantage. If they can convert on this, they might be able to stabilize it, but so far not going well. A clever placement of the amplification matrix buys an early fight win for Brooklyn Technical, and now it looks like it's going to go from bad to worse in terms of ultimates.
Yeah, I mean, 3 clean team fights in a row for Brooklyn Technical here. Huntington Beach struggling to find that same kind of confidence that they had opening some of these engagements up with, getting those early eliminations, and yet still, I mean, the longer kind of drawn-out brawling style that we see from Brooklyn Technical, yes, it's still solid, but they've been winning these fights, getting those opening picks, and that's been something that I think Huntington Beach needs to look out for, and without some of these support ults, it's going to make it even harder.
And now the question's like, where's the engagement? How do you actually walk at Brooklyn Technical right now? Because even if you get in, you get dead-eyed out, pulse bombs there to ward you off. You have an amplification matrix to maybe solidify your position up on the high ground a little bit more. It does take down David Newman, and now they've really managed to convert. David Newman just, I think, caught out, overextended there early on in the fight, didn't play respecting that amp matrix, and that's going to be a loss for Brooklyn Technical.
Still some of those drawn out engagement, but this is still, I would say, very much a major boon in Huntington Beach's favor. They won the fight quite some time ago. They're now at 20%.
It's efficient.
Yes, exactly. It was also very efficient, but on top of that, look, we're also kind of catching up. We'd already kind of have highlighted the sound barrier and the pacing there. Atlas is now at 80%. They did just come off of a one-team fight. Brooklyn Technical doesn't have anything really guaranteed fight winning, so there might be opportunity here for Huntington Beach to actually equalize in some of this ult economy, and that would be huge for them moving forward.
Brooklyn Technical now gets to feel what it's like to be on the reverse side of that sound barrier coin. All it's going to take is a bit of clever timing from Atlas. Last one we saw used only caught 2 members, didn't quite get them what they needed. Now they're going to step forward with the help of a Deadeye. They're able to pick up one off the back of it, and the tank's going to be enough. Huntington Beach are down and likely out. Sound barrier absolutely will not buy you back into this fight.
I still like this from Huntington Beach. Yes, they wind up getting some, early fallouts there, and I mean it's definitely something that you would like to have won every fight consecutively, obviously. But here's the thing: they're coming back into this next fight. They have every weapon in their arsenal that they could possibly ask for. Atlas has the sound barrier. They do have a chance here to equalize, go 1-1, and send this to a 3rd point.
My only worry is that you have to look past just these points, right? Like if you spend big on this one, how much do you have for the next? Maybe saving does have some merit here. Pulse bomb, pulls the sound barrier early. A huge play by Keone forces the ultimate out from Atlas, and now that advantage that we talked about for Huntington Beach has been cut down at the knees. Brooklyn Technical fall back onto the point and now just have to try and play their space. They're able to. Huntington Beach forced into the choke point, forced to step forward where they don't want to go. An attempt at fighting back comes out from CKC, but it's going to take a miracle. EV-Dog getting some work done in the back line to help our CKC. Chops ever lower, and it's Brooklyn Technical coming out on top. Keone with a huge play to finish off that point.
Yeah, that was massive. You would have almost anticipated Huntington Beach to go ahead and use that ultimate and then immediately try to pivot, go on the attack, and try to go ahead and find some early eliminations. They had EV-Dog just kind of waiting to go ahead and pop out that overclock as well. Caught a couple of people, but unfortunately just a little bit slower on the uptake than I think they would have really liked to have had there in that moment. Now Brooklyn Technical 2 points up, and now also in a pretty solid position, holding out here 6 seconds before Flashpoint unlocks.
Yeah, they have less check marks at the top of their screen, but they're about 10% off of that sound barrier. They're about 20% off from the Annihilation being up. So if this goes along, they will be able to buy their way into it and should be able to push it over the edge with the help of a sound barrier that we just see come out from End Monster. Now it's all the focus put onto the Annihilation of CKC. They counter with one of their own. It's effectively a 1 ult fight for them, plus 1 ult rather, in order to pick up a win. And I think that's pretty cheap, all things considered. This ultimate economy continues to be their boon.
Yeah, I love the safe play here from Brooklyn Technical too as well. I mean, you saw that sound barrier come up. They're not overly aggressive after we see them pull that out, and they know that they're going to be playing into the Annihilation, so they have to play that corner, just checking their sight lines, playing the short sight lines as well, so that they have that place to fall back to, that just kind of point of recession. Really, really solid stuff from Brooklyn Technical so far. I mean, that's the exact kind of stuff that allows them to get this lead early on in this series, and this is going to kind of set the tone, I think, for the rest of it.
That being said, ult economy is dead even here. It's elbow grease and a couple of pulse bombs for either of these teams. Keone got something done last time to see if Andrew can equalize. Tanks step in for the initial engagement. Pulse bomb out for one side. Andrew yet to retort. MO's out and sustain, burning down at CKC to fall first. No pulse bomb out of Andrew. Huntington Beach will just call this one quits.
Yeah, they've got to back out. They've got to go ahead and get back together again. There's just not that much time here left on the clock. 90%. They're still having a couple of staggers going out, and even now, Andrew, the one thing that would have allowed them to get that overtime tick, which he did succeed at, I mean, how else are you going to be able to extend this fight? You don't have ultimates really as well, and now you certainly don't have a touch, and just like that, Mogwarts get the early lead.
An impressive display of control as well over the ult economy. They had the thing by the neck pretty much the entire time, and it was, yes, I think slightly better, slightly more efficient usage, but when it came down to mechanics, I felt both teams felt strong, felt like they were stepping in with a lot of the right ideas. Brooklyn Technical, though, were so measured in how they spent and where they spent their ultimates that it really does make you feel like they have a stranglehold over the entire map. It makes it look like the gap is maybe larger than it is, but realistically, with a couple of small changes here, I think Huntington Beach still are in this thing.
Yeah, I absolutely have to agree. I mean, these two teams were champions of their respective regions for a reason, right? And we saw the play, especially at the individual level. We saw even EV Dog come out, had a couple of those really good plays, especially with the overclock in play as well. But that's the thing, you know, starting out, getting that those early map jitters, and you're in a final right now. Hey, look, there's still opportunity here to turn things back around. I'm going to go ahead and say that Huntington Beach definitely not counted out. We've seen how many times, Dora, in our history have we seen teams bounce back from what looked like a pretty deflating start. I don't imagine that to be the case here for Huntington Beach, and I certainly hope that they can turn it around.
No, and I feel like you can kind of tell the difference between a game that's lost and a game that's... When you're just getting gapped mechanically, when they're out aiming you, it's like, it's hard to just get better at aiming over a short period of time. It's hard to just like tell yourself that, okay, I'll just play some Kovacs in between maps and like come back and we'll be okay. But like when it's something as macro as Ult Economy, where you can just put more focus on it, where you can change your decision making, those are the kind of things you can make in between maps happen. And I think it's a very obvious change for Huntington Beach. That being said, there were like very few actual major mistakes. Maybe the sound barrier onto 2, and I don't want to like just like harp on the Lucio player.
Yeah,
like that's just a tough sound barrier to hit most of the time. Like, but outside of that, the mechanics felt even. A lot of those elbow grease fights at the beginning of the map where you don't have ultimates, those were going both ways. They were getting messy, and I expect that to continue.
Yeah, I think this is one of those situations where, you know, even from our perspective, where both of us have even, you know, at sometimes played and been in this position, you know, playing in some of these high stakes games. And, you know, at some points, this kind of matchup where it feels like it could have started out one-sided, it could be the difference of one player just coming in and saying, look, our comms are a little bit disorganized, let's settle, let's play our game, and that could make all the difference. I mean, that I think is how close these two teams really could be in this matchup. So one person just stepping up and taking that leadership role for these youth programs, that could be a big deal here for them. So that's what I'm looking for going into a map number 2, as well as, you know, maybe some shifts on you know, how we're taking these approaches in some of these team fights, especially. I mean, I would say the transitions as well between going for that pre-fight and hitting our engage, you know, especially when we're reacting to a play. You look at that pulse bomb play that affected them pretty detrimentally. Those kinds of things, if you clean that up, I think that makes all the difference.
Yeah, it's little things at the end of the day. And as well, there are big things they can change if they want to. If they feel like things are getting to a bad place, we talked about how dynamic the meta is, but with map changes, with map pick, often comes determination of what you're going to play in the current meta. It's not at a point where you're running one thing on the same map because it's so strong that you need to. If you pick a dive map, you need to pick a dive composition right now. And if they want to go ahead and shift things towards more pokey, shift things towards more brawl, shift things more into that dive territory where maybe Huntington Beach feels more comfortable, that's absolutely something that they have open to them, and the meta thankfully allows for, which I think in high school is super important, because again, it's the players at your school is kind of who you get to choose from, right? So if you happen to have people that are just good at that one particular thing, yeah, being able to lean into that with a second map pick could be huge.
Yeah, and when you talk about making changes, well, I mean, that's one thing that you can do. You can kind of, you know, put that hand deep into the bag and pull something else out, and that could be a different player on your roster. It looks like we are going to have a substitute. We'll get the exact clarification on what's exactly going on there, but it is going to be, I believe, Mogwart's actually making that substitution. But you talk about some of those compositions and some of the, you know, variation that we could see in the play styles, even with a couple of switch ups, and I think that we've already seen some of that at least kind of played with initially. I mean, we saw a brawl composition kind of spearheaded by a Sigma. That is, I would say, something that you don't see all that often, but it could maybe key us into the fact that perhaps Brooklyn Technical wants to go ahead and play some of these other play styles. And while they did perform well in that Ramatra brawl, somewhat of a mirror, obviously some delineation there between their opposition, but you know, that there could be something else on the table here. And I would say even for Huntington Beach, I mean, if we see them go towards more dive stuff, that could be where they take precedence. There's so many different things that could change map to map, playstyle to playstyle. And also when you're talking about, you know, subbing in different players and bringing in different strengths as well, that could really make all the difference as well.
Yeah, and that's something you talked about. It's going to be a little zoom for Keone, which I'm going to be honest. Well, I mean, you're surprised to see subs when somebody like Keone's getting subbed out, who was doing phenomenal stuff on the Tracer. That pulse bomb again, yeah, it forced what was, I think, at a really high level, a mistake to sound barrier instead of use the immortality field. But realistically, it's a very understandable sound barrier and one that I think is at most levels relatively acceptable. Like, that's
Look,
a huge
playmakers
play.
got to make plays. Man.
Exactly. Like I can't. Like I have to give all the credit on that one to Keone. And so subbing them out, you expect big things from Lil Zoom Zoom. And as we head into Coliseum, I think this is an interesting map because it opens up the door a little bit in terms of compositions. That Sigma that we were talking about on the last map certainly does peek its head out here every once in a while. And any type of brawl, generally fair game, but that Sigma is coming to mind if they want to think about it one more time.
Yeah, I mean, when I'm looking at this one, I'm definitely thinking about, you know, what kind of brawl compositions I'm looking for. Even when you're looking at the Sigma compositions, you do still obviously have that kind of poke composition or whatever. But even some of those poke compositions are inherently leaning towards brawl composition when you look at the backlines and everything.
It's so ironic how Overwatch 2 just like blurred the line between dive and poke, or between brawl and poke.
You play Lucio. That's really what it is, and it enables the brawl no matter what you're playing, it feels like. But we are going to be able to get exactly what we were talking about. It is going to be that Ramatra that we saw opened up by Huntington Beach, but Brooklyn Technical, they were toying with that Sigma. Now they're going to go ahead and bring it out yet again. They weren't as I would say successful as they would have liked in their opening fight on the last map. Let's see if they can turn it around here with Lil Zoom Zoom on it this time around.
Yeah. And this isn't a particularly brawly Sigma composition and amongst the Overwatch 2 Sigma compositions. Their goal here is not to fight at close range against Huntington Beach. Their goal is to stay far away, charge up those railguns, allow Toxic Void's damage from the Baptiste to really rein in. Genghis Khan on the Torbjorn. I think a sick little pocket pick here is going to keep Andrew kind of at arm's length for the entirety of the game. It also makes it difficult for the Kiriko to flank. This is a really cool and interesting composition for Brooklyn Technical. I'm digging it.
Yeah, I mean, between the Torb and the Lucio able to mark Andrew, it definitely denies him some of that aggression, and you can already see it's paying dividends.
Yeah, I mean, how do you approach that if you're Andrew? Like, what do you do? There's a Torb turn looking at you, a Lucio Torb. Yeah, it's gonna be. There's a good chance Andrew just goes back and swaps, but 79% to a pulse bomb. Maybe they just try to hold on here. Speeding forward are Brooklyn Technical, looking to clean up one or two more, but they're not gonna get them.
So some early advantage here for Brooklyn Technical. Again, a team that I think with this composition last round, I mean, they struggled in the opening fight. This time they get ahead early and already some decent coverage as well. And Andrew once again goes down. I will say, I don't know that they're just going to swap the Tracer. It's a hard thing to go ahead and do, but nonetheless, it is going to be a difficult thing to pull off.
And you can see this disengage we were talking about. They don't want to fight up close, so Brooklyn Technical is back away, will speed away. This also gives them the spot advantage on that one DPS player who went down, so the early advantage should go to the team in red here, especially with ultimates coming online pretty soon. It's going to be the Gravitic Flux popped first by Lil Zoom Zoom, matched by a sound barrier, but it's not put onto Andrew and Love My Mom again. It only catches 3 members of the team. Huntington Beach are going to be put down yet again.
I mean, great disengage.
That was
great answer, great re-engage as well. Once we saw Atlas's sound barrier come up, Brooklyn Technical were very quick to recognize that Huntington Beach still had a couple of players that were low HP. It was going to be difficult for them to actually regenerate their health. So once they broke that sound barrier bonus health, it was easy for them to get those kills. And now Brooklyn Technical can step up. They have a huge advantage because they have their own sound barrier.
Oh, how did CKC go down? Amidst all of their teammates as well. I thought the Molten Cores just kind of hold them off until they could push this under a bridge to a slightly safer position to have the card in, but no, they've taken space with it. They've moved all the way up onto this bridge. What an aggressive move by Brooklyn Technical, and they've got more ultimates behind that. This is going to be a difficult nut to crack for Huntington Beach.
Yeah, cheap fight. You use one Molten Core and you win the fight, and now you are getting into a very dangerous territory if you're Huntington Beach here, all the way through the bridge underneath the underpass. And now Brooklyn Technical, they still have all of those options moving forward, and CKC is still taking tons of pressure.
Oh, an EV Dog down early. A sound barrier engage attempted by End Monster here for Brooklyn Technical to try and capitalize on their early pick. They're not able to create anything with it. Oh, I say so, until Andrew goes down. 2 should be enough to finish this off. Fortunately for Huntington Beach, the spawns are quick. They'll get 1, maybe 2 more chances at this, and Brooklyn Technical are spent. Now it's the blue team's turn to fight on back. Stepping forward, CKC knows that they've got the annihilation. Brooklyn Technical also know that ultimate's up, so they start backing away again. Disengage is in the name of the game for the team in red, and they do it beautifully every single time, forcing overextensions out of EV Dog, out of Andrew. You can see CKC is just desperately trying to get to this team so that it can use the pummel on them, but they can't.
I mean, this has been we talked about both these teams having dominant performances through the bracket. We also heard the desk talking about sometimes that doesn't even matter. But this feels like Brooklyn Technical is having just as dominant of a performance in this final against another team that was dominant. This is insane, and now CKC needs to step up, needs to go ahead and take some space away, using the Annihilation as well if he can get in there.
Flux doesn't catch anything. Buys a break for Huntington Beach High School. Annihilation re-engage, gets a fight on the board for Huntington Beach.
Oh, they needed that. They needed that. I mean, obviously they needed that. It's 133 meters already with still 5.5 minutes on the clock. It's going to be hard pressed. It's going to be a big uphill battle, I think, ahead of Huntington Beach to be able to reclaim all of that taken space, walked by that robot. But now it's all about equalizing. Get that cart back to neutral. Try to deny that spawn advantage that Brooklyn Technical is obviously going to try to hang on to. They're already in position to do so.
Fortunately for Huntington Beach, the ultimate advantage is pretty neutral at this point in time. Amplification Matrix buys a little bit more time for Brooklyn Technical. Also takes down Atlas moments before the sound barrier came online, so it's going to have to be a disengage for Huntington Beach. A difficult one at that. Now is the time wanes off the clock.
And now you get to make that internal kind of struggle within your own head. Is that great ult tracking or just great fortune that the timing happened the way it was? Either
Sometimes
way,
you just catch a rivet with your mouth. That's
either way, Brooklyn Technical is going to take it no matter which one it is, because now they're right back at Huntington's doorstep.
And knock they will. David Newman wants to step forward. Andrew catches the wrong end of a Torb turret yet again. Genghis Khan has broken this match open time and time again. Overclock from the high ground available for David Newman, but they'll be patient. Look at this from Brooklyn Technical, so measured in their approach, not trying to overstep their bounds. Instead, playing that disengage game, playing them the game that's won them fight after fight after fight. They'll step forward. Gravitic Flux plus a railgun equals a whole lot of dead players on the side of Huntington Beach. This card is going all the way through Coliseum.
Yeah, no trouble at all for Brooklyn Technical. They get the job done a second time in a row, and not often do you see a full cap on Coliseum, but the Mogwarts get the job done, and they are one step closer, one step away from a finals win if they can lock it down.
I'm just saying, our predictions are looking very right. You absolutely can't. Do judge books by their covers. Do judge teams by their names. All the things you weren't told to do. I think we can firmly say, at least in terms of reading things on first look, probably should.
I mean, to be fair, we do have a little bit more time spent on Overwatch 2 than our desk. Just a little bit. Like a little tiny little bit. So like maybe...
Overwatch team name connoisseurs, really.
Yes, exactly. So we've been able to kind of develop this over time, you know, spending that, you know, over the years that we've casted together, over the years that we've casted just in general this game. We picked up on things, man, a couple of things.
Seen plenty of teams come and go, and you know what? It might be quick for one of these teams to come and go if Huntington Beach cannot figure out a way to beat out Mogwarts for this one potentially final map. We'll find out whether or not they can, though, after this break. Welcome back, y'all. After a quick little break, these teams are locked and loaded and ready to get back into things. Huntington Beach have the world in front of them, and it's all up to them to try and take it. It's going to be some tough changes to be made, though, up against Brooklyn.
Yeah, especially because Brooklyn has made some adjustments of their own throughout this series, and it feels like they've only gotten stronger. And that's crazy to say because one of the adjustments that they made was taking out one of their players that made a fantastic play here on this map to open things up in this series. I mean, it has been a star-studded affair, I think, for Brooklyn Technical across the board, and that's all 6 players that we have seen so far, all of them.
Yeah, they've been phenomenal. And to be honest, I want to shout out one in particular because whether it's communication, because it's always communication with positioning, but realistically, I have to give a lot of credit here to N-Monster. The Lucio play has been immaculate for Brooklyn Technical, and it's been very suffocating at that. The disengages have been called perfectly. That's coordination between them and the tank, both of the tanks that have been in and played. And on top of that, I don't think we've seen a sound barrier miss for Brooklyn Technical. Like, they're like, even if you go from like a nuanced perspective, there's very little to nitpick about here. And that's made it so difficult because it's not just like, normally, especially with the like high school level stuff, you expect opportunities to arise from imperfect play because Overwatch is so dynamic, it's hard to play perfectly.
Yeah.
But when you have someone who's putting up such consistent support for their team, such consistent positioning and group togetherness, it's really hard to find those cracks to get yourself back into the game. So it's like, yeah, BTHS are looking good and they're playing well, but it's that much harder to kind of get over the hill that they've created because of that Lucio play.
Yeah, and Monster has been incredible. And again, like you said, I think the most incredible part of that has been the fact that it has been integrating with 2 different tank players in 2 maps so far. We saw both Lil Zoom Zoom as well as David Newman, if I'm not mistaken, as well, was the other tank in that first map. So, I mean, that's crazy to see that they don't miss a beat at all when they switch up such a critical fixture of a composition, especially when you're talking about communication. It's main tank a lot of the time kind of deciding a lot of those things on top of the Lucio player if they are being able to, you know, dictate tempo as well as some of the ults, you know, the economy as well as what their pre-fight plan is going to be. But regardless, it's less about them. It's now more about Huntington Beach and what are they going to be able to do to find a way back into this series. Right now, they are down 2-0. I mean, backs against the wall. And we have yet another sub here. Keone is coming in now instead of Genghis Khan. So Keone comes back in. One of the stars, I would say, of the first map. Now makes a return from map number 3. Potentially could be the last map in this series.
Could be. We can talk all day about what Brooklyn Technical are doing. The sub from Keone, little zoom moving off of tank, now back to a DPS role.
There's some
Super
flexibility
sick to see
here.
That flexibility, yeah. But we got to talk about Huntington Beach. Is what they felt confident on this, what they're rolling out on. It's more of that Ramatra composition.
Yeah.
The big thing for me has got to be connection between CKC and that backline. A lot of the losses
pivotal, right?
Were when they just had those little disconnects. It's not CKC's fault, but when your team starts either lagging behind or the tank gets too far ahead, that's where we saw that tank get burst down early in those fights, and Huntington Beach kind of give up a couple that they didn't necessarily need to.
Yeah, that's the hardest thing to do, especially when you're talking about some of these brawling compositions, especially ones with a lot of poke-heavy you know, stuff going on. You talk about the Torb that we saw, the Sigma. There's going to be a lot of focus on the CKC, and that becomes very hard to deal with. Now we see a totally different shift here for Brooklyn Technical. They made that one adjustment to the player, and you see a play style massive change here, but still, I mean,
the play style change, it's still CKC.
Okay. Maybe the strat hasn't changed. The play style's different, but the strat's the same. It's focus main tank, focus main tank, focus main tank.
Yeah, when you see something like an Ashe Genji come out, right? With a dive, you're kind of like, okay, yeah, we're going to look for a little bit of backline damage, going to look to finish people off with dashes, but the second you lock in an Echo, you're looking to make the tank's life very unfun, and they're just doubling down on the CKC train, and you know what? It's working for them right about now that they push the cart up a hill.
Especially with that Ana in play as well against the Ramatra, just denying that healing once that shield goes down. That biotic grenade is just going to be free to land as well, something that CKC is going to have to be on the lookout for, but it's David Newman who has to be careful, already taking a ton of pressure off of some of these dives, but navigating them well so far.
Yeah, avoiding most of the damage. You have the Baptiste in a bit of a corner, force that immortality field. I don't think they'll be able to get much more. A nice little anti-nade does mean that Huntington Beach have to respect it and back off. End Monster caught out with a cheeky little headshot from Love My Mom. I think that puts Brooklyn Technical enough on the back foot that they at least have to take a respawn here.
Yeah, buying time here defensively for Huntington Beach, that is huge for them because they need to be able to start building up this economy. Something that we're going to see here early is this nano boost. How can they stave it off?
Seems like relatively doable for them. A third dive in from the Monkey as it's followed up by a duplicated Ramatra. They finally get in on the backline. It takes a few more ultimates than I think Brooklyn Technical would have liked to spend there, but a point's a point.
Yeah, definitely, and that's exactly what Brooklyn Technical was looking for. As soon as they get that early advantage in the economy, they're going to go ahead and take full advantage of it. They have thrown everything out onto Huntington Beach to get this early momentum, but now it's about holding on to it, and man, they keep looking out for CKC. They keep going.
It's so close every single time. That being said, I think it's a pretty good position for Huntington Beach. I'd be okay with this. 4 minutes on the clock, full ultimate advantage. I think it's like a 4 ult plus that they're on right now. There is a lot of room to play here. If they can make these fights efficient, just like that. 1 ult, 1 kill, 1 elimination, and you're done. Put Brooklyn Technical on the back foot, clean up a few more, take it to the next one. This is what they need to do to take advantage of the fact that Brooklyn Technical spent so big on that last fight to take point A.
I think Huntington Beach is looking a lot better here in this map. I mean, obviously, getting some fight wins under their belt. They have 2 already in this map that they've been able to be successful with, and now also they have a great standing in economy. That is something that we didn't see often from them in the last 2 maps. It certainly looks like a much different Huntington Beach, but man, that early focus from Brooklyn Technical is so difficult to deal with.
Yeah, especially, I might have been a deflected railgun into EV Dog if we're being real. That's a tough way to go. And Huntington Beach, more than happy to try and fight this one back. CKC popping in Annihilation, making sure they can hold that space. It's working well against Brooklyn Technical, who are still without impactful ultimate. End Monster had a rally, but it went down immediately. And it's 2 ultimates to win the fight. Yes, from Huntington Beach, but, 2 for 1, you're still not mad at.
Yeah, and interesting here, too. Brooklyn Technical making some, intriguing swaps is what I'll say. I mean, Doomfist coming in, so obviously looking for some disruption, but when you're talking about trying to get up into that high ground, obviously that's a big reason why they're making these changes. These are characters that can actually aggress up to that high ground, but that's one of the issues is that, this is one of the issues. If you aren't able to get into position collectively and set up a pre-fight for that engage, it is almost impossible to get up there and take Huntington Beach out of their defensive position, and that's going to be a struggle, I think, going forward until we see some of these ults come back up, and it looks like that's going to be the case here.
I don't think it's enough, though. Normally, if you're staring down the barrel of a 4 ultimate advantage, you have to lose like 3 fights willingly. They've already lost 3 fights willingly, and they're still at an ultimate disadvantage because of that last pick from Andrew, generating so much ultimate charge for the team. Now you're going in, it's going to be a dead even fight here. One that Huntington Beach want to take the front foot on. CKC dives into the backline, immediately catches an anti-nade, but Andrew picks up on an unsuspecting Toxic Void as the rest of Huntington Beach tries to follow up. It's picked off 1 for 1, but without an Ana. How does Brooklyn Tech want to try to sustain this? They won't. Instead, they back away, trying to bide their time for that respawn.
Great stabilization. Great stabilization there from Brooklyn Technical. They needed it at that moment. Huntington Beach was so healthy. Now they are able to actually pull out the immortality field. This is an advantage here for Brooklyn Technical with that blade and Keone just... he almost got taken out there. That was a little bit worrisome, I have to admit.
And there's still a lot of danger here with the Amplification Matrix coming out. Slicing at the Lucio, does manage to get it. Now look for Baptiste. That's the backline gone for Huntington Beach. Brooklyn Technical pick up a fight win. Again! Yo, Andrew! Create something here. Looks for one more, can't find it. Buys a little more time on the card. There will be a re-engage here, and it may be enough considering those picks.
Yeah, I would say potential spawn advantage here because Lucio is going to be able to boost Huntington Beach back into position. They are very close to having some very critical ults coming up as long as Atlas can get there, but I think they need to get in position, and they do wind up taking it. And look at this position, too. They hold the corner.
Oh, it's so good for Huntington Beach. And now they can just disengage this Kitsune Rush. If they can back out, buy time for that sound barrier. Now it's their turn to re-engage. Sound barrier, Andrew goes down before it pops, but it's their turn to engage. The sound barrier allows them to take down David Newman and thrusts CKC into the back line of Brooklyn Technical, who are sent careening down the hill from which they came.
Oh, I don't know, though, because they weren't able to capitalize and get the kill into Lil Zoom Zoom. CKC still has Annihilation, but look, Huntington Beach is down 3 players, and now even more.
Annihilation! The Ramonsters doesn't pop the Annihilation. Why wouldn't you? It's 250, 300 free extra health. Probably would have bought them the fight, but they don't go for it. Spawn advantage and all. Huntington Beach have now got to hold this one on a point C.
I mean, you look at the fight even earlier where they were so close to getting that kill onto Sojourn, but weren't able to get it. I mean, that lack of that kill or that elimination right there was just, that might have actually spelled the defeat for that point there. And now they move into the final section of the map. Huntington Beach, who has been stalwart in their defense so far, it's just those tiny little things that can make all the difference. And Brooklyn Technical has taken advantage.
Brooklyn Tech have been at their best when they can use a bunch of ultimates. Right now, it's the Nano Blade out early for Keone, slashing away at the Lucio, booped off, taken down by CKC. One of the strongest ultimate combos in the game has been eliminated at the cost of 0, but Brooklyn Technical are able to follow up with a little bit of Doomfist magic and pick up a fight win. The question is, can Huntington Beach actually stabilize before this crosses the line?
Oh, it's going to be a difficult task for them. 45 seconds on the clock, though. Brooklyn Technical looks like they have more than enough potentially here. I don't know if anybody's going to even touch to get backed off, and just like that, Brooklyn Technical go the distance. But man, it looked like there was going to be a pre-.2 stop there for a minute from Huntington Beach, and unfortunately it just slipped through their grasp.
I'm going to be honest, I feel like Huntington Beach has played this map better. Like, as far as what that goes, by most regards, it should have been a point B stop, right? Like, the fights that they've lost have just been at more critical junctions. I think it's kind of, the damage for lost fights has been really significant. And that comes partially down to macro planning, but realistically, it's just like, yeah, you get that pick on the Sojourn, and all of a sudden, the entire map is just completely flipped in your favor. It's the tiniest of issues here and there, but they've been in control. I think there's no mistaking that. They've been in control of the map. They've been in control of most of these fights. They've been in control of the ultimate economy, literally the entire map, which is flipping the series on its head from what it was before. This is something Huntington Beach absolutely can do, though they've made it a bit harder for themselves by allowing that take to come all the way through point C.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it before in the past, a team that has been able to look, fairly well on this map. This is an interesting map because I would say traditionally it's not a map that a lot of teams are able to go the distance on, so that does not obviously bode well for Huntington Beach, but it is a map that I think Huntington Beach looks good enough on that I would probably put my chips in their corner to see if they can, make it the distance themselves, and then we go into those overtime pushes to see if, distance becomes a factor at that point, and we'll see what happens then if we get to that stage. But I think, like you mentioned already, Huntington Beach is a team that has looked good throughout this map. It's just been those critical moments where things have kind of slipped through their grasp. We saw them looking, certainly much better to start the map here than they have throughout the entire series. Those first 2 opening maps coming out of this break, they looked much more confident. This looked like much better map situation, and they also, I would say, played much better into that dive-oriented style where they were able to play their corners, play their disengages, and they really did well to make Brooklyn Technical really work for it at a couple of those points. And unfortunately for them, they just weren't able to fully stop them at the moments that they had opportunity to do so.
Yeah, and I want to give a shout out to Andrew especially, who I feel like has really had a turnaround. I mean, obviously you're getting just oppressed by a Torbjorn and a Lucio and a Bap just like staring you down the barrel pretty much the entirety of Coliseum, right? So what are you going to do on Tracer? But man, to come back and throw up a performance like this so far, Andrew has been critical to this team putting up numbers and really making the backline's life difficult for the other side. Now though, as we swap sides of the map, you talked about, oh yeah, you look more comfortable playing into that dive-oriented composition. Decent chance you don't see it on defense. Right, that dive-oriented composition was really, it seemed like, to gain access to those high grounds more easily, to not have to kind of fight up the road, as it were. Now on the other side, we've seen the Sigma, we've seen the Ram out of them. There's a very good chance that they go back now that they've got the position to hold.
Yeah, I mean, I would be surprised to see a Sigma. I mean, that's something that they've been obviously toying with throughout the series. We saw them open up map 1, we saw them open up map 2 with it. And, I think at this point, if they're going to play it, this makes a lot of sense, certainly in this stage. It's something that we even saw in the pro scene on this map specifically, it's been a staple for this map to see things like Sigma as well as the Ramatra, which I would expect to see at least one of those two, a little bit less of the dive that we've seen. But we're about to jump back into the map here after a brief little pause from, I would say, technical side. I don't want to say it was Brooklyn Technical making the technical pause. I didn't see who it was, but either way, we're jumping back in. And it's an opportunity yet again here for Huntington Beach to make their mark, and they have to make a big one here. A bold statement is necessary for a team that is trying to claw their way back into this series.
It is exactly what we were starting to think of from this Brooklyn Technical side. It's back to the Ramatra, a Farah and a Hanzo in tow as well. I got to hand it to Brooklyn Technical.
Are they locking that? Are they locking that?
They are. They're on defense.
I guess they have to be. They have to be.
They're masters of making their composition as annoying as humanly possible. Let me tell you what. What was the last map? Torb, Sojourn, Lucio Bap, like
torture for Andrew. Absolutely.
Oh yeah. Oh man. Really, really tough stuff to play into. And now, yeah, Farah Hanzo is just poke city. David Newman's gonna just sit behind a shield and throw out nano things and oh god. What a nightmare for Huntington Beach. They're going to have to fight all the way through it as well. The name of the game here for Huntington Beach is don't die. If you live, you should be all right. They can't stand on the cart forever. You have the close range potential, and that's exactly what it is. David Newman did not respect Huntington Beach at close range, tried to fight, and you got bit. Brooklyn Technical need to be fighting from range with this composition, and if they don't, that's exactly what's going to happen.
Oh, this is interesting here. David Newman actually making a swap over to the Winston.
This does not feel cohesive with the rest of what's going on.
I mean, they don't have, I think, the burst pressure that they might need to actually make this work the way that they want to, but we'll have to see. They obviously picked this for a reason, and David Newman, I mean, he's already taking a ton of pressure off of that dive, cannot stay in and brawl the way that a Winston would realistically like to. And you look, they are not able to stabilize. They can't.
No. Poke heroes like Farah and Hanzo inherently want time. You want to buy them time and space, hence why heroes like Sigma, heroes like Orisa have traditionally been good with them because they can sit on corners, they can sit at distance and buy you time. Heroes like Winston, you can kind of hold space with them. Ram, you can do something in between that, but neither of them have been able to actually buy the time that you need for a Farah and a Hanzo to chip away the health bars of enemy teams.
Further investment into this as well. Toxic Void making a swap over to the Ana, and an Ana pick as well that isn't going to be able to be insulated as much as we've seen from some other compositions employed by Brooklyn Technical. So that means Andrew could be on the lookout for that backline, and Toxic Void could be someone that is certainly prey for that Tracer.
And Brooklyn Technical take their composition that is still kind of in two minds into an aggressive position. Primal's great on to Love My Mom, takes down the Amplification Matrix. Some nice mechanics there by Brooklyn Technical fight. It's not quite over yet though. A couple of kills to be picked up on the backside in Huntington Beach. Sent packing.
I will say though, I mean, David Newman is the one to look out for here. In terms of tempo, David Newman is the one setting it, I think, a lot of times, trying to make that frenetic pacing work for Brooklyn Technical so they can have that long, drawn-out brawl. We saw it even back on map number 1, but now without the support of the Primal, that you can't get out.
The Ravenous Vortex, disgusting from CKC.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, says I love my mom. Yeah, that was a hard one to watch. If you're Brooklyn Technical, your tank just like jumping back at you only to get dragged down into the pits of Huntington Beach. Oh my
This is payback, Thor. This is
This
you
is
know it's
karma.
payback. This is CKC getting payback, and rightfully so, because they were doing this to CKC earlier in the series, and now it's Huntington Beach's turn. And look at this. They also have some fantastic economy going into this next fight. It's 4v4, and Lil Zoom Zoom opening things up.
Arguably far better ultimates for Huntington Beach, though. Let's be very real with ourselves. Those
have
DPS
to pop
ultimates
the ult.
don't get too much done. Love My Mom goes down. Oh, and CKC falling early
I think
here.
they're gifting
I
this
think
fight.
they're gifting it. Yeah, I think they're letting it. And you know what? 3 for none? I'd be happy with that. I'd be very happy with that.
You have plenty of time. Look, Brooklyn Technical got taken down to 39 seconds. So now you're all about playing for time. You know that you have the ability to kind of create this momentum, hold on to this momentum, and just take advantage of your bank that you've accrued. 3 minutes is not bad at all for this stage in the map. And now you have 4 ultimates to 2, a great position to play from. Now they can go forward and try to take this fight here.
Sound barrier annihilation. A little bit of a spend going forward. Lil Zoom Zoom's able to find Love My Mom. This is not over yet. The health bars are still low enough for Brooklyn Technical. This can be won. It's going to come down to the DPS to really do it, though. Zoom Zoom's causing a ton of problems. Andrew picks up a 1v1, looking for the kill. Isn't able to get it. Zoom Zoom cleans up the entire backline of Huntington Beach, and that is the entire 4 ultimate advantage they had garnered for themselves down the drain at the hands of one Tracer player.
That's a big equalizer here for Brooklyn Technical. Huntington Beach was in the driver's seat, and now it feels like they've been ejected from the car entirely. What was once an over 3-minute bank for them to play with, now they're down to 2 minutes, and they have nothing in their back pocket, no ultimates to lean on. And look at this, Brooklyn Technical, those ultimates they used before, they're back up now.
Nano boost into the backline. I mean, it's a dream situation for Brooklyn Technical. Nano boost into nothing should be just a clear-cut win.
That it is. Clear-cut indeed. And this time, I mean, we look at it after every one of these team fights, and you can see it's just draining. Huntington Beach's morale probably also draining along with it. They need a miracle, and it's probably going to have to come in, I mean, what might have to be an individual play, an individual pick, something like we saw from Lil Zoom Zoom 2 fights ago from someone out of Huntington Beach. To be able to get them back into this one, they need to be able to find a fight win in the next 80 seconds.
You're looking at Andrew with the pulse bomb. There's a very juicy on in the backline of Brooklyn Technical. If they can just reach. It's so far, though. Playing Frogger across the flying arrows of Alonzo's difficult as well. David Newman instead caught overextended. The Primal only brings your health bar up. It does not make you invincible. It's a fight win. Potentially a point here for Huntington Beach, I believe, because that on is going to take quite a while to get back. They can try to re-engage, but I'm not sure there's much in it.
Yeah, especially when those staggers could come out as well and just offer even more opportunity for Huntington Beach. And it looks like they are going to go ahead and just kind of play with the food a little bit, but it's Huntington Beach that are going to have the last lap. 5 ultimates coming into this next fight. They still have a decent time bank to work with as long as they're able to kind of push this fight, this last fight win, into a solid fight that's cheap and economical. I think that's going to be the key for Huntington Beach. They don't want to overspend because then they could get trapped at the back end of the map.
The big thing I'm watching is they can't spend Sound Barrier and Annihilation at the same time. They've been doing it time and time again. If Atlas can hold it, oh no, Lil Zoom Zoom finds an early one on Andrew. That's not critical damage being done yet. They can just wait for that spawn. It's only 15 seconds off the clock.
Yeah, it's Andrew going down as well. So Tracer is going to be the fastest person to come back to the fight, maybe barring Tracer, but there's a little bit of a poke engage here from Brooklyn Technical. I think, again, just trying to buy some of that space back, force Huntington Beach back, make them push back through. Oh man, EV Dog almost just got one shot.
It was close. It all comes up neutral. Sound Barrier engage as they step forward using the Annihilation. All of the sustain's been popped. Dragging into the backline, shuts off the disengage from Huntington Beach. Brooklyn Tech are coming up big, but there's only 2 up for either side. David Newman, Lil Zoom Zoom up against CKC and Andrew. Tank and Tracer up against Tank and Tracer. Ramatra on the back foot. No way of gaining the same shields that Doomfist does. Has to run it all the way back to spawn. Huntington Beach take another loss. They cannot afford one more.
A little bit of an investment here. Love My Mom going over to the Moira. They are fully going for the brawl, trying to see if they can just play the sustain game here with this swap up, keep their backline healthy, get it away from Lil Zoom Zoom, I think is probably the priority.
I think the game plan is to shift this, run it down. Find Toxic Void is now the name of the game. You can see how aggressively they're trying to take space here, but the Doomfist and Lil Zoom Zoom are holding them at arm's length. You can imagine how far away that on is, how impossible they are to reach. Brooklyn Technical look invincible in this position.
Not too much time left here on the clock, and this stagger might seal it if it comes out as well. A timely elimination onto Atlas, now 4 seconds on the clock. It is desperation here for Huntington Beach.
Desperately, they'll try to short cards. They get 2 picks out of this. Huntington Beach aren't out of it yet, but as they fall away from the cart, Brooklyn Technical prove their superiority. A 3-0 decisive victory for the Overwatch National Champions.
Yeah, obviously a team that has just been decisive through and through this playoff bracket. Does just that again here in the finals. They make it look so clean, so effortless at times, but obviously still a great performance, especially on that last map, man. What could be said about Huntington Beach on that last map and what potential they showed if we would have seen that through, for them through the entire series, how different this could have turned out. But nonetheless, Brooklyn Technical, they are the champions today, and man, did they play well.
And they deserve it. It was consistency across multiple compositions, players playing different positions on top of that, which was pretty crazy to see. I think we saw clutch plays from virtually every position. We talked about the Lucio play, we talked about the Tracer play, we talked about the Pulse Bomb, we talked about the tank play that was coming out. It was superiority across the board. Huntington Beach, credit where it's due. We talked about being able to turn a game around at halftime, and they absolutely did that. I feel like even at the end of this game,
for a second.
even if Brooklyn Technical won this map, I felt like Huntington Beach still showed us what was like, quote unquote, technically the better map. But when they lost, they just lost so big, right? You think to the fight where they were able to get taken down by a Tracer up against 4 ultimates, right? And mistakes that are that large. Yeah, they played consistently. They dominated the ult economy pretty much the entire game. But the fact that you let one fight go like that completely tanks your ultimate economy is just not stuff that you can do. And so, yeah, they turned it around, but just 1 or 2 of those big mistakes is enough to crumble in the face of a team that's as good as Mogwarts was.
Yeah, and I mean, we got to say, I mean, we kind of hit the nail on the head with our predictions. I think we know a thing or two, don't we?
Yeah, we know how to read a team. It's just, I don't know, it's a gain skill. It's like what do they do when they find the water with the dowsing rods? Yeah.
You lost me. You've lost it. You've gone and lost me, man. Yeah, definitely. I think throughout this has been I think an eye-opening experience for me. I mean, this is 2 teams that have played out of their minds, 2 teams that I have obviously not seen prior to this, but I'm looking forward to seeing quite a bit more from them because they played insanely well, especially Brooklyn Technical, obviously are champions. That makes a lot of sense, but man, that team played so cohesively across, multiple swaps. We saw 3 maps and 3 lineups. They changed up their lineup between every single map, and it was never the same between any of them. We saw multiple different people playing tank, but throughout all of it, they still looked dominant, and that's the best part about it. All right, well, we're going to go ahead and say thank you guys for watching. We're going to go ahead and throw it back over to hosts. And I will say, before we dip out, before we head over to them, we were right, you were wrong. You're going to have to deal with it. Let's hear what you guys have to say. Over to our hosts now.
You know what? Joke's on them. I'm always wrong.
Well, and we knew what we were doing.
That's true.
We knew that we were cursing them.
And credit to them. Very smart guys. They called those games extremely well.
The dowsing rods. I knew what he was talking about.
Can you explain that to me?
It's just this weird little tool that you hold, and they when they cross.
Okay, yeah. Anyways, congratulations to Brooklyn Technical Institute for taking the win in 2024 PlayVS Cup Finals for Overwatch 2. What a dominant performance from them, despite Huntington Beach doing everything they could to push at on the last map. That final stand at the end, that Tracer was going insane getting those kills at the end. So absolutely insane stuff from them, and that's it for Overwatch, James.
Yeah, I mean, that's really it for us on the mainstream mostly. We've got a few things to tie up, but just wow, what a PlayVS Cup experience. Day 1 was so crazy. Day 2 had some good moments as well, but what?
I'm gonna say we're not quite done, man. You forgot about NBA 2K. We'll explain what's going on with that in a little bit. I understand, but hey, we got some stuff, okay? PlayVS has been doing a lot to get this ecosystem going, and they've been partnering with a lot of high schools. We're adding middle schools to the mix in the fall, but let's take a look and see what PlayVS has been up to developing the ecosystem.
We are trying to build the definitive amateur ecosystem for esports here in the United States and beyond. Our mission is to create transformative personal growth opportunities through competitive gaming.
It's important to make Scholastic Esports available to students because it gives them an opportunity to build their skill sets beyond just what's available in school. And so, traditionally you can build those skill sets through after-school programs or traditional sports, and there's a lot of folks that don't kind of align with what's available today. And in reality, like, everybody's a gamer, and so we give everybody the opportunity to build those skills.
For schools that are looking to add an esports program, you're opening a chance for students to really be part of a new culture and to really build something positive for your school. Our team is really focused on building this support system and really having a wraparound service for schools. You're not in it alone when you come to the PlayVS platform.
Our role in the space is to break this stereotype and basically show that there is actually a legitimate career path. You can turn your passion into a career and be successful.
I would say this is the most excited I've been about PlayVS. Gaming is one of the few things that you can actually compete against other people across the country without having to have the resources to jump on a plane, and people's worlds are going to be expanded.
One of the most important things is not about changing the world, it's about changing one person's world.
We are incredibly excited about unlocking more opportunities for more individuals to compete in competitive gaming across the PlayVS network going forward.
If you haven't heard, PlayVS is now free to compete. Not just high school, but also middle school now have the opportunity to participate in the highest tier of scholastic competition. You can type !fall in the chat to check out the schedule for the upcoming season, because you know what's going to be on that schedule, James. That's right, chess. You can go to chess.com. If you don't know chess, you can learn some chess. You can get involved with chess. There's probably a chess club at your school already, but hey, you can get involved with it. High school and middle school leagues. How about it? Yeah, absolutely excellent stuff. Also, I want to say, shout out to Sim in the Twitch chat, dropping 20 gifted to the PlayVS channel. Absolutely.
That's awesome.
Absolutely awesome stuff there from Sim. Thank you.
That's cool.
Yeah.
And that was a good shout as well with the chess club. I haven't even thought of that.
Right.
You could just immediately...
I was in my chess club in high school.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Were you pretty good, or?
I'm okay. I'm not like great.
In your chess club, how good were you?
In my chess club, I was garbage. I'm decent now.
That's funny.
But this has been an absolutely incredible day of games. We do have NBA 2K coming up shortly, but before we get there, let's talk about how the last 2 days have gone, because the first day of competition set the bar so high. We started the entire day with Hearthstone East Mountain High School,
and that one
the
went
first championship of the day.
It went the distance. That one went all 5 matchups, the Warrior deck coming out on top. Even though it had a losing record, that was crazy. Then going the distance as well with Splatoon 3, the goal line stop, then the final map, the clams,
The clams.
I love that game mode. But then in Madden NFL 24, even though that one didn't go the distance, seeing the comeback from Towers,
3 picks,
yeah, the 2 pick sixes into the pick 2 from he intercepted the 2-point conversion.
And then the map 3 overtime in Valorant.
It was so cool.
Crazy. And then obviously day 2, what we did today, we started with some Rocket League and really a dominant performance from Detroit Catholic, winning in 5 games and having an impressive performance there. We went on to watch Flagler Palm in Smash Brothers take on, it was a sweep on the East Coast. And then moving on, we had Harriman High School taking it in 4 games as well.
And then Brooklyn Technical winning in Overwatch 2, looking pretty dominant. The Tracer, so good. I mean, Tracer just melting through enemies. And you see that
Genji
empty spot there.
Genji had like that 4 elim ult too. That was crazy.
But you saw the blank spot for NBA 2K. What is that all about?
Well, we're about to get started with that. Now, that's not going to be here on this stream, but it will be on twitch.tv/NBA2K. Literally, as soon as this stream ends, that stream is going to go up and live. So if you've been waiting for NBA 2K and that is what you are ready for, well, guess what? We're getting to that very shortly. We're about done here, and I just want to say shout out to everybody that's been commenting in Twitch chat, you guys showing your support, and everybody that was watching on YouTube as well. We really appreciate it. This has been a great time for me and you, James. We've been having fun watching all of the games. Everybody back at production has been absolutely killing it, and it has been such a pleasure and an honor to be a part of this. And so thank you to PlayVS for having us, for sure.
And then also, Jorby, just want to highlight for anybody out there who thinks this is awesome. Like, you've been watching this, you've been hearing the stories, seeing the people who have won the awards, and also seen what the school districts have done. It's easy to call or send an email. Look up your local school, whether it's middle school or high school. If you have time to get involved and maybe to help kickstart an esports program at your school, it is sometimes as easy as making a phone call, sending an email saying, hey, I have the availability. I've got time after school 2 to 3 times a week to show up, because you just really need to be there on match day.
Yeah.
But if you might be the person who can help make esports happen at your local middle school or high school if you have the time. So I would highly recommend people reach out if you've been inspired by the stories you've heard for this PlayVS Cup or PlayVS Cup.
Yeah, we handed out a lot of awards today. We got a chance to hear from some of those people in that ecosystem, the super coaches, the players, and even the parents and the people who lead these districts in order to get esports off the ground. So shout out to PlayVS for making all of that possible. And again, type !fall in the chat. You can also go to PlayVS, that's playvs.com, to find all the information you need. Make sure you're following at PlayVS on all socials to keep up to date with all the happenings around the middle and high school leagues. And I think this is where we finally come to a close on this stream, but it's not over yet. NBA 2K over there on the other channel, twitch.tv/NBA2K. I want to see you there. Get ready for it. It's going to be a great way to cap off the 2024 PlayVS Cup Finals. We'll see you there.